Good morning, everyone, and a very warm welcome to Snetterton Circuit for the Championship Finals weekend, organised by the 750 Motor Club. Ian Soman and Josh Barrett with you here at Snetterton this weekend, commentating at the circuit on Alpha Live. Here we are on the Snetterton 300 circuit, just a shade under 3 miles in length, 2.97 miles in fact. 12 turns, of course we're using the full infield section and not a lot of elevation here. It's a pretty flat circuit, as you'd expect from a former airfield. So that's the circuit that we're racing on during the course of this weekend. The weather is not too bad at the moment, a little bit of sunshine streaming in through the commentary box window at the moment. No rain in the forecast, most importantly, and temperatures getting up to 15 degrees with just a light breeze. So it should be set fair for some pretty perfect conditions for racing here at Snetterton. Let's have a look at what we've got coming up for you over the course of today. As I say, a 2-day meeting. We've got 10 races today, another 13 tomorrow, but we're going to get racing underway very shortly, just as soon as this qualifying session is completed, and that's for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, the first of the day's races. They have both of their races today, with the championship being settled, of course. Then we've got the RLM Racing Bikesports Championship. That's very much alive, and that's the last of our races before the lunch break, which takes effect around about 10 to 1. But after lunch, we've got the longest race of the day. That's the 45-minute race for the Tagiwa Roadsports series. No championship points on offer there, but a very full grid and a very mixed grid of cars for the Tagiwa Roadsports series. And then the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, the championship already settled there in favour of Ben Short, but a couple of very rapid guest drivers taking part during the course of this weekend's 5 Club action. A bit later on, during the course of the afternoon, we've got the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship. Like the MX5s, they've got a triple header this weekend. So too have the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship competitors. Both of those championships are very much wide open. They're definitely going to go down to tomorrow, I would think. And then we've got the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Hatch Championship, the first of their 2 races over the course of the weekend. And then the K-Tech Racing Clio 182s, and those cars in a combined qualifying session are just completing their slowing down laps at the moment. And then we've got the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, the second of their races, at around about 5:05 this evening. And then rounding things off as we head towards sunset, it's the RLM Racing Bikesports Championship, another 20-minute race for those cars. So the majority of the races today, either 15 or 20 minutes. As I say, we've got the 45-minute race for the Tagiwa Roadsports series as well. As I say, Josh Barrett alongside me here in the commentary box, and Josh, plenty to look forward to during the course of this weekend.
That's absolutely right, Ian. You mentioned there about championships to be decided, and rather unlike last week at Alton Park and Mallory Park, the championships are very close indeed, and you can't really predict how it's going to go. I think there's 5 championships where the points differential, when they have been adjusted, is under 5. So basically, it's whoever does the best over the course of the either 2 or 3 races that the championships have got this weekend at Snetterton, which is going to be a really exciting way to conclude the regular part of the 750 Motor Club season.
That's absolutely right. As you can see the checkered flag just waving on that K-Tech Racing Clio 182 and Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Hatch Championship session. And they will be out for their races. As we say, later on this afternoon, those cars will race in separate groups. But with that session now complete, and I don't think there's too much in the way of clearing up to be done. As I look out of our commentary box window, we will very shortly get the cars out on circuit for the first race of the day, which is going to be for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. So yes, the opening race of the day is for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, and this still to be decided. There's class titles to be settled and the outright championship as well, although we think pretty much the outright championship has gone in favour of Ben Pearson, but that will all be confirmed during the course of today's races. Let's have a look at the grid for today then. On pole position, it's the number 47 car of Niall Bradley, and alongside him is number 26, Paul Cook. Brad Sheehan, 28, and Rick Kerry, number 2, are on the second row of the grid. And then it's Brian Branson, 126, and Jazz Sapra, 41, at on the third row. On the fourth row of the grid, we will have Mike Eustace in number 80, and then Robert Davidson in 33, and then David Kempton in 11, and Gary Burstow, 83, on the fifth row. Gary Burstow, the first of the M2 class cars. All the cars we've come in through so far are either M1 or Invitation class cars. Ben Pearson in 25, the class 6 front runner, and 78, Ronan Bradley. They make up row 6. On the seventh row, Paul Travers, 77, and Stephen Schweikart in 43. Then Dan Harborough in his E30, number 30, and Bill Redrop, number 8, lined up on the 8th row. The 9th row is Stuart Pywell, number 76, and Clive Watson in number 10. On row 10, it's Mark Havers in 63 and Cavan Granger 37, Justin Middleton 12 and Mike Nash in car 48. And on the 12th row, 66, Mark Culmer and Carl McMillan in car 60. The 13th row is 82 and 40, that's Saranga Satish Vihari and Sean Jackson. On the 14th row, Rob Lyons, number 19, and Paul Laramie, 31. Warren Skiberas, 17, and Andy Wynn, 16, are on the 15th row. And completing the field, Sergei Miniv in 79, William Lake in 4, they're on row 16, and on his own on row 17 is going to be the number 6 car of Sam Walton. So 33 cars we should have for this penultimate round of the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. And Josh, a great grid of cars that we've got here at Snetterton this weekend, so it should be a fantastic racing prospect.
And some new people trying out the BMW Car Club Championship for the first time, I think, with a view to move into it next year, which is great to see. A different range of cars which ordinarily would fit into some of the different classes. 4 classes within this, and they're pretty much evenly spaced through the field with the M1 cars at the front. Not many M2 cars here this weekend, but then the Class 6 cars and then the Cup cars at the back. So some good class battles, and in qualifying, the top 5 overall separated by just over a second, and on this long lap, that's pretty close indeed.
It certainly is. We've seen some really good races for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship during the course of this year, both for the overall positions and within the classes as well. But just looking at those classes for a moment, Ben Pearson's certainly been pretty dominant, hasn't he, within the 6-cylinder class, Class 6, during the course of this season. He's been on the podium 12 times out of 12, and he's won 8 of those races. So he's really been the man to beat across this championship.
Yeah, the season started well for Jim Benson. He won twice at Silverstone and won twice later at Donington, but Ben Pearson's won all the other races, and therefore, I think he's won the championship already, and sort of just cements that by starting this weekend as well. But I don't think we've got Jim Benson this weekend, so whether he'll have any real competition, he was over a second quicker than Paul Travers then. Of course, last year it was a Class 6 car that won the championship overall as well, wasn't it, with Kevin Denwood? So
that's right.
Perhaps that's a good class to be in. But generally, it's the class with the most cars as well. I think over the course of this season, we've seen more cars in Class 6 to any other. We've had 15 registered drivers there, so interesting to see, although where the biggest numbers are, that is also where the championship overall champion is coming from.
Cars coming out onto the circuit now, as you can see, and they're headed by Niall Bradley, and he is second in the championship coming into this weekend, and he's won 6 times so far this season. Although M1 has been very competitive this year, we've only actually had 3 different winners. Niall Bradley and Brad Sheehan, who lines up on the inside of the second row, they've won 11 of the races between them, and the other driver to have a win within the overall situation is Lee Pearce as well, who won in the wet at Castle Combe.
That's right, and actually the M1 championship is to be decided here, and Niall Bradley on adjusted scores is just 5 points, I think, ahead of Brad Sheehan, so that is to be settled today. But with Bradley on pole, that's sort of the first step done for him, isn't it, to try and overhaul Sheehan over the course of this weekend. And Paul Cook's done well. He's on the front row. He's sort of struggled a little bit in this M1 car up to now, but a front row start will be pleasing for him. He's also doing Roadsports today, so a busy day of racing for Paul Cook, and I'm sure he'll be delighted if he's able to come out on top in one of these 2 BMW races today. Yeah,
Paul Cook's raced in the M2 class previously, hasn't he, and as well with some success, but M1 probably another step up in terms of competition as well, I would say.
Yeah, although he did get, I think, some wins in overall in the M2 car, but
he did, yeah.
With his car with a bit more power, taking a little while to get up to speed with it, but it's going well now.
He's out of 7, I think, top 6 finishes, hasn't he, during the course of the year so far? So it's not been too bad a season from that point of view. So Paul Cook there in the black car on the outside of the front row. This is the second row. The pink car is Brad Sheehan, 5 times the winner. And then we've got Rick Kerry in the number 2 car, and a change from the BMW M3s there, because he's in a 1 Series.
Yeah, with the 4-litre V8 engine. And then we're missing row 3, which is Brian Bransom and Jad Sapra, who I don't think have done that much racing with the BMW Car Club. Brian Bransom, local driver, seems to get quicker and quicker, particularly recently, but he was due to make his debut in the series in the Invitational class, but he's not there. And I think he runs with Jad Sapra, so whether that's them being late, yeah, that's one of those cars, I think, coming through the grid a bit further back, so hopefully they'll be there. Because Brian Branson was only a second off a pole, so he should be able to take it to the top 4. So you're going to have 3 different types of car there, because Branson's in the E36 M3, the slightly older car, the top 3 in the E46s, and then Rick Kerry in the M1, the 1 Series. Yeah, here comes Sapra first, I think, and then Brian Branson on the grass. So they did make it eventually, but we're starting a little bit earlier than perhaps expected. They were caught out there by the looks of it.
Yeah, it's going to be a squeeze to get Brian Branson in, but with a bit of jiggery-pokery, he'll make it. Car's not quite in correct formation there, are they? But they've got the green flag lap first to sort themselves out before the race gets underway. And as you can see in the background, there's still cars coming out of the assembly area onto the grid for this first race of the day.
Interesting to see David Kempton there, 9th on the grid. You'd expect him to be a little bit higher up. I think he's been successful in the past in this championship. So perhaps he's going to be one to move forwards. And then behind him is where the M2 pole sitter is. I think there's just 2 of them today, isn't there? It's Gary Burstow, who is the M2 champion, who starts there on row 5, just ahead of the Class 6 champion, the overall champion Ben Pearson, who starts 11th on the grid in his BMW 330, the E46 model. Then 2nd and 3rd in Class 6 are both the compacts of Paul Travers and Stephen Schreikart. Then the BMW E30 of Dan Harborough, the oldest car on the grid. And then you have to go some way back, don't you, for the Cup class. And there's 4 of them today. The 325 Ti, which is sort of the way to get into BMW racing, isn't it, on a good, effective budget. And it's Cole McMillan who's on pole there. And I think he's set to take that championship today, the Cup Class Championship, if he finishes 2nd in this race. And starting on pole is a good way about going about it.
So there's the green flag being waved to get the green flag lap underway. And there you can see the multicoloured car just going through shot. That is the number 11 of David Kempton, backed by SmartFi, who are supporting the live stream as well here this weekend. So many thanks to SmartFi. They're a crypto company even, specialising in the loan and borrow space. And a special hello then to all of the SmartFi team over there in the US. But it's David Kempton's first race back in 2 years. A new E36 M3 built for him, testing and racing it ahead of next season. It's got the 3.2 litre Evo engine, 1,220 kilos with the driver as well. But he's been racing for 30 years, so he's got plenty of experience, both in BMWs and with Porsche 911s as well, David Kempton.
Pace was good in qualifying as well. Just looking at this, Niall Bradley was underneath the lap record. Obviously, lap records can't be set in qualifying, but that's a good indication how quickly they were going. 2 minutes 3.9 for Niall Bradley there in quali, and as we said, multiple drivers, 5 of them all pretty close to that kind of time, so the pace really quick here. This is a 20-minute race, and with this mix of cars, lots of power at the front, less so at the back of the grid, we'll probably get into lap traffic even on this long lap towards the at the end of the race, which always could be a factor. Cars towards the back are sort of 20 seconds off of the M3s and such at the front, so we'll focus on the different classes. But with 30 plus cars out, that's going to be a busy race, and normally spectacular cars to watch as well, Ian.
Absolutely great to watch, especially the front running cars. They're big hairy beasts, aren't they, and always make for spectacular racing. Probably 20 minutes, it's going to be about a 10 lap race, isn't it, I would think, in dry conditions. And yes, some lappery I think is certainly going to come into play during the course of this one. But looking forward to it, this penultimate round of the season for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship for 2021. A season that's taken in Silverstone, Castlecombe, Donington, Brands Hatch, back to Silverstone, different layout, and Alton Park during the course of the season that started back in April. And the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, it's only its 3rd year running as a championship. It previously ran as a series of races, but it made a very strong debut only about 4 years or so ago, and has delivered strong grids all throughout the period that it's been racing with the 750 Motor Club, Josh.
That's absolutely right. Perhaps helped because it is the official BMW Car Club, of course, of Great Britain, and therefore there's been a number of people that perhaps have done the track days with BMW Car Club and think, oh, we want to go racing, and of course this is the ideal way about doing it. And next year I think there's a plan to sort of allow in a bigger range of BMW for a one-off race, isn't there? An open race, I think Neil MacDonald was talking about earlier on this year, so that should be interesting to see perhaps what type of cars come out there. I think they could be allowing slick tyres as well into that, which isn't allowed in the championship. The championship, I think, is going to carry on running as it is. You don't really want to change a successful format, do you? But as a one-off race, again, that's a great way to get to perhaps people that don't have cars that fit the regulations out on track with the BMW Car Club, not just in the track day form, but in a racing environment as well, which people tend to enjoy even more so.
Yes, actually, and those people that are members of the BMW Car Club will know all about their activities, but it is about far more than just racing. It is a sort of a proper owners club as well, and there's track day events and that kind of thing that are put on across the season, across the year. So cars coming around at the end of this green flag lap to take up their grid positions. In mind, it's the number 47 car of Niall Bradley on pole position, the first of 3 BMW E46 M3s ahead of number 26 Paul Cook. That's a black car. And then it is the Brad Sheehan car, which is the mostly pink car. That's the one, the way to distinguish that. 28, and then Rick Kerry, number 2 in the 1 Series, which is easy to spot. That's a turquoise car with a big wing on the back. We've got the invitation class car of Brian Bransom in 126, Jazz Saprit in 41, Mike Eustace in 80, Robert Davidson, David Kempton and Gary Burstow rounding out the top 10 positions. But watch out too for Ben Pearson, the Class 6 champion in his 330 Ci. Again, it's an E46 evolution of BMW. There's the 2 cars on the front of this quite narrow start and finish straight here at Snetterton. These big beasts make it look even smaller, don't they? They pretty much fill the grid. So 20-minute race ahead of us, the last few rows of cars to come into position. First of 10 races today here at Snetterton, organised by the 750 Motor Club, all brought to you live on Alpha Live, 750mc.co.uk/live on YouTube and on Facebook. And hopefully all of those of you who are here at the circuit are set for this 20-minute race. Should very shortly get the green flag at the back, then we'll get the 5-second board raised on the gantry, and then the race will get underway. There's still some shuffling going on, isn't there, at the back, which is why we've got that slight delay.
It's a very full grid, as we've been saying, isn't it? Not much tarmac available.
No, there's the 5-second board. I can see that out of the commentary box window now, so the race about to get underway. Lights go on, lights go out, the race gets underway. It's a good start from Paul Cook and from Rick Perry from the second row of the grid. Not so much by Neil Bradley, and certainly not from Brad Sheehan as well. He's dropped down to about 5th or 6th position as they head up to Rich's Corner for the first time. And they all stream through Rich's up towards the hairpin, which is where they are now, and it's Rick Kerry that is leading. Then in second place it's Bradley, it's Paul Cook in third. Brad Sheehan has got back to 4th position, but they're all streaming around the hairpin. Can they all make it through without contact? It looks like they're going to make it, Josh.
Yes, that all went well despite some drivers not making as good starts as perhaps they would have hoped for from towards the front. There's 28 Brad Sheehan then trying to recover after that slower start. They stream their way out of Palmer, down towards the Agostini hairpin for the first time. A bit further back we're seeing here Brian Bransom and Jad Sapra just ahead of Mike Eustace, and then you get some of the other class cars. Ben Pearson's I think down to something like 3rd place in Class 6, so he didn't make such a good start there. It looked like Stephen Scheikart's Compact went to the front there. So he gained a couple of places, but we're all through the Agostini hairpin now, down through Hamilton. And we see there, or a car off, that's Mark Havers, isn't it? In the other 1 Series that's run by Rick Kerry. So Mark Havers, who was racing here last month at Snetterton in a different car, hasn't had such a good start to this one here, dropped to the back, but hopefully he'll be able to get back going.
So they're on to the Bentley Straight for the first time, or the leaders are. The rest of them are still streaming through. The right-hander at Williams that brings them back onto the Bentley Straight, and then they'll head up towards the left-hander at Brundle and Nelson. Who was that getting out of shape? I think it was William Lake, number 4, in one of the Cup class cars. He's going to lose a position there to Cavan Granger, number 37, as a result of that.
See that car still road registered.
Leaders are already heading down towards the bomb hole. That's the view of the cars heading up the Bentley Straight and through Brundle and Nelson, the left and right flick. The leaders, though, already towards the end of the lap, and is still Rick Kerry, I think, just about holding on to the lead of the race, but not by very much. It's Niall Bradley, then, the pole position driver, that's putting him under a bit of pressure, and a spin there for number 83. That's Gary Burstow, one of the M2 class winners. Not too many of the M2 class cars here this weekend, but he's had a little bit of a moment.
And going for the lead here, Noel Bradley on the exit of Ritchie's, looks up the inside of Rick Kerry. Brad Sheehan's there now as well after he's got past Paul Cook, but for the lead, Noel Bradley takes it away from Rick Kerry and up over the curbs there. Brad Sheehan, I don't think I've seen something use so much curb at Wilson. Didn't really work for him, I don't think, because Rick Kerry's still in front, but he's not giving up on this yet as he looks up the inside into Palmer. He can't go through though, so he sees his championship rival now, Noel Bradley, leading the race and starting to get away as they go down towards Agostini for the second lap. Looked like the time of this race started a bit early, so we might not get 10 laps in. After 1 lap we've had 4 minutes, haven't we, by the looks of it. So a slightly slower green flag lap there meant the time started slightly early, so the drivers will have to readjust themselves perhaps by a lap or so, but that's not going to really make too much difference, I doubt. Here's about over a second, and Brad Sheehan's now challenging down towards Oggies. He's on the inside of Rick Kerry, and the former touring car racer there loses a place. He's down to 3rd. He might lose another one because Paul Cook's right there too. Yeah, Paul Cook there in 4th position at the moment, so Rick Kerry has gone from 1st down to 3rd position at the moment in the 1 Series. So the 2 championship runners, Niall Bradley and Brad Sheehan, have both got through, and it's Bradley who's ahead of Sheehan in the points coming into this weekend. And look at that, further back, a challenge on, that's the 126 car of Brian Bransom up the inside of Paul Cook for 4th position. He can't make it through. Bransom in the orange car there, Paul Cook in the black car. And as they head down towards the bomb hole, these first 5 have made a bit of a break from the rest of them, Josh. Yeah, in particular, Niall Bradley's got a good lead now from Brad Sheehan. So despite that quick start and holding the lap record coming here to Snetterton, Rick Kerry doesn't seem to have the pace, and Brian Branson's going right round the outside of that Coram, which is a bold move. And now he's looking up the inside of Rick Kerry. There was a slightest of touches there, and he might lose the place to Paul Cook he just gained. It kind of tends to be that way in St Murray's. You're so brave on the outside line through Coram, and it doesn't ever work out. So Brian Branson drops down to 5th again. But the top 2, that means they're even further ahead now. Niall Bradley leads by nearly 2 seconds from Brad Sheehan, and then there's a second or so back to Rick Kerry. But that was quite exciting at the end of lap 2. Yeah, well, Branson in the invitation class, he's not scoring points. So I guess from his point of view, he's just out there to have a good race and not worry too much about it. But equally, all the drivers won't want their races to be disrupted by a driver that's not part of the championship, as it were. But Niall Bradley out in front, 1.73 seconds clear at the end of lap 2. So it pulled away from Brad Sheehan quite nicely. And there's a second and a quarter between Sheehan and Kerry in 2nd and 3rd. Then Cook, Branson, Safra, David Kempton 7th in the Smart Fi, number 11 car. Mike Eustace 8th, Davidson 9th, and the 78 car rounding out the top 10 is Ronan Bradley, another of the invitation class drivers. And as far as Class 6 is concerned, it is Paul Travers from Ben Pearson at the moment. They're 11th and 12th overall. I think if it stays this way, Noel Bradley will wrap up the M1 Championship in this race, but there's still some 13 or so minutes to go. Some of the 6-cylinder cars here turning their way down towards Agostini. That's headed by Paul Travers now in the compact by about a second from Ben Pearson, and then they're just up the road. This is about a 3rd, and Dan Harborough's E30 there was trying to go past Stephen Schleitkart's compact, but it didn't quite work out for him. Just behind them, who you got there? You had Bill Reddrop, didn't you? Clive Watson Stuart Highwell as well, all Class 6 cars battling amongst each other. And here are the leaders in that class, with Paul Travers leading the way, trying to take his first class victory of the season. But he's over the curbs and sideways, and that's going to allow Ben Pearson to challenge down the Bentley Straight. He's on the inside line for the first part of the Essex, and he's already passed with using that extra momentum after Travers lost it all, going out wide, sideways over the curbs.
That's not how you get your first win of the season, is it? Ben Pearson was there to capitalise on that mistake from Paul Travers, and he goes through into the position that he's assumed on 8 occasions at the end of races so far this season. 8 class wins he's had in Class 6 so far this year. Meanwhile, I can tell you that Brian Branson's just got past Paul Cook and up into 4th position on his way into Rich's corner. But this battle for position 11th overall, and the Class 6 leader is Ben Pearson, then, who's done so well this season, has been really consistent in that number 25 car, Rutec prepared car, and just ahead of the compact, number 77 Paul Travers, the E46 compact, second within that class at the moment. And Stephen Schweikart is still third. There he is, just going over across the line now with Dan Harborough in the beautiful E30, tucked in behind him in 4th spot. That's at the end of lap 3.
The leading gap is coming down because Brad Sheehan is herring after Noel Bradley with the fastest lap of the race, a 2 minutes 4.1. So the lead gap's come down to 1.3 seconds. Looks like in the background of your shot there's a car that's spun on the exit of Murray, which will get back on. It's very busy here in the mid-pack across the line, isn't it? Including Mark Havers recovering after that moment he had on lap 1. So he's progressing through the field there in 63, but just up the road is 60. That's the Cup class leader, which is Cole McMillan. And Cole McMillan, I think, is doing enough here to take the Cup class championship for the season. The
car that spun, I think, was number 48, Mike Nash, one of the invitation class cars in his E46 330.
Okay, so turning their way through the hairpin there. So at the front of this group is the Cup class leader. None of the other cars in this group are in his class. So Cole McMillan doing a great job running just outside the top 20 overall. He's on the inside line there, trying to come around the outside. He's on the 6-cylinder cars, which is Kevin Granger's 330. But down the straight, the power of the M1 car, the V8 car of Mark Havers, passes them all on his recovery drive. So Clive Watson just want to keep out of trouble in this big battle of cars which have a bit more power than he does. So he's dropped a couple of positions at the beginning of the lap, but he still leads the class importantly. These cars about halfway round the lap as the overall leaders complete another lap. So they are going to be caught, I'd imagine, before the end of the race to be lapped.
I would think so. Clive Watson, last year's Cup class champion.
Ooh, and he's been hit around.
There has been contact. That was from the 19 car, I think, Rob Lyons in his 330CI. There is some damage you can see on the rear quarter of that car. So that's unfortunate for Clive Watson, as a champion of last year. 2 years ago, it was a Cup class car, Matt Page, that took the overall championship as well.
So he's got back going. That's Mike Nash, isn't it? Just behind him, he's spun. So I think he's lost the Cup class lead to Paul Laramie in all of that. So I said he needed to keep out of trouble with all those cars around him. It didn't quite work out for him there into Oggies. Meanwhile, Brian Branson trying to get third from Rick Kerry didn't go too well because he's behind Paul Cook, as you can see here. Trying to fight back again is Brian Branson. So he's had a lively race by the looks of things. So he's back down to 5th place. They turn their way through the Agostini hairpin. They're some way behind the leaders now. 6 seconds, Bradley and Sheehan are ahead of Rick Kerry, and Brian Branson on the inside line there into Hamilton. It didn't work out for him trying to get past Paul Cook, who uses all the curb on the exit of the corner.
Just looking at the lap times, we've not yet got underneath the lap record, have we? Which is a 2:04.02. Had a 2:04.13 for Brad Sheehan. So only just about a tenth of a second. Oh, and there's a problem for Branson. The wheel has come off. The right front wheel of that car has come away from the car, it would seem. You can't see it, of course, from that angle, but we just saw the shot as he was turning through Williams onto the Bentley Straight. So I don't know if we'll be able to get the car moved into a safer position than that, but that's not ideal where that is on the exit of Williams as the cars come onto the Bentley Straight.
No, that's not. So that's a bit of a strange thing to happen, isn't it? Sort of halfway through the race. So a real shame there for Brian Branson, who was in 4th. He dropped to 5th. Perhaps he dropped to 5th because that problem had started to develop, maybe. So he looks to be a retirement, which will promote Jad Sackborough and David Kempton into the top 6. There's Brad Sheehan, who's in 2nd. And they're into lap traffic. It's this lead gap coming down. It went back out to 1.6 seconds after 4 laps. After 5 laps, the gap is 1 second. So indeed, in a bit of traffic there, the gap from Bradley to Sheehan is coming back down again. That's sort of the least it's been since they were stuck behind Rick Kerry earlier on in the race. But there is this question mark, of course, with what is happening up at Williams Corner, where Brian Branson's car is stationary. So we'll see what race control decide to do with 7 or so minutes of this race left. But here come the leaders into Palmer, another car they slot up the inside of. And now Bradley continues on his way, trying to claim this M1 Championship title a race early, with Brad Sheehan still chasing after him. The gap is coming down here, Ian.
It certainly is. So are we going to have a Grand Slam finish this race? There's 6.5 minutes of it left to go. Bradley and Sheehan, 11 race wins between them out of 12 so far during the course of this season. They've split them just about as even as they can do, 6-5. Each has had little dramas as the season has gone on, and had races where they've had to fight through from the back, and it's been quite exciting for them. But they've really taken points off of each other. There you could see them go past that stricken car of Brian Branson, and we've got yellow flags waving on the start and finish line now, and I suspect that is because we're going to get the safety car out onto the circuit. Yeah, safety car just leaving its position underneath our commentary box, so yellow flags all around the circuit. There you can see them waving there. The drivers have spotted them already. Safety car is out, and with only 6 minutes to go, I wonder how much more racing we'll get, Josh.
Very little to none, I suspect. Potentially none. But we'll see what happens, because if that is a wheel that's come off, surely the car's going to have to be lifted.
You would have thought.
It's not the quickest process. It's not the quickest process to get anybody to where the car is, I shouldn't think. So,
no. So it might take a moment or two to sort this out, and it may get to the point where they realise that it's not going to happen before we can get any racing back underway. So yellow flags. Let's have a look at the class system while we've got a moment with the race under caution here. So you can see the sort of pale green, sort of yellowy green cars. Those are the M1 class cars. Those cars that are shaded red on the timing tower, those are the invitation class cars. You can see a blue car there at the bottom end of the top 10. That's Ben Pearson, number 25. He's our Class 6 leader. The sort of bright Ferrari red, number 83 in 12th place, Gary Burstow. He's one of the Class 2 cars. And then the Cup class cars are whatever colours left. They're not on our screen at the moment, but they have their own colour. There we go. It's the dark green. For example, number 31, Paul Laramie, in 24th position. So that's a little bit about the colours on the timing tower for those of you watching on the live stream, and greetings to you wherever you're watching in the UK or indeed around the world.
You see there's a few people very much around the world, one person from Bathurst, so welcome along.
I was watching last weekend as well.
Well, glad you like 750 Motor Club Racing, also Buenos Aires on there as well, so not sure of any people actually watching from England here, perhaps everyone's from abroad, but welcome along. Hope you're enjoying 750 Motor Club Racing, whether this is your first time or you're a regular, perhaps on the Alpha live streaming, or coming to events. It's a busy day, or a busy weekend of racing, which is set to be thrilling, I think, throughout the 2 days. Sprint racing a lot of the way. Particularly this afternoon, there's a whole group of 15-minute races, short, sharp racing, which is set to be very good indeed. I see the safety car here is about to pass the incident scene. I just let him past the cars that are between the safety car and the leader. There's the a recovery vehicle heading off at speed into the direction of Brian Branson's car.
Yeah, well, it's heading away from it, but it's got to head in that way to get back onto the circuit today. But there are only 3.5 minutes to go. Our lap takes 2 minutes here, so I don't think we're going to see an awful lot more racing today in this or in this first part of the BMW Car Club Racing Championship at any rate.
And I think all our class championships are going to be decided here. Niall Bradley in M1, which was yet to be decided, and Cole McMillan in the Cup class, which was yet to be decided. I think that's the case. Yeah, looks like it.
So that will mean that this afternoon's race is, hopefully just a bit of good, clean fun for everybody.
But I think all the other championships which are to be decided here this weekend at Snetterton is rather less likely to go in the first race.
Yes, we've got the Bikesports, which will be decided today, because both of their races are today. But I think the majority of the other classes are going to go down to tomorrow, aren't they? Very last day of the season. So safety car still out, yellow flag still waving. These are the slower cars that were sort of the back of the, or the front of the safety car train that have been allowed through. but they will now need to try and catch the back of the pack.
The lights out?
Well, I'm not sure that they were ever on.
Oh no,
on
they
are on. They're flashing on the rear. It's from the angle that we could see, it doesn't look like they're on. But the drivers behind will see that safety car lights are on. Safety car will stay out.
Checkered flag?
No, it's not. Still with a yellow flag and a last lap board, I think. So last lap board. So they will get one more lap. Almost wonder why we didn't have the checker flag this time, but never mind. We will continue on for one more lap behind the safety car in this BMW Car Club Racing Championship race. So we'll never get that grandstand finish that we're hoping for between Niall Bradley and Brad Sheehan. That's a shame, because it could have been quite an entertaining last couple of laps, Josh.
Yeah, it was just getting closer, wasn't it, with Sheehan catching him. He knew he needed to beat Bradley here, so there have been quite a bit of incentive to get past, I should think. But nevertheless, it looks like Niall Bradley's going to take his 7th win of the season, which will mean he'll have taken the most victories over the course of the 2021 BMW Car Club Racing Championship year.
Number 6, Sam Walton, heading that sort of secondary group, probably ought to be catching up with the train ahead of him.
So catching up 3 miles isn't a work of a moment, really.
No, exactly, and
it doesn't guess now
it's reasonably academic now, because we've got 19 minutes and 22 seconds on our timing screen, so we are ticking towards the end of this BMW Car Club Racing Championship race. So an unfortunate way to bring it to its conclusion. No added laps at the end of the race, as you get in the British touring cars, where they add laps on at the end. In the event that there's a safety car during the race up to a maximum of 3 laps, it's just a straight 20-minute race here. So it does mean that we'll complete this race behind the safety car, I'm afraid to say. And hopefully we'll get through the second race for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship towards the end of this afternoon. We'll get through that cleanly without any interruptions.
I think we see some of the competitors here out this afternoon in Roadsports as well, so a busy day for those. And then again, some of these BMW Car Club Racing competitors will be out in 7 days' time at the Burkitt Relay, which will also be live streamed here on the Alpha Live channel. So if you're not subscribed, hit that button on YouTube and you'll get notifications for that ahead of next week, and of course for tomorrow's day faction here.
Yeah, the car's out of the way, but it's all come a little bit too late, hasn't it? Burkitt Relay, I say, don't forget, if you've not seen the Burkitt Relay before and you wonder what it's all about, there's a very good explainer that Alpha Live have put together, and you can see that on the 750 Motor Club social media channels, for example, certainly on their Twitter and Facebook feeds. It was tweeted out yesterday. It's a good sort of 4 or 5 minute explainer about what to expect from the Burkitt 6-hour relay race at Silverstone next Saturday. But Josh and myself and Marcus Pye and Lewis Beals will be with you to bring you the story of that race live from Silverstone. So that's next Saturday. Hopefully, if you're in Buenos Aires or in Bathurst, you'll be tuning in to watch that.
Yeah, it'll be a race, perhaps, if you haven't seen it before, unlike any other that you've seen before. Yeah, more people tuning in away from this country. Germany now as well. Hope you're enjoying the action. Hopefully you've got a better understanding of English than we've got of German, so you're able to understand what we're talking about. And yeah, club racing in the UK, it's gone really well, hasn't it, this year, particularly for the 750 Motor Club. I think we've got 300 entries here to round off the standard part of the season. It's been much that way, really, for the last 18 months, Ian.
Yeah, it has. It's obviously a lot of disruption in life generally because of COVID, and certainly last season was very badly disrupted by it. This year, not so much, thankfully. But real appetite for club racing, not just with the 750 Motor Club, but the 750 Motor Club has had a particularly strong couple of seasons in terms of the numbers of cars on the grids. But it's been great to see that in spite of that, everything that's gone on, club racing has still enjoyed good success. We'll see if that continues over the next few years, because I think we're in for some interesting economic times ahead, but which may impact on the ability of people to have the money to go racing. But we'll see how that develops. Absolutely.
Checkered flag is prepared then. Hopefully this is the last time that a race will end like this over the weekend. But nevertheless, I'm sure Niall Bradley will be pleased. He managed to get past Rick Kerry early on in that race after not the best of starts.
Yep, checker flag goes out then, and Niall Bradley wins round 13 of the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. In second place is number 28, Brad Sheehan. Third goes to number 2, Rick Kerry. Fourth to number 26, Paul Cook. Fifth to number 41, Jazz Sapra. Mike Eustace in number 80 rounds out the top 6. Obviously, the gaps are all largely meaningless because the cars completing the race behind the safety car. But Dave Kempton in number 11 is the fastest of the invitation class cars, ahead of the 33 car of Robert Davidson and Ronan Bradley in number 78. Ben Pearson up into the top 10 in the end in car 25, so he wins class 6. So I think we can pretty much say now he definitely is the champion for 2021 in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. And
mention for him, because he got 7 tenths underneath the previous lap record as well, so he wasn't taking it easy, but driving flat out to win that race and doing it very quickly. Here are the results, though.
Yeah, Niall Bradley is that takes the win by just under half a second from Brad Sheehan. So it's 47 from 28. Rick Kerry in third, number 2. Paul Cook, 26, is fourth, ahead of Jazz Sapra and Mike Eustace. David Kempton in 7th place in car number 11 in the SmartFi entry. Robert Davidson and Ronan Bradley, also invitation class cars, and Ben Pearson, as we say, winning in class 6, car 25. 11th to number 77, Paul Travers. Then Gary Burstow, the best of the M2 class cars, in 12th position overall. In 13th, number 30, Dan Harbrough, another of the 6-cylinder cars. Then Stephen Schweikart, Bill Redrop, Clive Watson and Stuart Pywell. Mark Havers in the number 63 car, he was 18th, ahead of Justin Middleton and Sean Jackson. Further back, you've got Cavan Granger, Saranga Sotich-Rahari and Rob Lyons. Paul Laramie, it was in car 31 that took the Cup class from Carl McMillan, number 60. Then Andy Wynn, Warren Skiberes, Mike Nash after his spin, William Lake and Sergei Miniv rounding out the top 30. And did we have any more finishers? The answer is we did. Sam Walton and, of course, Brian Bransom, the retirement and the cause of that safety car period in the end. So that brings to a conclusion the first race of the day for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. One more race to come before the lunch interval, but before we go into that, hopefully we'll be able to hear from our leading drivers from the BMW Car Club Racing Championship race. You can see the cars there flagged off at the exit of Palmer's, directed into Parc Fermé in most cases.
It looks like we might be getting class winners, maybe.
Which would be very good if we did get them, because it's always good to hear from drivers from the lower classes as well as the overall leading finishers as well. So let's head down for the first time today to hear from our man in Parc Fermé with the winners from the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, Matt Suckling.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yep, down here with our top 3 from that first race. We'll try and get the class winners a little bit later on. But in the meantime, we'll start with our race winner, Niall Bradley. Niall, brilliant stuff there. We now understand that's your 7th win of the year. Great race.
Yeah, thank you very much. Brad's kept me honest all year. Really tough racing with him door to door the whole year. Yeah, bit of a bad start, got going, then got myself into P1, but I seen Brad shortly after was coming, so it was just a matter of just managing at home just to get the race win. So yeah, well chuffed.
It was a shame that safety car came out towards the end, because there was a good battle starting to emerge there, but probably good in your respect.
Yeah, well, I was game for it, if you know what I mean. I seen him coming, but there was a little bit more, not loads more, but there was a little bit more I made. Would have been nice to take the checkered flag way of full-on battle, but we've still got race 2 to go, so we'll see what happens there.
And this is a little bit different from time attack as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. You've got to be with time attack. You can sort of get yourself warmed up and get into it. Where this, you've got to go from the beginning, or these lads here will just punish you big time. They punish you, but no, it's really, really good. Really, really enjoyable.
Well, good stuff, Niall. Good luck for race number 2.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
There we go, Brad. Let's bring Brad Sheehan into the mix as well. Brad, well done. 2nd place there. That gap was coming down before the safety car, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was a bit frustrating for me, to be fair, because I got a good jump off the line from 3rd on the grid to go around the outside of everyone and missed the bloody gear, which then put me back in my position. I pushed through in the 2nd pretty quick, and then got my head down and started to get some consistent laps going. Once I get the ball rolling, I knew I was ticking them off. Caught onto the back of Niall, and then the safety car come out. So that was, for me, I was shouting in the car because I just wanted to get going. But it's good racing, you know. We live to fight another day.
Exactly, and there's still race 2 to come as well.
Yeah, definitely. But me and Niall, literally, he's ahead of me just in points, and now I've not really got a chance now, to be fair. But it's all good fun. So I'll just go out and try and win race 2.
Yeah, go for glory, see what happens.
Yeah, good.
Brilliant stuff. Well done, Brad. Thank you very much. And we'll try and bring in Rick Kerry as well to have a quick chat after that first BMW race of the day. Rick, third place there. A bit frustrating with the top two pulling away, but another podium.
Yeah, I got a hell of a start. That was probably the best start I've ever got. And then Cookie was behind me. I tended to struggle with the mechanical grip and the slow corners compared to the E46s. But yeah, to get third, I think probably if the race had gone distance, I think Paul would have got me. He was faster. But yeah, it's nice to get third in the bag and yeah, see if we can do some changes and make it a little bit better for the next race.
Yeah, last one of the year coming up as well.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so it feels like it's been a long season. I think with the 2 or 3 congested at the start, and we had troubles during that start period. I think we've never really caught back up again, but that's been great fun. Great series.
Still a podium. Well done, Rick.
Yeah, thank you very much.
There we go, then our top 3 from the first BMW race with Rick Kerry in third place, Brad Sheehan in second, and your race winner, Niall, there as well. We look forward to race number 2, but on the way next, it's time for the Bikesports Championship.
Yes, it's the RLM Racing Bikesports Championship up next, and this is another championship that has both of its races today to determine the championship. And the grid for this one lines up as follows. Pole position, you've got the number 95 car of Joe Stables, and alongside him number 27 Scott Mittell. Second row 40 and 35, that's Matt Moore and Leon Morel, Class B drivers. Row 3 is 85 David Watson and 7 Julian Griffiths. Fourth row of the grid is number 73, Alistair Smart and Doug Carter in number 5. Andrew Fido in 12 and Miles Drew in 18 on the 5th row. Stephen Bell 86 and Andrew Gord 60 on row 6. 7th row is Mark Grayson in 30 and Ian Charles in 24, and then completed the field 6 Robert Gilman and 23 Dominic Langdon down. It's going to be another pair of 20-minute races, and the Bikesports as well have a rolling start, and Josh will tell you about how this championship might shape out.
Well, it's all very close. So you've got 2 different classes battling for the overall championship. So it's Joe Stables that leads the way. Here's the driver on pole position in the Radical PR6. He's had 6 victories over the course of this season. And he is 3 points ahead of Scott Mittell, who's out there in his family-developed MC41RR. He's had 4 victories this year. I say he's 3 points behind Joe Stables. And then between them is Leon Morel, who's a Class B driver compared to the Class A cars in front. He's won 9 of the 10 races so far this year in Class B, but hasn't been able to score maximum points on some occasions where there hasn't been a big enough grid. But all 3 are very much in contention. It's pretty unlikely, I think, the championship will be decided in this first race. Basically, all 3 of them need to win both races, really. Maybe Joe Stables could afford a second. Fastest lap points are going to be a factor here as well. And the good news for all of the contenders is there's enough starters here in each class for full points to be awarded. But Leon Morel not on pole in Class B. He had gearbox issues yesterday. The former RC driver or competitor, he's behind Matt Moore, who's done really well here to get on pole. And Dave Watson making his return to 750 Motor Club Racing. He starts 3rd in Class B for the production engine cars, and the 2 tuned engine cars at the front, Joe Stables and Scott Mittell, only separated by 0.17 of a second in qualifying. Really competitive stuff. Through corner and curves, saw some of these cars this morning through there. They're absolutely flat out through the majority of it. Now right on the edge, the cars are bouncing about. It's absolutely spectacular to watch. These, I think, are just about the quickest cars. They're competing with F1000 for that this weekend. But really quick lap times in store over the next 20 minutes. Expect Stable and Mittell to go off into the distance as they have done all season. But their battling has been pretty intense, and with this championship on the line as well, I think this weekend that factor's going to sort of be ramped up a bit.
Well, absolutely, it's a big weekend for Mittell cars, because not only is Scott going for the Bikesports Championship up against Joe Stables, Class A and overall championship, but also the team running cars in F1000 as well, and they're going for the championship in that as well, with Dan Gore very much in the mix with that, although I think he's had a few dramas so far this weekend.
Hello to Charles Hall at home, who's just messaged me, former race winner in the category. Sort of missed Charles being out there battling with Joe and Scott, so hopefully he'll be back Charles Hall, very much a competitor with last year. We had sort of 4 or 5 people battling for the wins overall, not quite so many this year. But speaking to Liam Morrell yesterday, I think you'll hear some of this later on in the broadcast, is particularly in Class B, there's quite a bit of interest for next season. So that should be really good. Class B on a couple of occasions this year, as I said, have not reached the quota of 6 cars to score maximum points. It'd be great to have some more cars out next year. The grid 16 here at Snetterton. Perhaps we'd like it to be a little bit more, and hopefully that will be the case next year. But as I say, this is going to be fast and frantic racing over the next 20 minutes, with these 2 races really to factor. We're going to have Stables and Mattel at the front, and then the battle pretty much between the rest behind. So the cars coming out of Murray's End to get the race underway.
And only 3 points between the top 3 drivers in the championship coming into this weekend after drop scores have been taken into account. So cars are out of Murray's, and they're heading up to the line for this 20-minute race. It's the RLM Racing Bikesports Championship. The red lights are on the gantry, and they go out, and away we go. And it's a pretty even start between the 2 of them on the front row. Scott Mittal in the white and red car on the outside of the circuit, and it's Joe Stables in the black number 95 Radical on the inside line, and it's Mittal at the moment. I think he tucks in behind Joe Stables, who has the lead of the race as they head up towards, but Stables goes very deep into the corner. There's one that's gone even deeper still. That's Alistair Smart, who's off onto the grass. I don't know if he had a problem or just completely misjudged his braking point there, but he's dropped pretty much the back of the field. But certainly Joe Stables lost out as well. He's just lost the 1 position, but it is to Scott Mittal, and that could be crucial for the championship. And he's under threat now from that Leon Morrell in 3rd place.
It is. He's got ahead of Matt Moore, importantly, so a good start there from Leon Morrell, who's had a great season. He's actually trying to challenge Joe Stables here for 2nd overall. It won't make any difference to his points tally, but perhaps he knows, actually, if Joe Stables doesn't win here, that gives him a better chance in the championship. So if he can put him under pressure in these early stages and let Scott Mittal get away, that isn't a bad thing for him. Here comes the battle for 4th as the slower starting Matt Moore passes Jules Griffiths, but already there Leon Morrell is pulling away in Class B and already putting a bit of distance between himself and the drivers that can take points away from him here.
Yeah, absolutely right. So that could be crucial. The progress and position of Leon Morrell relative to his Class B drivers, Class B competitors in this race. But Scott Mittal out in front where he needs to be to overhaul this small advantage that Joe Stables has. But a little mistake there coming out of Nelson there and heading towards the bomb hole. But I think Stables also looked a little bit unsettled there as he went through the corner. So I don't think anything net has particularly been lost between the 2 of them. But Mittal in the eponymous Mittal MC41RR with, I think, new tyres on it for this weekend as well. He's out in front by a second or so as things stand.
Leon Morrell is absolutely flying, isn't he, in that production engine car, going with the top 2 on this first lap. Drive with much less experience than the 2 in front in car racing, so absolutely great to see there for Leon Morrell in P3. The rest of the field flow through. It's Matt Moore in 4th, here with Jules Griffiths and Doug Carter. They're 2 drivers they've been racing in 750 Motor Club Racing for a long time, and in fact I think slotted in between them is a car that's not got a transponder working, but that's Dave Watson returning to racing, who's a front runner, wasn't he, in the front engine RGB Championship back in the day. So it's great to see him back out then, having his first taste of radical racing in the car that Simon Walker-Hansel had to go in at Oulton Park, a hire car for the North Motorsport team.
So through the left-hander, there is the 18 car, that's Miles Drew in that Radical SR3 RSX, the Nottingham driver, and he is in 9th position, so just in the back half of the field at the moment. He's just ahead of, is that Andrew Gord, just behind him, Doug Carter, who's perhaps lost a position or 2, then I would suggest. Yeah, that makes sense. But that's Drew in that 18 car heading towards the right-hander at Oggies now, and then off up to the Williams right-hander that takes them on to the Bentley Straight.
It was the Drew car that was the other car that won Class B, wasn't it? But in the hands of Miles' brother, I think, Ross Drew, that won at Donington. That's
right, yeah. Otherwise, it has been Leon Morrell that's done all of the winning within Class B this season. In Class A, it's been split between Stables and Mittal.
There is Dave Watson, who I was talking about earlier, returning to 750 Motor Club Racing this weekend, and doing pretty well there, top 3 in Class B. Although the team will be wanting to sort out that transponder for the race later on today. But he got Jules Griffiths tearing after him as they turn their way through Coram Curve. Meanwhile, the leaders, they're pulling away now as they complete 2 laps. Mittal and Stables, a gap which was 1.5 seconds. And that's come down to 1.2 seconds. The Stables is catching Mattel up front between those two Class A cars that are a bit ahead of the rest here, and already on that first flying lap within a few hundredths of a second of the lap record, so the pace is quick early on. A good battle across the line there. Stephen Bell in the Sabre trying to gain a place around the outside there to go ahead of Andrew Gord and get himself inside the top 10.
That's right, yes. So Stephen Bell up inside the top 10 now in that Class A Sabre Scala for the driver from Leeds. He's been a regular in RGB as it was at the time for many years as well. Andrew Gord has also got Mark Grayson just behind him as well in the number 30 car, so that's for 11th and 12th positions that battle going on.
Out of shot, it's no Mattel for the lead. Joe Stables is right with Scott Mattel, so perhaps we'll pick that up in a moment because the two leaders are absolutely together now. Here they are, into Williams. Joe Stables has caught this over second of a lead here in the Radical PR6. It's out over the curbs as they come out of Williams, and that might have lost him a bit of momentum to Scott Mattel then. Two very different type of cars here. The Radical PR6, which is a bit older now, isn't it? A decade or so ago, Radical built that. The Mattel, a brand new car, self-developed by the family, by Scott and his dad Ian. So great to see the two different types of cars, but absolutely nothing that can separate them. They go up towards Coram Curve, which is a full commitment corner, particularly in these cars. And Joe Stables have been feeling the aero wash through here. They take slightly different lines, a wider line for Stables, whether that's a different line that he wants to use or because the aero wash is just making the car understeer. But through Murray's not a great line for Scott Mattel as they come out the corner with still 14 minutes just over on the clock. It's much closer than it's been across the line at any point during the course of this race. So Scott Mattel's got his work cut out here. It was a slower lap from him. That's why Joe Stables caught. It was a second or so slower than he would have liked for Scott Mattel there as the race leader.
So 1.29 seconds became 0.41. It's still Mattel ahead at the moment, and if things stayed this way, and that's a bit of a long shot at the moment, then it would be pretty much level pegging on points going into the final round of the championship, just depending on which way the fastest lap went, really.
Yeah, I think as it stands right now, all three would be equal because Liam Morrell hasn't got the fastest lap in Class B, and Joe Stables, yeah, pretty much anyway. But so that means in Class B, Morrell is being caught by Matt Moore. But anyway, here are the Class A cars. They're the ones that are really close at the moment. Into Agostini. A wider line taken by Stables. Does that mean he can get a better exit? It does, but Hamilton is not really a place you want to pass. He jinks out, gets in Mattel's mirrors, lets him know he's there. So he can't pass over into Hamilton. The corner's just too quick in these cars to make anything work. But at this point, Ian, it has to be said, Joe Stables looks quicker.
He's up on the inside at Oggies. He'll have the inside line for Williams as well. It looks like Stables is going to go through. He does. He takes the lead of the race. Can he keep it all together as they go onto the Bentley Straight? Yes, he can. So Joe Stables, number 95, takes the lead of the race away from 27 Scott Mattel. It wasn't the best of starts to the race with that mistake at the Wilson hairpin on the opening lap for Joe Stables, but he's bounced back very well indeed and done what he needs to do, because he needs to be ahead of Scott Mattel here if he's going to win the championship, but quite wide over the curbs there at Nelson. But Stables hangs on.
He was out wide because he was going so fast through the corner. He pulled away from Mattel, amazingly.
He wants to get daylight between himself and Scott Mattel. Clearly that is on his mind, just to break the toe, not allow Scott Mattel to try and come back at him. I think that must be what he's thinking. Of course, Stables has won the championship twice before, in 2018 and 2019 in the Radical SR3, not the car that he's racing this season. And his dad, Richard, in 2010 and 2011 was a Radical PR6 Bikesports champion as well. But within half a lap there, Joe Stables was pulled out just over a second, 1.06 second of a lead over Scott Mattel.
Yeah, Mattel was in a 54 on that lap, so his lap times have gone right off. So these new tyres perhaps reacting differently to the tyres he's run on before, quick at the start, but going off perhaps quite quickly because it was an unusual place perhaps where Stables got through on the one up towards Williams. It was a really good move, and he's immediately pulling away. Behind, Matt Moore is still catching Liam Morrell. That gap is only 1.4 seconds, with Dave Watson quicker than both of them. So the Class B battle might be on. They're heading down towards Agostini now. Perhaps we might be able to pick up on that. So the 35 car of Liam Morrell leading the three Radical SR3s. I think we're going to see them now. So they come through the corner. So the quickest of the three is the one at the back, which is Dave Watson in his first race in this car.
Yep, so quite something going on within Class B as well. There you could see Watson in the number 85 car, just in behind 20. Matt Moore, that's the red car ahead, and they are about a second or so behind Leon Morel, who's the Class B leader. And a reminder that the two classes are for Class A, a tuned bike engine, Class B, a production specification bike engine. That's why the Class A cars are a couple of seconds a lap or so quicker than the Class B cars. But Morel here, he's doing what he needs to do, which is leading Class B and having a second or so in hand over the next two, but he will be starting to feel a little bit of pressure from them. He'd have liked to have had a bigger lead, I would suspect.
And he hasn't got the fastest lap, which is a potentially crucial point, because that is going the way of Dave Watson, who's in the 53. That's all nowhere near the former champion Stefano Lini's lap record. He was super rapid when he was in the Class B category a few seasons ago. So that's... don't think that's going to go. And Mattel is still slow, and Joe Stables has just done the fastest lap of the race, the fastest lap we've ever seen in Bikesports around this circuit. A 1 minute 50.50, he's 3 seconds ahead of Scott Mattel. So this is all very much going the way of Stables here, which potentially could put him in a place where he could wrap up the championship in this race, I think. We'll have a look at that a bit later on. But he's the leader. Here are the Class B cars then. This is Matt Moore in second. Behind him, Dave Watson in third. On that lap again, Moore was quicker than Morel, but quicker than both of them was Watson, the third of those cars then. The third of these Radical SR3s. The car, I think there's been over 1,000 of these developed and built by Radical in Peterborough, which isn't terribly far away from Snetterton. They turn their way down towards the Agostini hairpin on this, the 6th lap of what will probably be an 11-lap race.
Yep, there we can see that fight for second and third in Class B going on, and Morel is still about 1.3 seconds clear of it, but as Josh has been saying he could do with picking up the fastest lap bonus point, and he's got to go about 0.8 of a second faster than he's been so far if he's going to do that. So that's quite a tall order for him. You sense that Dave Watson there in 5th position, number 85, is maybe being held up a little bit by Matt Moore in that number 20 car, struggling to find a way past him so far. It can be difficult to overtake in these cars, but there are some good opportunities here at this Snetterton circuit where you've got braking points at the end of a long straight. So they make their way towards the bomb hole again with just under 9 minutes of the race left to go. This is the fight within Class B for second and third overall. Reminder that in 6th place is number 7 Julian Griffith, 7th is number 12 Andrew Fido, 8th is 18 Miles Drew, 9th is number 5 Doug Carter, 10th is 86 Stephen Bell. Still leading is number 95 Joe Stables from 27 Scott Mattel in 2nd place, but the gap between those two now is 4.5 seconds.
That's good. Stables is going even quicker, 1 minute 49.95, which is over a second now underneath Martin Brooks' lap record from 12 months ago here at Snetterton. And as things stand, I think Ian, Scott Mattel is being taken out of the championship hunt, isn't he?
Yeah, it would look that way. We'll crunch that into our spreadsheets.
I reckon Morel will still just be in it as it stands, but Mattel will be out of championship contention. But
So,
I'll let you confirm that.
I'll have a go at that in a moment. 8 minutes of this race left to go, and Morel is being caught a little bit now by Moore. The gap was just over a second, 1.08 seconds at the start of the lap. I reckon it's come down a little bit, or had done at the start of this lap, just trying to get them both in shot. Oh, and a spin. That's 18 Miles Drew at Wilson by the looks of it, and there's smoke pouring from the car, so it might not be as simple as just a spin, and that again is not a great place to stop your car.
It was up over the curbs there for a moment, so I wonder if the car's landed on the big curbs. Oh, there's another car off, so is there fluid down here? There's a very smoky Radical SR3 that's in the middle of the road. Driver is getting out, so I don't know how much longer we're going to get any racing into this, because out of the car gets Miles Drew. I think the other car we saw off was Andrew Gord that was some way behind, so I don't know if there's any action going on downstairs. Look like it at the moment, but I can't imagine that car's going to be left there for very much longer.
No, indeed not. So that's unfortunate.
Matt Moore's lost second here.
He has. So Dave Watson has gone through to second place while we're watching that drama at the Wilson hairpin. So we'll see if Watson now can catch Morel, but Morel seems a bit further up the road, so I don't know if they've fallen over one another. Potential
drama for Joe Stables, because he's caught a lapped car heading into that yellow flag zone, which might mean he'll lose a bit of time. Mattel's gone quicker than he has at any point in this race, so that's still 1 second slower than another fastest lap for Joe Stables, 1 minute 0.69.
And Morell's lead now much bigger over Matt Moore, so I suspect Moore must have made a bit of a mistake there.
And he's just set the fastest lap in class at 1 minute 53.43, a 10th under Dave Watson's best, I think, there. So Liam Morell gets that point back, so he's getting a little bit closer to Joe Staples in the championship hunt once more.
And just to let you know, I've done the maths and I concur with you. I think that the situation would be that if it stays this way, Scott Mitchell, I'm afraid, will be out of the championship hunt for Class A and, of course, the overall standings as well.
So Joe Staples has done an identical lap time to qualifying.
As we've got the yellow flags on the start and finish line, and the safety car boards go out with 6 minutes of this race left to go, which is pretty similar to the amount of time that we've got left in the last race as well.
Yeah, it all sounds rather too familiar, unfortunately. We know how the last one went.
I mean, whether it might be easier to recover this car, that's the only question, I guess.
Yeah, the Marshal post is pretty close, and hopefully this car won't need a lift, but has it left any fluid down?
That's the question. Yeah. That is the question. As to whether there'll be any need for remedial work by the Marshals. But there you can see, obviously Joe Staples has seen the yellow flags in the safety car, so the 5.76 second lead that he'd built up, that's going to come down to nothing. Whether that matters or not, in terms of how we're going to get any more racing or not, that remains to be seen. But just over 5 minutes of the race left to go.
Yes, they're going to be caught the safety, so we can only afford one safety car lap here, and then it'll be one lap of racing, if there's any. Will be the situation that we've got going on here, won't it? So we shall see what happens. But Joe Staples has been really impressive here, I think, Ian, you'd agree with that sort of pace.
Oh yeah, definitely.
And getting past and pulling away from Scott Mattel with quite a bit of ease. It was just that mistake at the start, I guess, which lost him the lead, which you'd say is his only problem.
And I guess it's just fortunate that wasn't more costly than it was, because we saw Alistair Smart make a similar mistake, and he dropped a lot further down the order, didn't he, right to the back. Now, there's a very good chance that Joe Staples could have made up quite a few places as well, had he needed to. But in the end, he just had to sort of chase down Scott Mattel, who's pushing that Mattel MC41 are really hard. And it's so impressive, of course, that is a family-built, designed, built, engineered car as well. That Scott's able to do that. And I know he would have loved to have been able to win the championship this year. It's not over yet, not until this race has finished at least. But I think it might not be a victory for Scott Mattel in the 2021 championship, but it's been very competitive, hasn't it, with Joe Staples. We know an established front runner, twice a champion in 2018 and 2019. That was when he was racing a Class B car, but often he'd be upsetting the Class A cars as well that season, wouldn't he, or in those seasons?
Yeah, I think he won some overall races, didn't he? But you perhaps would say Class A wasn't quite so competitive during those years. And we mentioned Stefano Lini, he was also taking overall race victories in Class B, but he's shown that he's a pretty rapid racer as well. So we've had some great drivers, haven't we, that have come through the Bikesports Championship. With Tim Gray was a former champion as well, and Adrian Reynard, perhaps his day of racing was a bit before he did Bikesports, but again, very quick race, and of course he's running cars here this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. But yes, various different drivers have won the championship. Last year, of course, it was Charles Hall in the Spire that took the title. We've had James Brakel win it back in 2012, Darren Luke in 2009, Jonathan Wright in 2008 as well. So it goes back quite a few years now, the Bikesports Championship, catering of course predominantly for radicals, but also, as we've seen, the Mattel, got the Sabre out there, had Spires out there certainly in the past, although none here this weekend. As the Snetterton recovery truck trying to hook up the broken Miles Drew number 18 car, the SR3 RSX. We've got 2 minutes 25 left, so unless they can get that hooked out of the way pretty quickly, I think we may have seen the last of the racing from the RLM Racing Bikesports Championship.
There's movement down at the hairpin, I see, so this potentially is not over yet. What if we do get back going? The problem for Liam Morell is there's a lapped car in front of him, which could be problematic, couldn't it? With his two class rivals behind him. Dave Watson is a teammate to Liam Morell. Well, that's going to make a blind bit of difference or not to how Dave Watson deals with a potential restart here. I'm not sure. But this is absolutely an opportunity for Scott Mattel to do something should we get back racing. Movement is The movement is continuing up at the Wilson hairpin. The safety cars accelerating away from the pack, is it? And maybe not actually, I thought it was, but perhaps not. So we're not totally sure whether we're going to get a restart here or not. I'm not sure if there's any indication. There's a green flag being prepared, isn't there, underneath us? So I think we are going to get one more lap of racing here, and it could be a crucial lap for the championship here in the RLM Racing Bikesports Championship.
So safety car is indicating into the pit lane. So with 1 minute and 13 seconds left to go, we are going to get one more lap. Of course, if Joe Stables was really kind of here, we could almost stop them before we get to the line. But with 1 minute to go, it's probably taking the mickey a little bit too much. Up to the line they come. Green flag waves, back underway for one more lap of racing in the RLM Racing Bikesports Championship. And it's a good restart there for Joe Stables. Scott Mittel not really able to pressure him. The opportunity he had there was to try and pressure Joe Stables perhaps into riches on the opening lap, but he wasn't able to do that. Up towards Wilson.
Oh, he's gone off! He's gone off!
They've both gone off to some extent, but Stables was the first one on the scene of possibly some fluid on the track, and he's thrown it away onto the grass. And
my goodness.
But there are more cars tangled up as well on the exit of the corner, so clearly there was some fluid down that possibly wasn't spotted. There was no flag for it.
Mittel still leads. He is leading, and Liam Morrell still leads Class B. So it's all gone wrong for Joe Stables here. Yeah,
Morrell is still out there. It was Dave Watson, the car that had spun and was stationary on the exit of the corner. There in the background, you can see Joe Stables, and he'll be trying to... I don't think it matters how many places he makes up, because he's going to drop this score anyway, I would think. Yeah, he's got to get back to second, which actually could be possible within Class A. He's got the fastest lap point. Actually, it might be an important position to get back, actually, because... So who's the first of the next Class A cars? It's... We've got Stephen Bell there as well, haven't you? So he's got to pass a few cars, but it's possible here that this may not be a drop score yet, but Scott Mittel is back in the championship hunt, and Liam Morrell is potentially the one that's going to be leading the championship going into the final race. And somebody's slowing. Who's that? Yeah, can't quite see which car is it. Is it Doug Karcher, I think, that's slowing? He's going to pull off the circuit in the number 5 car. And there you can see the background, Miles Drew's car up behind the tow ropes. So it's Griffith, isn't it, in third? He's the next, the Class A car. So that's where Stables has got to beat. And he's going down past Stephen Bell here. So it's potential that he could get this second place in Class A. And with the fastest lap, that I think will not count as a drop score. He's right with Griffiths as they turn their way up towards Corn. He's going to go past him, I think. He is, and he's going to go through. But up to the line is going to come Scott Mittel. He's going to take the checkered flag here. Well, this is not what we expected at the start of that final lap, but Scott Mittel wins the penultimate round of the RLM Racing Bikesports Championship. Second place goes the way of the Class B winner, Leon Morrell, in third place over the line. Come back there on that final lap for number 95, Joe Stables. He gets the fastest lap bonus point as well. Josh, if you manage to work out what impact that has on the championship. Yes, that point does count. He's second in Class A, isn't he? Yeah, so there's 2 points now between them. Liam Morrell leads on 131 on when drop scores are accounted for, 130 for Stables and 129 for Mittel. So it's going to be whoever... Well, if Morrell wins the fastest lap later, he will win the championship, but... otherwise, it's all to play for. All of them have got to win, really, with that fastest lap bonus point. So the excitement, we thought perhaps it was going into the favour of Joe Stables, but actually didn't. It must have been fluid down, mustn't there? Because there were so many cars going off. So he's going to be a frustrated driver to talk to Matt Suckling, I suspect, in a moment. I suspect he's not going to be too happy about that. He was the first driver on the scene, of course, as well. And Scott Mittel was not too far behind him. I just wondered if he had time to react, or maybe he'd spotted it on the lap behind the safety car as well. That might be a potential issue, and Joe Stables hadn't clocked that. Or the flags maybe as well, what indication by the marshals. But anyway, it's meant this championship battle is absolutely intriguing going into the race later on. The last race of the day, so do stay with us for the afternoon action, because we've got lots more categories to bring you, but this absolutely thrilling end, I suspect, we're going to get to the Bikesports Championship right at the end of the day. It's going to have a Le Mans dusk feel to it as well, which is going to add to the end of the atmosphere. So absolutely cracking stuff. We thought this would be an exciting championship deciding weekend, and it is absolutely that case after just the first of many races, which is a championship crucial race. Yeah, absolutely right. I've got the cars heading into Parc Fermé. Now, I don't know if we're able to give you a look at the results, but if not, we can certainly bring them to you. So it's 27 Scott Mittel it was that took the victory from number 35, Leon Morrell, in second place. In third place was number 95, Joe Stables. Fourth, number 12, Andrew Fido. Fifth, number 7, Julian Griffiths. Sixth was 86, Stephen Bell. Seventh, 73, Alistair Smart. Eighth, 20, Matt Moore. Ninth was 85, Dave Watson. and 10th was number 5, Doug Carter, it says, although I thought he'd retired. But anyway, that's what it says on our timing screen here. Class win going the way of Leon Morel, overall win going the way of Scott Mattel, and the overall fastest lap going the way of Joe Staples with that 1:49.69, which is a new lap record for these cars as well. So that's the Bikesports action for you. There's plenty more racing to come up this afternoon as well, with the second races for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship and the Bikesports towards the end of the afternoon. We've also got Roadsports, the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. But we're ready in Parc Fermé now. Let's head down to Matt Suckling with Scott Mattel.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yep, down here with our race winner from the Bikesports Championship, which is Scott Mattel. Scott, the guys were talking in the box just during that race that you might be out in the championship, but with that race result, I think that puts you clearly back in it.
Yeah, back in it now. I needed to win both these races, so yeah, if I didn't win that, it was done. So yeah, had to do that. But.
What was going through your mind when that safety car came out? Did you think you'd have a chance of trying to get back past Joe?
Absolutely, yeah. I'd struggled a little bit in the sort of early bit of the race. The rear end of the car was just sliding around a lot, and Joe got me back and took the lead. And then I think I got a bit better with it, and it seemed to come back, and I was like, right, safety car, I know we're going to get a lap, maybe two. I was like, well, this is the chance. So.
And what happened up there towards the hairpin? Was there still fluid down?
I assumed there was still fluid down, so I gave it a little bit earlier braking than normal, thinking this is the first time we're seeing it, and I don't think Joe did. So.
That's a shame, really, for Joe, but you benefit from that with the result. In terms of this car this weekend as well, we understand you're on new tyres, is that correct?
Yeah, we had new tyres for the first time in qualifying. I was disappointed with qualifying, to be honest. I was on a lap that was sort of 6/10 up compared to what we did, but safe for everyone. So, yeah, we'll try and change this up a bit for race 2 and go from there.
And it's all on for race 2 as well, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Good stuff. Well done, Scott. Thank you very much indeed. So, Scott Mattel, winner from that first race. Let's try and grab Leon over here as well and have a quick chat with our Class B winner, which is Leon Morel. Leon, that was a close fought race. What did you see of it as they went up towards the hairpin?
It was really tough. I actually noticed under the back of the car, when it was on the safety car, I could see there was oil down on the inside. So I'd got it in my mind that regardless of what happened, if they restarted, I had to go deep and miss it. And I came in, and obviously I took a wide line. As I exited the corner, I looked in my mirror and I seen both my teammates spinning around in circles. So obviously they've been really quick this weekend and put me under a lot of pressure, but that just eased everything. So yeah, great result. Thanks to North Motorsport for giving me such a fantastic car all year, and looking forward to race 2.
It should be good, shouldn't it? You're in Class B, of course. You're still up for the overall championship as well, so it is literally all to play for in that second race between all you three.
Yeah, I think I can cover Scott. I think it's Joe that's my points rival. So let's do the same again. I'm carrying some 13s from Silverstone to low entry round. So although I won with fastest laps, I didn't get maximum points. So hoping to turn those 13s into 16s. So just done it in race 1. Let's see if we can do it in race 2.
It's going to be a hard week, but you're going to give it a good go?
Yeah, mate, it's having it, yeah.
Good stuff, well, Leon, that's what we like to hear. Congratulations on Class B victory, and we'll see if we can grab a quick word as well with Joe Stables, who's just having a quick chat with some of the media down here. But yeah, sorry guys, we're just going to interrupt very quickly. Joe, come and join us if you wouldn't mind. That's a bit disastrous for you in terms of what happened at the hairpin. Talk us through what happened.
Well, the safety car lights were still on, so the boards were still showing safety car, and it distracted me because we were on for the second corner as well, and I was looking at the board thinking why it's still on. Then I looked back and the 100-metre board was right there, so I've already outbraked myself.
What a shame as well, because as we were just talking, you could have just wrapped it up in that first race with that result in terms of Class A, but it's now all to play for in that final race. It's going to be exciting, isn't it? Yeah,
I just threw it all away basically, but hopefully it should be all right for second race.
Was there fluid down at all, or just your mistake?
Just my mistake. I just got distracted.
Do you reckon you can start up in race 2?
Yeah, I should think so. I got a decent gap in race 1, so hopefully do that again.
And of course, you've been a former champion in Bikesports, so you want to try and wrap it up again?
Yeah, it'd be nice to get a second one. Yeah.
Good stuff, Joe. Good luck for race 2.
Thank you.
There we go then, our top 3 from that Bikesports race there, with Joe Stables finishing in 3rd place. And as you heard, it was his mistake rather than any fluid on the track. 2nd place, of course, to Leon, and 1st place went the way to the man who did a grand job to come through, Scott Mattel. We're going to have a quick chat, I think, with Dax Ward, who's around here somewhere, because he is the man who has brought us the Speed Marshal system, and we're going to have a quick chat about that as well. So let's see if we can grab him for that before we move into this afternoon's action. So we'll just work our way through the scrutiny Stephen Bay, there he is. Dax, come and join us. We are live, so come and join us if you wouldn't mind out the front here, and we'll talk about your system that you've introduced. Dax Ward from the F1000 Championship. Dax, talk us through Speed Marshal system, because it's a fantastic concept and it does a great job in terms of the F1000s.
Yeah, so we introduced a system for the Code 60 flag that was widely used in Europe. Code 60 enables the track to be neutralised to 60 kph, but we found in club racing that it was very hard to police that, so we developed Speed Marshal, so the driver can activate a system in the car by pressing a button, which gives the driver an indicator to show what speed they're doing, because not every car in club racing has a speedo on there. We want to go as fast as possible, don't we, normally? But also, externally on the car, if the car, once the button's pressed, a yellow light will flash to indicate the car is going above 60 kph, and it goes static if it's at 60 kph or below. And that means marshals, clerks, other drivers can see what that car's doing. But also, when a driver presses a button, not every driver is aware of the flags. Every driver is different. You've got very experienced, very inexperienced drivers. And it's a very visual system on the back of the car. So in F1000, we're going at such great speeds, you can be right behind someone, and that's what you're concentrating on. A yellow flashing light comes on, it warns you that there's an error ahead, or Code 60, and we need to go into operation for Code 60.
And drivers are very complimentary about that, because in terms of wet conditions as well, it's very handy. People can pick up what's happening ahead of them, what's around them as well. So it's a great service that the drivers have been very complimentary about as well.
Absolutely, and the greatest benefit of our racing is 15 minutes. A lot of people think it's widely used in endurance racing, but we're doing 15, 20-minute races. Sorry, we've got to move. And you don't want to be at a circuit like here having a safety car come out because there's a car that could be rescued quite easily. So Code 60 enables the track to be neutralised very quickly, but also put back into green flag racing very quickly as well. And we're all paying a lot of money to race, and you don't want to be sat behind a safety car for three laps whilst they gather everybody up. So, you know, and also if you built a lead, you maintain that gap from the other driver. So, yeah, good.
And what are the plans going forward? Is it going to be into other championships, or are you kind of just trying to develop first in F1000?
It's been a bit of a slow burner in this country to take it on. Credit to our championship, F1000, and massive credit to 750 Motor Club for taking it on. I think they've seen the benefits as well, not having to use a safety car. It's used widely in Holland, in the Netherlands, and it's making inroads into the USA. So, yeah, I'm British, I'd like to see it widely used in this country, but it's going very well. We've sold hundreds of systems all over the world.
And as you said, it was developed kind of primarily for Code 60, which has now kind of faded away a little bit, so it kind of missed its purpose there. But there's ways to add things to it, and of course, when cars break down, you can use it. When cars are stopped on circuit, you can use it. There's lots you can use it for.
Yeah, it's two other systems it's got is standing start. So on a static start, all the cars will flash. If the car doesn't get away, it's still flashing. And drivers have come up and said, that's brilliant, it's saved me having an accident, certainly at places like Cadwell, where the grid is very narrow. And also, if a car slows down on track, again, the system comes in and flashes and warns other drivers. You know, so if a car did have an accident and stop on track, I think it would have stopped incidents that we've seen in the past where cars have been unsighted and crashed into cars.
Well, it's worked really well in F1000. As you said, 750 Motor Club really happy with how it's gone. I'm sure other championships will look to add it to that championship as well. But well done and good luck.
OK, thank you very much. Thanks for your time.
There we go then, that's Dax Ward from the Speed Marshal system, which is used in F1000. We'll see them a little bit later on this weekend. But for the meantime, we're going to hand you back upstairs to Ian Soman and Josh Barrett.
The final round of the K-Tech Racing Clio 182 Championship this weekend at Snetterton, and Jack Kingsbury is one of the drivers trying to win the championship. Jack, looking forward to this weekend?
Yeah, no, I'm excited. It's going to be a tough battle out there, really. I've been having some bad testing this morning, but I'm hoping that things turn around. Yeah.
Obviously, you had a run in the mid-season. We had lots of wins, but the last couple of meetings haven't quite gone to plan, perhaps.
Yeah, no, yeah, I did have a good run, and then a lot of follow-ups with seconds until Brands Hatch. I lost a lot of points in the last race, which is going to affect me big time. So now I've just got to fight back, go out there and try and do whatever I can do, really.
Because it's so close, I guess it makes it a little bit more simple that you just sort of have to go out there and win the race. Yeah,
well, it makes it simple, but following through with that is it's going to be tough, but got to do what I can do.
Been obviously a good year though for you coming back into the championship this year.
Yeah, no, it's been a very exciting year. Lots of challenges. I've had a lot more problems with the car this year than I've never known to have. So yeah, it's given me a headache, but you know, there's cars for you.
Well, good luck over the course of the races. Hope it all goes well for you.
Thank you very much.
So there's 3 races to decide the F1000 Championship this weekend at Snetterton. Equal lead in the way is Dan Gord. Dan, 3 exciting races in prospect. How are you feeling coming into the weekend?
A few nerves, but I'd rather be up at the front and fighting for it than not be. So yeah, going to give it everything over these 3 races. Going to try and beat Lee Morgan, who's a fantastic driver, a lot of history in this championship. I'm going to give it everything and see where we end up.
You had obviously lots of podiums this year. You had that win at Silverstone, but I guess consistency over these 3 races is pretty important.
Yeah, that's right. So all the consistency means I go in with a drop score in hand over Lee, but yeah, I need to outpace him over this weekend realistically. But yeah, the car's run very well all season. If we can keep that going into this meeting, then that stands in good stead.
These are fast, exciting cars to watch. What are they like to drive?
Oh, they're fantastic cars. Yeah, love driving them. It's they're like huge, overgrown, overpowered go-karts. Yeah. They're fantastic to drive, and even after 3 years now, it still feels quick when you get in them.
Is it a car you'd say is an easy car to learn to drive, or have you had to build up that experience over the years?
Probably took a little while because I came from Caterham, so I probably had to unlearn a lot of Caterham driving technique and go back to my go-karting background. So it's probably easy to come straight from karts than from a normal road-style car, but they're quite forgiving. They're not as on the edge as they might look. So yeah, they're easy cars to learn, but the last few tenths are always hard work. It's
dry today. Is that what you're hoping for over the weekend?
Yeah, I've been doing dry weather dance for the last 5.5 weeks, and yeah, it looks like it should be what we want every weekend.
And Snetterton, is that the circuit you like?
Yeah, I've always gone well here, so yeah, I'm looking forward to this one, and yeah, it's a good place to finish the season.
Well, best of luck. We look forward to seeing how the weekend goes for you.
Great, thanks a lot. Cheers.
So, head of the Mazda 7 Championship here at Snetterton with one of the contenders, Ben Powney. Ben, you've had a great season so far.
Yeah, it's been good. Last race of the week, season even, Sunday. So yeah, really looking forward to it. Should be a good one between me and Danny, and then hopefully we'll way through the grid.
And it's very close between the two of you. I think something like 3 points on drop scores. So really, it's whoever does best over the day.
Yeah, you said 3 earlier. I was hoping it was 4, but maybe you're right. I probably should trust you. Yeah, it's 3 or 4, whatever it is. It's going to be super close, and with 35 points for a win. It could really go either way. I think it's always going to go down to the last race, which would be good.
This is a big slipstream track, and these are great cars to slipstream in. So, any tactics going into the racing?
Not really. I would say try and get a good start, but I think the team are in earshot. I think if I said that out loud, they'd probably laugh because I haven't made a good start in my life. So try and make a good start, get near the front, and then hopefully the front few would always get away. And yeah, as long as I'm close, that will do until the last race.
Obviously, this is a new championship really this year. How's it all going with Mazda 7s?
Yeah, it's gone really well, I think. Reliability's been there, the speed's been there, the grids have been there. It's all been really good, I think. There's been lots of positives. I think we've had some cracking races throughout the year as well. We've had Silverstone stands out as a highlight for me. I think 6 of us crossed the line within about 3 seconds. Yeah, it's been brilliant everywhere we've gone, to be fair. And even the tracks that I used to think were a bit boring have become a bit more exciting, which is good with the extra power. So yeah, it's been awesome.
Do you think it's a great way to go after perhaps if someone's done low cost for a few years, if they want to go a bit quicker?
Yeah, definitely. I think if you've done low cost for a few years and you want to move on, you want to try something else, it's the natural progression really, isn't it? You've got better tyres, a bit of extra power, better brakes, so it's bit more of a challenge as well. They're easy to drive, but hard to drive really fast, I think.
And this weekend you're also racing the F1000 Championship. Is that a distraction from trying to win the Mazda 7 title?
Yeah, no, I'll just stick to what I've done all year really, and just try and have as much fun as possible along the way. And yeah, although one race I think on the Sunday is literally back to back, so I think it's the Jedi first and then straight into the Mazda. So I'm not quite sure how that's going to work in terms of getting the right mind frame, but it's a good distraction in it. I won't be thinking about anything else, I'm sure.
Obviously, they're two very different types of cars. Do you have to completely forget how you drove one to drive the other?
Yeah, you will end up in the barriers otherwise, I think. Yeah, no, I try to even use like that little bit of run to the grid, even from the assembly area, just to spin the tyre and just remember where I'm sitting so I don't dive into the first corner thinking I've got slicks and wings when I haven't, and vice versa. So, yeah, it should be a challenge, but good fun.
Because they're so different, does that in some ways make it easier? Because it's not very easy to forget which car you're in.
Yeah, you do kind of feel very different when you're in each car, I think, and yeah, a few little burnouts, like I say, on the way to the grid, and you soon know which one you're in. And then, yeah, making the use of like the green flag lap, especially if you're going to go from the Mazda 7 to the F1000, that green flag lap is literally invaluable, otherwise I'd be in bits, I think. But, yeah.
It's something you've been enjoying doing both championships this year and obviously doing low-cost in the past?
Yeah, it's been really good. Like the whole of the 750, as you know, is superb racing throughout. And yeah, like doing the two championships was a bit of a pipe dream really, and it kind of came reality at the beginning of the year when the right car came up with the right money in the F1000, so it kind of made sense to go for it. And yeah, I haven't looked back really. I don't know if I could continue it forever, but certainly for this year it's been really good fun. So,
well, good luck this weekend, and look forward to see how it goes.
Nice one. Cheers, Josh.
It's the final rounds of the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup this weekend, and return to the championship is Ali Bray. Ali, you couldn't resist staying away?
No, coming out for the annual 5 Club round. So yeah, really looking forward to it this weekend.
It looks like it should be close. I think Ben's back this weekend. He's already won the championship, so he's got nothing really to worry about. Just to have perhaps a good battle with you out there.
Yeah, I'm sure me and Ben will come toe to toe again. Seems to always be the case with 5 Club. But I'm actually using Kevin Dengate's car this weekend. He's been kind enough to lend me it. And so far today, it's going all right. So yeah.
Is this a kind of a bit of a relaxed weekend for you? I think you've only got the 2 cars in the awning, which is kind of unusual.
It's very relaxing actually. Yeah, we've not got any customers to worry about. We've got Jack Sycamore. We've brought him back to the championship this weekend. Obviously, you know, Jack's a good friend of mine, and this is his 30th birthday present. So it's great to have him here, and we're having a good laugh.
But I'm guessing when it comes to the races, you're not going to give him a 30th present by letting him win or anything like that?
No. After this year, I'm a proud dad of 2 sons, so they want me to win, so that's the plan.
And really this weekend's all about, like you say, enjoying yourself. So a result, obviously that helps you to enjoy it, but having a good race with your mates is what you're here for.
That's it, like everything's so relaxed. The 5 Club team do a great job, 750 as well. The racing's always close, and I can't wait to get stuck in.
Is this a track that suits MX5 racing?
It does. With the long straights, it gives quite a good toe, so you can be a little bit off the pace and still go with the front lot. I mean, Ben Abbott's been fast this year as well. Unfortunately, Mike's not here due to a broken wrist. But yeah, I think there's going to be a few at the front there, and it'll be a good battle.
And then obviously to end the season off, there'll be a reverse grid race, and anything can happen there.
Yeah. I mean, the last time I actually raced was Castle Combe, and the reverse race at the end of the weekend I won. So yeah, I'm partial to a reverse grid. I'm looking forward to that one for sure.
Look forward to seeing how you go this weekend. Good luck.
Mega, great to see you too. Take care. Cheers.
Snetterton, where we're looking ahead to the third race of this 750 Motor Club meeting. Cars heading out onto the circuit for the only race this weekend for the Tagiwa Roadsports series. It's a 45-minute race, and it's the first of 8 races that we've got coming up for you this afternoon. We've got MX5s, hatch, F1000, classic stock hatch, Clios, and the BMWs and the Bikesports as well, which we've already seen before the lunch break. But the cars, as you can see, lining up on the grid in 2 lines, because it's a rolling start for this 45-minute Roadsport race, which also has a pit stop with some drivers going solo, some sharing their cars, and some sort of a relay effort was the plan. So cars coming out onto the grid, and we should have, in the end, I think more than 30 of them onto the grid for this 45-minute race. Pit stop in the middle third of it, and you can see on pole position there it is the Jazz Sapra BMW. He lines up in car 126. He's going to relay that car to Brian Bransom, and alongside him on the front of the grid is number 6 Paul Cook, and both of those drivers were out in the earlier race before lunch for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship, and both very quick in qualifying, I think underneath the lap record, and really favourites for overall victory today. But the Roadsports category does run in 4 different classes based on power to weight ratio. Class A is for the Super GT cars of up to 300 brake horsepower per tonne. Class B for the GTs up to 240 brake horsepower. Class C for Super Sport cars up to 180 brake horsepower per tonne. And Class D for the Sport class up to 145 brake horsepower per tonne. And there's not too many of the Class A cars here at Snetterton this weekend in this Tagiwa Roadsports Series race. My name's Ian Soman. Josh Barrett is alongside me, and we're going to be in, Josh, for a different winner in this Roadsports race compared to those that we've had throughout the course of this season so far. That's right. This is the 6th round of the season, and none of the earlier winners have won. So Christopher Mills, he won at Silverstone and at Brands Hatch, also national circuit. On the international circuit, it was Andy Marston that won, and at here at Snetterton in July, it was John Munro that won, and at Croft earlier in the year, Simon Morga and Matthew Faulkner were the winners. But none of those drivers are racing today, so as you say, we will get a new winner. And problems there you could see towards the background of the shot for the Ford Escort Mark 1. That is of Stuart Place and Stuart Place, spelled differently. They are related. But unfortunately, it looks like that Escort Mark 1, which provided really good variety onto this grid, is not going to take the start, Josh, which is a great shame. It is, and I wonder if the Marshals are be keen for that car not to be there for the 45-minute race. And in particular for the rolling start as well, I would suggest. Yeah, I'm guessing you don't want your Ford Escort Mark 1 parked there either, to be honest. So the VAR Marshals there, and hopefully they would be able to push it either through the pit wall or through the gate on the left-hand side of the track once the cars have vacated and got off onto this green flag lap. So as I mentioned, pole position is that 126 car, just Sapper driving it for the first part of the race. Oh, and the Escort's got going now, and he'll hand over to Brian Branson for the second part. Then alongside him on the front of the grid is number 6 Paul Cook. So that's the front row of the grid, 1, 2, 6 and 6. The second row is 95 for Andy Bailey and 53 Johnny Weston Taylor. The third row is 165, that's the Porsche of Warren Allen, and number 12 Liam Crilly in the BMW Z4 Coupe. Row 4, that's number 90 Rob Meredith in the Lotus, and 46 Alec Ball in another Lotus. The fifth row is treble 6 Sammy Bowler in the Mini Cooper S, and Kevin Talbot number 137 Honda Integra. Nick Goff, number 20, is on the inside of the 6th row in the Audi TT alongside Jonathan Packer's Honda Civic. On the 7th row is number 7, that's Matthew Mindipira, and he's in the Renault Clio alongside the treble 9 car, John Marlowe starting that one. Row 8 is 180, that's Carl Chambers in the Peugeot 306, and 23, that's Ben McCauley's Lotus. Kia McConomy, 121, lines up on the inside of the 9th row, that's a Mini, and Pete Seeley in the MR2 next to him. Row 10, that's 21, Josh Johnson's Golf, and 28, Andrew Stewart's Civic. 148 is Mike Nash on the inside of row number 11. That's the BMW, and 154 Stephen Harrison's Honda. Philip Adcock sharing with son Matt in the 129 BMW Compact, and 64 Stephen Harrison alongside him on row 12 in the Renault Clio. 13th row is 125. That's the Matthew Footman Ford Puma. And 22, Chris Fantana in the Mazda MX-5. Jonathan Berry is 96, that's the Audi A3, and Patrick Scharfiger, 199. Well, actually, that car's going to be started by Stephen Bezic in the BMW 116. Stuart Place and Stuart Place are on the inside of row 15, car 72, and next to them is the 43 car being started by Johnny Webster, another 116. And completing the field, it's going to be Ross Dunstan and another 116 car. So the cars well on their way around the green flag lap, Josh.
There's a couple of cars that are coming from the back, which you didn't see there. They didn't qualify in the session. Tony Rogers and Mark Jones in their Seat Super Copa, and David Kempton, his BMW E36 M3. That's two quick cars that should progress very close to the front of the field, really. So that's going to be quite exciting to watch from near the back.
Yeah, and I think David Kempton, he was saying it's a broken radiator, wasn't it, that he had just before the qualifying session for this race, so a spare had to be fitted. We saw him out earlier on in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship as well. And, of course, his sponsor, SmartFi, will be watching on from the States. So, 45-minute race, pit stops in the middle third. A few drivers have pit stop penalties because they've had success in the previous rounds. Liam Crilly has 10 seconds. The Mike Oldno Johnny Webster BMW has 10 seconds. Johnny Packer has 15, and Phil Adcock and Matthew Adcock have 20 seconds. That means they have to be stationary for an extra period of time during the course of the mandatory pit stops in the middle of the race. There you can see those two cars at the back. The 48 car being started by Tony Rogers, that's the Seat Super Copa, and the number 11 David Kempton BMW E36 M3. So it'll be interesting to see how far up the order they can get, but certainly we expect Jazz Sapra and Paul Cook to be setting the pace in this one. Brian Branson, I think it probably was, that set the quickest time in qualifying, a 2:02. Paul Cook did a 2:04. The rest were a few seconds off that. So I suspect the best battles will be within the classes rather than based on the overall position, but that could yet be proved wrong. So the cars stay more or less 2 by 2 as they come up to the line. The safety cars peel off. Red lights are on the gantry. The drivers can see that. And when the lights go out, 45 minutes of Takiwa Roadsports Series racing gets underway, and it does so now. And it's a good start there by Jazz Sapra from pole position. He's going to have the advantage over Paul Cook as they head up towards Rich's corner for the first time. Just looking to see if everyone makes it safely through. I think they probably have done so far. David Kempton, I can see, has made up a few positions already, but it's Sapra leading. Paul Cook in second place, the two of them overlapping as they come off the Wilson hairpin. Pete Seeley in the MR2 in the middle of the field. He locks up a little bit as he goes into the hairpin, but it looks like everyone's made it around safely so far, Josh.
Yeah, David Kempton's passed about 10 cars. I think he's passed all the Class D cars. He's on the grass almost, getting past a couple more. But the race leaders, here they come. And it's Paul Cook that's got through on Jad Sapra, who's all over the back of him as they come down towards the Agostini hairpin. That's a relayed car, the Sapra Branson duo. Everybody else is going the full distance in their own car. Johnny Weston Taylor's got third, Liam Criddick's got fourth, Warren Allen's all over the place in fifth, and Andy Bailey, who rather outperformed his Honda Civic Class B car in qualifying, has dropped behind some others, but he's actually lost Class B lead therefore, hasn't he, to Liam Crilly, but some more the powerful cars getting through as well. So the leaders turn their way out through Oggies. Looks like the Honda there with Andy Bailey's got back past Warren Allen that had that moment, but you got this great line of cars. There's David Kempton and Tony Rogers coming through together. They're into the Class C cars now, and there's Rogers slotting past Pete Seeley's Toyota MR2. They're both making good progress. Looks like somebody's run a bit wide there. It's a bit dusty, but that's sorting itself out. And you've got some great battles, you've got some great variety of cars, front-wheel drive, rear-wheel drive, front-engine, mid-engine and rear-engined cars as well. So it's as eclectic as you'd like it in this griddy, and it's great to see.
Yeah, absolutely right. Roadsports series being revived as a series rather than a championship a few years ago now, and an endurance format. Previously, Roadsports ran with the 750 Motor Club in a traditional sprint format, but this has a much wider appeal. And there you can see the two BMWs leading. Then you've got the Lotus and the BMW pretty close together in third and fourth. The whole field, and you can see just how eclectic it is as they you see them all come through the shot. You've got the Nick Goff Audi TT that just went through shot as well. The number 20 car, I'm sure he's got a few followers on the YouTube feed as well. He's just been passed though over the line. You can see there by David Kempton through from the back in that BMW. So he's got up to 12th place as Kempton at the end of the first lap. So that's quite good progress he's made. Tony Rogers was up to 16th position at the end of lap 1. Both of them coming from the back.
Paul Cook's got, oh, that didn't go well. Nick Goff's been absolutely taken out there by Jonathan Packer, who rather missed his braking point into the Wilson hairpin. Jonathan Packer, who was a race winner at Oulton Park last week, has damaged his area Motorsport Honda Civic.
Yeah, the bodywork's fouling on the tyre. That's the problem there, isn't it? That's the big issue that's going to cause some ill handling in the first instance, damage to the tyre as well.
The TT's still going after he got T-boned somewhat there for Nick Goff. And yeah, Jonathan Packer, well, he's still going at the moment, but is he going to pull off here into the Agostini cut off into the paddock? I don't think he is. But I think he's going to puncture his tyre if he's not careful. Yeah, now he's decided that's the better idea.
That's race run for Jonathan Packer. That's one of the drivers that had an extra 15 seconds to serve in the pit stops. Everyone has to be stationary for 60 seconds in the pit stops, and he would have to be stationary for 75, but that's now, sadly, not an issue.
Class D cars going through there, and it looks like it's the Adcock Compact that leads that from Matthew Footman's Ford Puma. But a bit further up the order, Warren Allen is progressing. He's got himself ahead of the Class B leader, Liam Crilly, the BMW Z4, passed by the Porsche Cayman. So now he goes after Johnny Weston Taylor in the Lotus Lease, another Class A car. Johnny Weston Taylor, I think a former champion with the 750 Motor Club in a very different type of car. But up front, Paul Cook is going away. He was led by 3 seconds at the end of lap 1 from Jad Sapra, so that was a good opening lap from Cook. And now Sapra's pulling away in turn from the Lotus of Weston Taylor, Allen in the Porsche, and pretty quicker through the corners in the BMW Z4.
Yeah, so 4.1 seconds between Cook and Sapra at the end of 2 laps of racing then, and another 7 and a bit seconds back to Johnny Weston Taylor in 3rd place. He was slated to race that car, share that car with the Sports Battles champion Andy Hiley, but Andy, I think we'll see him out for tomorrow's racing.
That was all rather tight as David Kempton dived past a couple of Class B cars. That was the battle of a second in Class B between Andy Bailey's Honda Civic and Alex Ball in the Lotus Elise. And now it's Tony Rogers' turn to get involved. You've got the Honda Integra there as well going well. That's Kevin Talbot. I don't think we've seen him out in Roadsports before, going really well. Sammy Bowler is involved in that battle in the Mini. So many different types of cars, but they come to pretty much the same pace within that Class B battle on the power to weight ratio. It works really well. Liam Crilly's a little bit further up the road, but he's a super successful driver, multiple champion in the different disciplines, but a great battle behind him for second in that class. With, I think, they're Kevin Talbot gaining a place in the Honda Integra out of all of that.
Yeah, so up to 6th and 7th, we've got the 2 cars from the back. Can we see again what happened at the hairpin there on the previous lap? Here we go, a replay of that incident just coming into shot any moment now. Well, the Honda of Packer was very late on its brakes, and there's not a lot there that Nick Goff could do about that, Josh.
Yeah, what he was actually doing was getting the Class C lead away from Matthew Mandapira's Renault Clio, but in all of that, as you say, braked way too late to slow himself down, and unfortunately Nick Goff got caught up in it, although it looks like he's still going, so that's good news for Goff. Jonathan that's Andy Bailey, isn't it, in the other area? Honda has fallen behind Kevin Talbot's Honda Integra, and then you've got Alex Ball in the Lotus Elise that is challenging but doesn't have the power there to draw alongside the Honda Civic. The Class B really competitive here. Over the course of the season, Liam Crilly's won twice, Liam Bridgeway, Phil Driver and Colin Gillespie have won, so Liam Crilly's the only driver that can replicate the win. I think he said he's got some penalty to serve in the pit stop, so that means he's trying to build a lead in this first into the race.
Yep, lap 3, and Paul Cook's lead now out over 5 seconds over Jaz Sapra in 2nd place at the end of that 3rd lap of racing. But just looking at the lap times for the cars that have come through from the back, well, David Kempton has done a 2:07.79, Tony Rogers has done a 2:08.18, so they're not too much slower than the 2 cars out front, Paul Cook and Jaz Sapra, who've lapped in the 2-minute 6s and 2-minute 7s respectively. So you would think there'd be, well, one or both of them could be on for a podium here, Josh.
Here's some of the Class D battles, and the standard 116 trophy car is ahead of the modified one by the looks of things. I'm quite sure that's how 4040 Racing planned it, but that's what the situation is. It's a bit further down the Class D, but something like for 4th, and it's the 199 car there, Stephen Bezic, who is ahead.
Yeah, ahead of the 43 car, which is Johnny Webster, out in that one at the moment. Mike Oldknow, sometime from the V Racer, will be out in that for the second part of the race. But there's the 4040 Racing number 43 cars. Into the pits comes the Audi, and that's Jonathan Berry's Audi A3, so that's not for a scheduled stop, because we've only had 8 minutes of the race so far, and you can't make your mandatory stop until 15 minutes have gone by.
These 116s are going to be lapped before terribly much longer. They're lapping about half a minute slower than the leaders, as you'd suspect. They've got about a quarter of the power, haven't they? Something like that. But they're having a good battle. I'm going to see plenty of these 116 trophy cars out tomorrow. I think there's over 30 on the entry. A bit sideways there was Bezic as he turned his way into the hairpin, which could have given a chance for Johnny Webster to get past, but it didn't really. So they exit the hairpin as race leader Paul Cook crosses the line. So in the next lap or two, he will be with them.
He will be, won't he? Yes, no doubt about it. So Paul Cook's just gone over the line now, and his lead is now 6.5 seconds.
And that is because he just set a new lap record in the category, a 2 minutes 5.32, which is about a second under the previous lap record, which was just set a few months ago here at Snetterton by John Munro.
As over the line now comes the battle a little bit further back down the order. That's the Liam Crilly battle with Warren Allen, I should say. So that's for 6th and 7th place now, because Kempton has gone up to 3rd and Rogers has gone up to 4th in the invitation class and Class A car respectively. So you've got Allen in the Class A Porsche and Crilly in the Class B BMW. They're on screen now. They're doing battle for 6th position overall, but it's not for class position. And then here is Andy Bailey. So this is for 2nd in Class B, and he's got his Civic just ahead of the Integra of 137, Kevin Talbot, and just behind them is the number 46 car, which is Alex Ball in the Lotus Elise. So those are 3 Class B cars together having a very good battle for 2nd position.
Yeah, the Civic's back ahead then. Liam Crilly, Andy Paley did get himself back ahead of Kevin Talbot then in that battle. They are already, though, 8 seconds behind Liam Crilly. So this rate, Crilly's going to build up a big enough margin, I think, to stay ahead despite his pit stop penalty. But they're having a good battle nevertheless. The Integra, another road-registered car I see there, and Roadsports does tend to bring out some cars that are road legal cars that are sometimes driven to the circuit in some instances. And Talbot's late on the brakes there into Oggies, but couldn't quite get the better of Andy Bailey. Not far behind these 3 is Sammy Bowler in her Mini Cooper.
Yeah, she's about 2 seconds behind them, isn't she, at the moment in her Mini Cooper S. Drive from Stockport in Cheshire, 29 years of age. She appeared, I think it was at Donington last December, wasn't it, for the first time in Roadsports, and she's been back multiple occasions since. The car originally built for Mini Challenge, but now she's enjoying racing in the longer distance races in Roadsports, where she did have some success within the Mini Challenge before converting to this particular category.
Yeah, I think they've done some modifications on it over the winter as well, into this season to compete in Roadsports. I think in Class B, where we saw her out in Class C in that one-off race last season. This is a good battle for what is 8th position on the road, with Andy Bailey ahead of his Class B rival. We haven't talked much about Class C, so let's just say that Matthew Mandapira is doing a really good job in his Renault Clio, because he's leading that by a few seconds from a slightly older Clio, which is being driven by John Marlowe in this opening stint. And then 3rd place in Class C is Ben McCauley in his Lotus Elise.
Yeah, there's about 6 seconds between them at the moment, isn't there? Something like that between 1st and 2nd within Class C. Matthew Mandapira out in front though, but we'll stick with this Class B battle for 2nd place at the moment. So it's Andy Bailey, number 95. We saw him out at Alton Park last weekend in Club Enduro. 137, Kevin Talbot, and 46, Alex Ball in that little Lotus Elise. And these seem to be really evenly matched, don't they? Around the just under 3 mile Snetterton 300 circuit.
Yeah, Alex Ball's, I think, a front runner in the Lotus Elise Trophy, isn't he? But he's finding it rather more interesting to race against cars that perhaps got a little bit more power. His car quicker through the corners, but he can't find a way past. It's a very different style of racing perhaps to racing in a one-make Formula. Something to get used to, perhaps, as they turn their way then up through Hamilton. And Kevin Talbot's very much on the limited sideways. He saves it, though. So he's really pushing on. And like I say, I don't think we've seen much of him in Roadsports, but he's putting in a good job here, running inside the podium positions within his class. And he's turning his way then onto the Bentley Straight for another lap. In about a lap's time, we're going to have the pit window open, aren't we?
Yeah.
Which will add another spice into this race. There's the Johnny Weston Taylor Lotus, which is 5th. And behind him, not going as well a thing as expected, is Warren Allen, who's been a former winner in the past in the category.
Yeah, he did sort of 2:10s, I think, in qualifying. He's only done 2:11s so far in the race, and we saw that qualifying time. I thought, oh, he should go a bit quicker than that. He's actually not even matched that time so far, Warren Allen. He's 6th overall and 5th with the in-class A, because you've got the invitation class car of David Kempton in amongst them as well in 3rd position overall. And he's just done a 2 minute 6.90, so a new personal best lap of the race now for David Kempton. In 3rd, he is 17 seconds behind the car in front, which at the moment is being driven by Jazz Sapper. A driving standards flag, as you can see, has gone out to somebody. No doubt that will be for exceeding track limits. We can't see the number of the car it's being directed to. See, it's being shown on a board to the drivers. It's not being shown on the LCD screen outside our window, as this battle for the Class B 2nd position comes to a head with up the inside there, Kevin Talbot going through at Ritchie's to take the position away from Andy Bailey in the Civic, and following him through is going to be Alex Ball in the Lotus. They're on the brakes now for Wilson Hairpin. The two of them are still side by side, but it looks like Alex Ball has got that done. So Andy Bailey loses 2 positions there. That was very tight on the run up to Ritchie's, wasn't it, Josh?
Yeah, I think there was a touch, because there's a bit of debris on the road now. So Kevin Talbot has got through for a 2nd time. So let's see if Andy Bailey can fight back. But in all of this, Liam Quilly is now over 10 seconds in front of them. So he has got a big enough margin potentially to stay in front come the pit stops. And he has just set a new lap record, I think, within his class, a 2 minutes 11.26, which is fractionally under what Christopher Freeman has done in the past in this category. So let's see what Kevin Talbot can do. Can he get away? Well, now he's still got that Lotus, which you'd kind of wonder might be quicker in clear air for Alex Ball. He looks fast, doesn't he? We know it's tricky in these Lotuses, in these categories. They're usually quick through the corners, but down the straights obviously don't have the power, but that's how the power to weight ratio formula all balances out, and over a lap time it's normally not too much between them. Paul Cook up front, so it's on another fastest lap, by the way, a 2 minutes 4.94 now.
Yeah, and he's just lapped Phil Adcock, hasn't he, as well? So he's lapped everyone up to including 23rd position now, with half an hour left to go, and the pit window open as a result.
Phil Adcock is leading Class D. We haven't mentioned them lately. He's a couple of seconds ahead of Matthew Footman's Ford Puma, but he's got more pit stop penalties to serve.
He has.
And then Chris Fantana's Mazda MX-5 is 3rd within Class D.
So what we're watching on screen there at the moment is the battle for 2nd place in Class B. It's Kevin Talbot in the Honda Integra. It's the Lotus Elise of Alex Ball, so 137 and 46 there, 9th and 10th positions overall. Race still being led by Paul Cook, number 6 from 126. Branson and 11 David Kempton in 3rd. A driver now getting a 5-second penalty as well, I can see. There you go.
That is Kevin Talbot in the Honda Integra, 137.
Okay, yes, so it's appeared on our screens now. So Kevin Talbot with that 5-second penalty, so that will drop him down the order, and that rather spoils that battle for 2nd within Class B.
Well, I imagine the battle actually won't change much to watch on the circuit,
No.
even though at the end of the day, actually, it might be a bit more problematic. There's Sammy Bowler again. She'll lap in another of those 116s. I think that's the Ross Dustin car, is it? At the back, car number 40. So 28 cars are running now. And through Palmer, that battle continues. So I wonder if Alex Ball gets through, whether he'll be able to do a similar kind of pace to Liam Crilly up front. There's Andy Bailey, qualified so well, didn't he? Up on the 2nd row of the grid, but in the race he's been a couple of seconds slower, so whether that's a qualifying setup maybe even that gave him that time, but he hasn't been able to replicate that pace in the race, but he's still involved in this battle for 2nd place in Class B as they turn their way down through Oggies. So pit stops sort of can happen from now, can't they? So we'll see if anybody decides to pit early. The lead gap up front is 10 seconds, but we suspect Brian Branson will be quicker than Jazz Sapra, don't we? Assuming that car's okay, because obviously it did break.
Well, it lost a wheel. I wonder if they might have reverted to sharing the Jazz Sapra's car, potentially, I guess. Or even Jazz could be doing the whole race, I suppose. But we'll have to keep an eye on that one when it does come in, see if they do it. As we see Alex Ball getting ahead there of Kevin Tolbert on the road. He's going to be ahead anyway with the 5-second penalty. Clips the curb there. That gives Tolbert another chance to have a run at him through the bomb hole. He's going to be inside line through the compression. And they're still alongside one another. They've got the BMW 116 ahead of them. Andy Bailey's being brought back into the equation as well. So this battle for second place in Class B really does continue. Now, which way are they going to go with this 116 ahead of them? As Bailey gets the position back from Tolbert as well. Ball pounces on the 116 and has put that between himself and Bailey now. This battle's changing all the time.
Absolutely. So now Alex Paul will have this clear track, see what kind of pace he can do. We've seen Bailey and Tolbert go side by side through Ritchie's before. This time, though, Andy Bailey on the inside line hangs on, as you see there. So the Integral, which was second on the road, has now dropped to fourth. And Sammy Bowler is catching them all, isn't she? And has those battle in front of her, so she should be able to buy her way into this battle. Yeah, she's absolutely there now. So 3 front-wheel drive cars, the Honda Civic, the Honda Integra, slow through the corner. And Sammy Bowler has to get on the anchors halfway through the corner not to run into the back, as she does successfully, but can't find a way past for now as they turn their way through Palmer Corner and accelerate off down towards Agostini, and that battle shall continue.
A couple of cars are into the pits, by the way, including the 199 car of Stephen Bezic, who's going to hand over to the experienced catering racer, Patrick Scharfiger, for the second half of the race, or just over half of the race. But the leading contenders yet to make their pit stops here. 26 minutes still to go. There's the Rogers car. That's the one that started at the back of the grid. Tony Rogers in the Seat Leon Supercopa. He's up into 4th position now. He's about 3.5 seconds behind David Kempton in the BMW. There is Kempton, just a brief view of him as he flashed through the shot. But then you've got that left hooker Seat in 4th position.
There's a second place in Class D just behind the Ford Puma of Matthew Footman, going well and keeping very much in sighting distance of Phil Adcock, who's got this penalty. Did the Puma have a penalty? 1.25 for the pit stop?
No.
So
no.
yeah, it's very much Class D or net time is going the way of the Puma, isn't it?
Could be a lot of work for Matthew Adcock to do in the second part of the race.
Absolutely, and he was a winner with his dad at Silverstone last time out.
It seems like a long time ago, doesn't it? I suppose it was quite a long time ago, that Silverstone event.
Yeah, we had no September races, didn't we, for Roadsports?
Back out into the race goes number 180, Carl Chambers, as well, in the Peugeot 306. He's dropped down to 24th now on the screens, having made his stop.
See on the Alpha Live coverage there, 148, which is Mike Nash. He's one of the drivers doing the BMW Car Club races and Roadsports. He's currently running in 20th position overall. We come up towards halfway distance in this race. Here's another of the bewinged 116 trophy cars. There's Nick Goff with that dent in the door, so he's going to have some work to do, isn't he, over the winter to sort out his Audi TT. It's great to have that car here. More driving standards flags going out, I see, as across the line goes Nick Goff. He is in 13th position overall and setting personal best lap times a lap ago, so getting up to speed in that car as he turns his way through Ritchie's there.
You just saw in the background as well, number 64 leaving the pit lane. That's Stephen Harrison, now handed over to Stephen Watson in their Class C Renault Clio. It's in 26th position overall, having made its stop. 9 minutes left of the pit stop window.
Just behind Nick Goff is the Class C leader, which continues to be Matthew Mandapira's 197 Clio, but he's being caught by John Marlowe's 182. There's just over a second between them. So perhaps if we look in the background of the shot at Agostini, we might see them. How far are they behind Goff? About 10 seconds. So perhaps we'll pick up on those in a moment. But the two Clios battling for Class C could be interesting. And I think we're going to get a new Class C winner too, aren't we? Because Jonathan Packer, who was a winner, he's out the race, and other winners have been Matthew Creed and Rory Baptiste. So a new Class C winner in store here as well at Snetterton. So a nice way to end the year, adding some drivers to the winners list. Nobody's actually won more than 2 times within their class this year, and the only driver that might change that is Liam Crilly, isn't it, in Class B, looking for his 3rd win of the 6 rounds.
Well, that's the nice thing about Roadsports as well, is it's not a championship, there's no commitment to have to do all of the rounds, although several drivers do appear for most, if not all of them. And therefore you do get quite a mixture of different winners and podium finishes.
Here's the Class C battle then into shot. The 197 has been caught by the older 182 Clio. So Matthew Mandapira trying to defend. John Marlowe's trying to go right round the outside here, but I don't think he quite made it. So it's a good battle there in Class C. And not far behind them is the Lotus Elise of Ben McCauley. So 3 cars in Class C, not separated by very much, with the 2 Clios in front. Here they are on our screens heading up towards Coram.
Yep, so that's the treble 9 car that was just cocking a wheel there. That's John Marlowe behind Matthew Mandapira. They were separated at the beginning of the lap by about 1.3, 1.4 seconds. That's certainly come down a lot during the course of this lap. Over the curve though, on the exit goes Mandapira.
Yeah, he got it a bit wrong into the bend, I think. But has he been able to hang on is the question. Well, yes, because the 182's gone for the pits.
It has, so that's resolved that little battle. And Ben McCauley wasn't too far behind either in the Lotus, was he?
No, so John Marlowe, he'll be handing over to Robert Quantrell in that car, 999 car, so getting himself out of the battle, perhaps trying to pit early and maybe get through. That's what's called the undercut, isn't it, I think, in other parlance.
It is. So, yeah, we're pretty much at halfway through this race now. So it's number 6, Paul Cook, leading from 126. The Brian Brunson, Just Sapra a keep. Mark Jones and Teddy Rogers third in the number 48 car. 4th, 165 for Warren Allen. 5th, 53, Johnny Weston Taylor. 6th is number 12, Liam Crilly, leading Class B.
Sapra's in the pits, so we shall see if that BMW dwarfs into another car or not.
Well, it looks like there is another BMW with its nose poking out of the garage.
So that'd be Brian Branson, but we know Wood's quicker by about 1.5 seconds in qualifying than Paul Cook. It was something like a 10-second gap, wasn't it, or 12 seconds by the looks of it on the Alpha Live timing graphic. So 12 seconds was the gap that I guess we should watch for, whether Brian Branson can catch Paul Cook at all as Andy Bailey rides the curbs there. He's got a bit of a gap, hasn't he, over Kevin Tolbert, but Alex Ball has been pulling away. Alex Ball that is 20 seconds now behind Liam Crilly. So Liam Crilly's gone quicker still, 2 minutes 10.86 now. Another lap record within Class B. Is looking strong to perhaps get a 3rd win of the season. He took victories at Silverstone on the National Circuit and at Brands Hatch on the Indy track.
Another front runner to have been into the pits is David Kempton. He's made his mandatory stop now. I think he's gone back out again.
Class D leader is in, so that is Phil Adcock to hand over to son Matthew. So Matthew Adcock will have some work to do, although Phil Adcock just set a PB last time, 2 minutes 23.94 on his last flying lap of the session.
Just out of our comment box window, I can see that Brian Branson's gone back out into the race in the number 126 car. So they have indeed changed cars, and they have got a wheel back on it, which is the reason that it retired from the earlier BMW Car Club Championship race.
So if it stays on for the next 20 minutes, I guess.
Yes.
And they've come out in something like 8th position, haven't they? Just behind Rob Meredith, who's having his first run in the Lotus Elise S2. That has been a winner in the past, or was a winner here actually in the summer, in the hands of John Munro.
I can see that the number 7 car of Matthew Mandapira is now in the pits, and out of the race goes number 96. That's Jonathan Berry.
Well, we thought he was out the race before, but he's come out. He had an 18 or a 16-minute pit stop, and he's come out and made it 3 further corners before stopping.
That's right.
See there, Nicky Emerson making sure nobody's speeding in the pit lane.
Yeah, absolutely right. And you'll notice that the cars are all parked at a sort of 45-degree angle, nose into the pit garage, and then they're pushed back out to get back out into the race, and that's because it's quite a compact pit lane, just to ensure that there are no sort of incidents in the pit lane when it gets very busy, which it did at Alton Park in the Club Enduro race on one occasion last weekend.
Yeah, but I think we just about got away with everything there, didn't we?
Yeah.
So left out yet to pit, Paul Cook, Tony Rogers, Liam Crilly, Alex Ball, Andy Bailey and Sammy Bowler, the top 6. And they'll have to pit on the next lap or so, because they're not too far away from the pit window closing. Obviously it's a long lap around here.
It is.
So that should happen soon. So Paul Cook leads the way, and of course his main rival Brian Branson has already pitted. So they'll both be looking to not really lose any time in the pit lane. It's a 60-second pit stop nowadays, isn't it?
Yes. We did have it as a 90-second stop in the early part of the year with COVID precautions, so extra sanitisation time in the car.
Bad of a second in Class B in the pits, Alex Ball and Sammy Bowler there. So we'll see how they come out in comparison to Kevin Tolbert, who's already pitted. Andy Bailey has stayed out on track. He's continuing round, so he'll have to pit on the next lap.
A few cars coming in. Is one of those possibly in the background Paul Cook in the BMW? It's hard to see if it is, but yeah, I think it is Paul Cook that's come in just in the back of shot there. So from the lead of the race, Paul Cook, number 6 in his BMW M3 is back out. Is back into the pits.
Great to have this shot of the whole pit lane, isn't it? So we can see everybody that's in the pit rather than just one or two. So it's pretty easy to tell what's going on. You can see pretty small teams. Maybe they brought their family along to help them out, but there are a few team-run cars as well. But really cost-effective way about doing this over the 45 minutes, particularly if you're sharing a car. It's pretty good pound per minute, isn't it, in the Roadsports series?
It certainly is. It's got a real appeal, this type of racing, and I think 750 Motor Club have absolutely got this recipe nailed. It's been interesting that it's a format that other clubs have imitated since 750 Motor Club introduced it a few years ago. But I think we're still seeing very strong grids, strongest of any in this 750 Motor Club Tiguan Roadsports series, which is fantastic.
Looks like both Alex Ball and Sammy Bowler have gone out ahead of Kevin Tolbert. So is that Bowler then ahead of Tolbert in the pit stops? Because she was behind, I think, the last time we saw them.
Yeah.
It looked like, if anything, she was closer to Alex Ball. Here's Paul Cook exiting the pit lane. And I don't think Brian Branson is that near the end of the lap yet. So if anything, Paul Cook's got a bigger lead now, yeah, because Brian Branson's only at Coram, so that's more than 12 seconds.
Yeah, so it's worked out well for Paul Cook. So it looks like he's going to be on for the win in this Tiguan Roadsports Series race, you would think, once everything has settled down. We've still got the Tony Rogers car. Is it in the pit lane at the moment? I don't think it is. So
that doesn't bode well, considering he crossed the pit lane, across the line with less than 2 minutes to go. So.
Yeah, he's just heading up to Williams now, so he's got 45 seconds to get back to the pit lane, which I think he might be asking a little bit too much. That might just about be possible, I suppose.
Well, if he crossed the line, didn't he, with 1 minute and 53 to go on the pit window, and he's not going to do that kind of lap time.
No, so that could be the Tony Rogers and Mark Jones car having to pit outside the pit stop window, which will incur a penalty for that particular team.
So Crilly and Bailey, are they in the pit, first and second in Class B?
Bailey is. Can't see Crilly, but he may be there.
Okay, well, hopefully he is for his sake. So we'll see how that resolves. This battle's still close, isn't it? Warren Allen now ahead of Johnny Weston Taylor.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here's the leader on the road, Tony Rogers, who should have pitted by now.
Yeah, and 15 minutes is up. He's not going to go... Yes, he is going to go for the pits this time, but I'm afraid it's about 12 seconds too late.
I didn't quite judge that right. Oh, and is that fluid coming out the back of the car? I'm not quite sure what that was, or something on the road already. So there's Andy Bailey. Liam Crilly has come out the pit. So Liam Crilly still leads Class B. Who's going to be second, though? Looks like Bailey's got second, doesn't it? Because we haven't yet had Alex Ball and Sammy Bolo. Here's Ball, yeah. So Liam Crilly in the pits in the area motorsport car. He's up to second in Class B, about 15 seconds behind Liam Crilly. And with exactly 10 seconds quicker in the pit stops, and that's how it should have worked out, isn't it?
Yeah.
And then Alex Ball is third, Sammy Bowler is fourth, and Kevin Tolbert with the penalty is fifth in Class B.
Okay, so I'll give you a bit of a rundown on the order in a moment or two. But for the moment, there's still a few pit stop matters to sort of shake out. I can see a stop-go penalty board is being prepared. Well, that's going to be shown to anyone or not remains to be seen.
Remember, John Marlowe was right with Matthew Mandapira in Class C, wasn't he? Well, now Robert Quantrell's in the car after their pit stop. They're half a minute behind, so that has not gone to plan. The Lotus in the pits, Ben McCauley exits the pit lane, and he's ahead of the Clio. So in the pit stops in Class C, that's all changed around, because into the lead has gone the Lotus Elise then of Ben McCauley ahead of Matthew Mandapira, but not by much. So the Class C battle you can see on the screen is pretty close indeed.
Oh, yes.
So that's a good battle, I think, to watch over the remainder of the race, heading down towards the Wilson hairpin. with Macaulay fresh from the pit lane, just in front of the Renault Clio of Matthew Mandapira.
Okay, so that's for Class C, and they are 15th and 16th overall as well on the timing screen as things stand at the moment. Turning their way through Parma, and then it's straight behind the Tyrrell's restaurant down towards the hairpin, the left-hand hairpin at Agostini.
Meanwhile, Brian Brantham's just on the fastest lap of the race, and a new lap record, 2 minutes 4.26, which is about 2 seconds now under the lap record, which was broken in July. And Brian Brantham is 18 seconds behind Paul Cook, but was 4 seconds faster on the most recent lap.
I think Nick Goff may have just made up a place. No, that's going to be a lapped car. He was lapping, I think, just looking at the screen. But watching this battle, well, Ben McCauley's been just getting away a little bit from Matthew Mandapira so far on this lap. He's just tucked in behind the 22 car there, which is Chris Fantana, which is a lap down.
Yeah, and Fantana third in Class D. Matthew Footman in the Puma is ahead of Matthew Adcock, and by about 20 seconds. So I think that wraps up all the classes we've mentioned now after the stops.
Yeah. So run down on the order then. It looks like it's Paul Cook, number 6, leading then from 126. Brian Brantham in second place. 11, David Kempton is third. 48, Mark Jones is fourth. 5th is number 53, Johnny Weston Taylor. 6th is 165, Warren Allen. 7th is number 12, Liam Crilly. 8th is number 95, Andy Bailey. 9th is 46, Alex Ball. 10th is treble 6, Sammy Bowler. Leading Class C is the 23 car of Ben McCauley, and Class D it is the Matthew Footman car, which is how many seconds ahead of the Adcocks at the moment?
20 when I last looked.
Okay,
Because of that 20-second penalty, basically.
Yeah, pretty much exactly it. So that's the situation at the moment. Just over 11 minutes of this race left to go. And talking of 11, there is car 11, David Kempton, in third position, also out in the BMW Car Club Racing Championship races here at Snetterton today.
And Adcock's off. Matthew Adcock is off the road. Does he hit the barriers as well on the exit of Ritchie's?
I think so. There's some damage to the front of the 129 car there, I'm afraid. Can't see it now because the car's spun around to point away from us. It looked like certainly the bumper was off. Now, how hard a hit that was for Matthew Adcock, I'm not quite sure, I'm afraid. But the car's stationary. I think he's giving the thumbs up to the marshals.
Before all that happened, Brian Brantham did another fastest lap of the race, a 2 minutes 4.07. If this necessitates a safety car, Brian Brantham's gap will be reduced somewhat. Here's Sammy Bowler again. How's she getting on in Class B? She is 4th, and she's 3 seconds behind Alex Ball. But behind her is a Class A car that's going quicker than it's gone all race long. Rob Meredith has got into the 211s as he gets more used to the Lotus Elite, but he is in a different class to the cars around him.
That's right.
There's Andy Bailey, who should be second within Class B. There's a stop-go penalty board going out, which presumably will be for the Sayat, won't it?
I would think it probably is, yeah, for the stop out of the pit stop window. So there's Sammy Bowler going across the line, 4th in Class B, treble 6. She's lost about 2 seconds on that lap, I reckon, to Alex Ball. Yes, that last lap she was just over 2 seconds slower than Alex Ball in the number 46 Lotus Elise.
Alex Ball is not really catching Andy Bailey, who he got ahead of earlier. So Bailey looking good for second. There's our Class D leader. That's Matthew Footman in the Ford Puma, who's going to have a much bigger lead now with his closest rival off the track.
As the safety car is being scrambled, yellow flags being shown at the start line, safety car heading out of the pit lane, and that will be because of the Matthew Adcock BMW Compact that spun at on the exit of Rich's corner. And it had come to rest, I think, on the inside of the circuit there. So it's just over 9 minutes of this race left to go. We go into safety car conditions. So third race in a row where I've had a safety car towards the business end of the race. It looks like that car, though, is being pushed back behind the barriers, though. So hopefully it won't be too long before the race can get back underway, unless there's any other reason for the safety car that we're not aware of.
There's bits of BMW being picked up now, which isn't great news for Phil Adcock's car, driven by his son Matthew. Not quite the way I think they wanted to end the season. Because the safety car hasn't picked up the leaders, and it's not really needed to be out for any longer, I presume we're not going to really get the leaders behind the safety car. We'll probably just get back going, won't we, once the safety car gets back round.
Medical car will go to the scene of that incident just to check Matthew Adcock over, which is perfectly normal. Any time a driver makes contact with the barriers. It's not necessarily a major cause for concern. It will just be a routine check, and we trust that Matthew is well after that off. So there is the safety car. It's picked up the 64 Stephen Watson Renault Clio, and then just behind it is the Class D leading Matthew Footman, 1-2-5-4 Puma in 22nd position overall.
I think there's some confusion on the live stream for the penalty that Kevin Talbot had. That was for track limits, not for an incident on circuit. To clear that one up.
Yeah, so we've got the cars heading around behind the safety car, 7.5 minutes to go.
So here's Paul Cook. How many cars are between him and Brian Branson? There's one, but then a couple of slow ones, aren't there?
Yeah, so, and there's quite a lot of track position between them as well.
So there's 3 cars, but as you say, there's a lot of daylight, which isn't what Brian Branson would be hoping for.
No.
Here's the safety car. So who has it picked up?
It's the Clio, as we're saying, of Stephen Watson, 64.
Right. Okay.
So a car that is in 21st position, just ahead of the Footman Puma.
Don't think it's caused any problems to any of the class battles looking at that initially. Matthew Adcock out the car, he looks okay from here, so that's good news.
Dr. Josh giving his verdict from afar. Yeah, 6 3/4 minutes to go. And here at Snetterton on the 300 circuit, this Tagiwa Roadsports Series race being brought under caution while an incident was being dealt with. We think probably, though, the circuit's clear. And I can see marshals beneath us have got a green flag in their arms, as if they're poised to wave it at the next available opportunity.
And we should get 3 more laps of racing in here.
Yeah, I think safety car lights, although it's difficult to tell from this angle, as we've discovered Wednesday, are probably out. And that will mean that the racing will get back underway. But of course, this is not the race lead that's picked up, it's the GMP 64 Clio of Stephen Watson. But safety car, I think, peeling in, green flag waving, and the race getting back underway. So 6 minutes to go. Yeah, we should get 3 more minutes of racing. David Kempton, you can see in the queue there, he's keen to make up a move. He's got 4 slower cars ahead of him. Can he pass them all by the time he gets to Rich's corner? When he gets past a couple. There he is.
What's happened in that? Look, the 2 Class C leaders are
Yes.
side by side around him, and the Clio's going ahead of the Lotus Elise there. So Matthew Mandapira's got ahead of Ben McCauley in the Class C battle on the restart there. Perhaps using David Kempton to his advantage, using him to find a gap.
But you say that, the Lotus just behind the other Clio there momentarily. It's not going to give up, is it? That car that is 23, Ben McCauley, the Lotus. There's Kempton having gone through shot.
I don't think the overall leaders have restarted the race yet, have they? And they've got to be careful not to pass before the line.
Ooh.
So there's, I think, big question marks about what might happen next. But Paul Cook's got a big lead, that's for certain. There's a car breaking down as well.
Mike Nash, isn't it? The 148 car that was a spinner in the early BMW Car Club Racing. I think he's going to pull off probably on just beyond the pit lane exit.
So Paul Cook's got a big lead, but I think there might be a question mark about how his restart went there.
Yes, because the thing is, he was in a bunch of slower cars, wasn't he? And no doubt he was keen to get on with it.
The rules are still there, though.
Exactly. So we'll see how that one all shakes out. No championships at stake here, so that's the one thing to mention. Now, was that the Lotus back in front of Mandipira? I think it might have been as they went through Williams that time. We'll see if we can pick that up on a long shot along the Bentley Straight in a minute. Looking down towards us. Yeah, there's the Lotus. I think that's back in front, isn't it, Josh?
Yes, and Macaulay is ahead of Mandipira, jinking one way and the other, trying to get a run on Macaulay, but I don't think he's quite managed it. So they turn their way through. Yes, he's on his sideways. Is Mandipira? He got that all a bit wrong. He saved it, but he's lost some time. I think he's debuting in Hot Hatch later today as well. Here's Matthew Mandipira, so look forward to seeing how that goes for him.
He's got a problem with the car, hasn't he? He's got a problem with the car. He was keeping out of the way of Warren Allen as he came through.
And Warren Allen's just been passed by Johnny Weston Taylor for what is 5th position on the road, isn't it, in all of that? So Johnny Weston Taylor making the most of that to squeeze his Lotus ahead.
So Matthew Mandipira hopefully will be making his debut in Hot Hatch later on, but sadly he's not going to get to the end of this Roadsports race. 3.5 minutes left to go.
Passing him there, the 2 Class D leaders, the nose to tail, because Chris Fantana's Mazda is right with Matthew Footman, and Brian Branson's pulling off almost where he did earlier. So the 2nd place car looks to be out of the race.
Has he got a wheel attached this time? Mandipira's come to stop pretty much at Murray's, and he can't keep that car going, I don't think, so that's not great. With 3 minutes of the race left to go, Paul Cook comes through to lap that car, and he'll come through to complete another lap, but with 3 minutes to go, we've got the Matthew Mandipira car now stranded in a dangerous position, really.
Not sure who the stop-go penalty was for, because I don't think anybody's come in, have they? Brian Branton's going again, by the way.
Yes.
Seen that.
Yes.
So it's all
happening.
It was all going nicely, wasn't it, before the safety car? The stop-go penalty board is still being shown, isn't it? By our start line marshals here at Snetterton, loyal base of Snetterton marshals here at the venue, which is great to see. So many here as well, covering a big old circuit to cover this weekend.
They've now finally put the stop-go penalty board away, because soon we need to replace it with the last lap board, won't they? Because there's only 2 minutes or so of this race left to go. Paul Cook leading by 22 seconds on the last time that Brian Branson came through, but I don't think he's been through again yet, has he?
No, obviously we had that moment where he stopped for a bit.
Yes.
There is Paul Cook, our leader.
Yes, Paul Cook, number 6 car. We've seen him out not only in this race, but in the MR2s as well.
A yellow
We've
flag.
got a yellow flag, and do we have...
Kevin Talbot, by the way, is retired to the pit lane.
Yeah, we've got yellow flags on the start and finish line here, but nowhere else at present. And now we've got they've gone in again, I think, and the checkered flag is being made ready, possibly for the next time that Paul Cook comes through. He's heading along the Bentley Straight now into Brundle and Nelson.
Yellow flag's being waved again.
Yeah, and I'm trying to see the car that's stopped so much out of my sight here. I'm a little bit confused as to what's going on. Not for the first time in my commentary career. The 7 car is still there. So that's going to be recovered, is it? But we've got...
By the way, Brian Branton, I don't think, has come through. So David Kempton is second, ahead of Mark Jones and Johnny Weston Taylor. And Warren Allen's lost out of position to Liam Crilly, who's all of a sudden in 5th overall.
So we've got the Matthew Mandipira car being recovered there locally, but we've got the race about to come to its conclusion. I think Paul Cook is coming up to the line, and he gets the checkered flag a little bit early. So with that incident being cleared, I think they've just decided to flag the race a little bit early. That's probably what the confusion was. Paul Cook's come across the line now to win this Tagiwa Roadsports Series race on the road. It was a slow last lap as well, a 2 minutes 17 for him.
There was a lot of yellow flags, wasn't there?
There was a lot of yellow flags, and probably a little bit of confusion as well around the lap. So he's come through to take the win.
Just in front of him, so they're going to get another lap. The 2 Class D leaders were nose to tail, separated by less than 4/10 of a second, Matthew Footman and Chris Fantana. So that might be something to try and pick up on. I think Class B, the second place car, got the flag. So Andy Bailey, Alex Ball, and Sammy Bowler. So that means Liam Crilly should win Class B, presuming he gets to the end of the lap.
Oh, and now there's more furiously waved yellow flags on the exit of Palm. And
that's for get cars into the,
that's right.
assembly area.
Yeah, it is, because yes, I think there were still cars that were still racing going past it at the time. But yes,
Ben McCauley leads Class C from Stephen Harrison and Mike Nash, who kept going. He's third now in Class C, but it's the Class D battle, which will be interesting to pick up on if that's possible.
Well, there's the Matthew Mandipira car being recovered.
They're heading down towards Oggies. I see out my window, nose to tail, the Ford Puma of Matthew Footman, just ahead of the Mazda MX5 of Chris Fantana. So the Class D battle, still got half a lap to go. What's happening there with Mark Jones?
This is the battle for second position as well. It's David Kempton and Mark Jones that are together there for second place overall as they come through Coram for the final time. And the yellow flag should have gone, I would think, now at Murray's as well, but they come through the corner. It looks like it is going to be David Kempton that's going to take second place. It's going to be a huge gap, isn't it, between first and second as a result of that safety car.
And there's the Class B winner. Will be the winner, Liam Crilly.
There goes the second place driver, David Kempton. Third place goes the way of Mark Jones. And then up to the line comes our Class B winner, Liam Crilly, in the BMW Z4.
Just waiting for Class D now then. Will it be Ford or Mazda? They're heading up towards Corm. It's the Puma just ahead of Matthew Footman, Chris Fontana behind. We're going to pick this up on the stream now. They turn their way into Coram Curve, then they're still in that same order. We think this is a green flag zone now, although one does seem to be quite circumspect for it, to be fair. So is Matthew Footman going to take the Ford Puma to its first victory of the season, or is Chris Fontana's Mazda MX-5 going to get a run to the line? Remember, he was a long way behind earlier on in the race, but the safety cars worked out for him. Now, there are still yellow flags there, aren't there? And it's going to be a run to the line, which is quite close, but I don't think he could overtake. I think there were yellow flags out.
Yes, there were, although I'm not quite clear why.
It looked like there might have been a safety car board as well. So
yeah.
a slightly bizarre end to that race.
It was a little bit, wasn't it? It was a little bit.
Not for the first time for final round of a 750 Motor season.
No, anyway, Paul Cook winning by 1 minute 49.45 seconds, so very nearly a lap, as Tony Hancock would probably say. But there's only then 1.6 seconds between second and third. So 6 Paul Cook, the winner from 11, David Kempton, Mark Jones and Tony Rogers third. Johnny Weston Taylor was fourth. Liam Crilly fifth, winning Class B in the BMW, number 12. Sixth was 165 Warren Allen. Seventh, number 95 Andy Bailey. Eighth was 46 Alex Ball. I saw a good fight with them earlier on. Then it was Rob Meredith, number 90, and Sammy Bowler, treble 6, rounding out the top 10. Further back, Nick Goff, after his bump, finished 11th in the Audi TT, ahead of 180 Carl Chambers in the Peugeot 306. That was 11th and 12th. Then Ben McCauley, number 23, was the Class C winner in 13th position overall, ahead of Pete Seeley and Stephen Harrison and Stephen Watson, who shared that car. Then in 16th place, it was the 126 car of Brian Bransom and Josh Sapper, the 2 cars there. 17th was number 28, Andrew Stewart, then Mike Nash, Matthew Footman and Chris Fantana. So Footman and Fantana, the 2 Class D front runners. And then further back down the order, got the Harrison Watson Clio, the Talbot Integra after various dramas, 3 BMW 116s, and then you get into the retirements after that. But the Takiwa Roadsports Series race, the final one of the season, a little bit chaotic, and it was won by Paul Cook by very nearly 2 minutes. So still plenty more racing to come here at Snetterton today. We're going to have MX5s up next in a few moments' time. But hopefully we'll be able to go down to Parc Fermé very shortly and see who we can hear from after that Roadsports race. After the MX5s, we've got hot hatches, F1000s, classic stock hatch, Clios, and then the BMWs and the Bikesports Championship to round out the day's racing here at Snetterton. You can see that Matt Suckling and the team down there getting the drivers ready to speak to. Hopefully we'll be able to go down to them very shortly. I can see we've got Paul Cook, we've got Andy Bailey lined up as well. Let's head down then to Matt, and Matt can tell us who he's got to talk to.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yep, down here with our race winner from that Roadsports Series action was Paul Cook. Paul, looks like you had a hard race down there, but you took the victory. Well done.
Yeah, I'm not built for this kind of endurance racing. It's all about fitness and yeah, age related. But yeah, it went well. Had a good start in the first lap. Got up in front of Jazz. I knew I had to make some leeway on the car because I knew the second driver this morning put in a very fast time, 2 seconds quicker than me. So yeah, I kept my head down and got away.
Bit of a topsy-turvy race. You probably didn't see too much behind you because you won by about 2 minutes. So it was a very good race for you out front, but lots going on, and of course the safety car towards the end as well.
Yeah, I didn't realise I was so far in front. I had Jeff Steele had the pit board out to me, giving me all the information, but I wasn't reading it correctly. But yeah, I come behind Dave Kempton, and I thought I was lapping him, but it looked like I was racing him towards the end, so yeah, it was good.
Yeah, good to see you out in the Roadsports. Of course, your main focus this weekend is, of course, the BMW Car Club Championship. You've got another race for that to come as well. But it's nice to get out and have a bit of fun in the Roadsports.
Yeah, it's a good test. As I say, not for my fitness, but to give the car a good bit of seat time. But I didn't realise I was racing you.
I didn't know it was a position. I didn't know I was going to let you through. But so no, don't worry. Yeah.
Cheers, thank you.
Enjoyable stuff. What's the plan for next year, Paul?
We've only just got the car where it is in the top 3 of the BMW Car Club. We've had a bit of a difficult year with various issues, but we're there now, so hopefully I'll start next year on a positive positive note.
Good stuff. Well done, Paul. Congratulations on the victory there. Let's head over to Class B winner, which was Liam Crilly. And we might need to bring Liam this way, actually, just because of the generator we've got down here. But Liam, well done. Step to one side and have a quick chat. Very busy indeed. Class B winner there in the BMW. How was that for you?
That was great. It was like a track day, really. There wasn't a lot of action, apart from trying to hold on to those Class A cars at the beginning, but they were kind of tripping over each other, and it was a little bit frustrating to be held up just a little bit, because I knew I had 10 seconds to serve in the pits, so I was trying to build that gap. In the end, it was all fine, but
I think you had a nice, comfortable lead, just like Paul in the overall race lead. You had a good lead in Class B as well, so no real pressure from behind. But as you said, just focus on what happened out front.
Yeah, trying to hold on to Class A cars, come through the pack without losing any time, nailed a pit stop. And I came in a pit stop and there's someone doing 30 miles an hour in front of me, so I had to change where I was going to stop, make friends with someone down at the last garage to push me back, because I wasn't with my usual crew. And yeah, that's about the only drama I had, to be honest. It was good.
But you enjoy these races, 45 minutes on your own. It's a bit of fun out there, and hopefully a bit more for next year.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, it's the ideal format for the clubman. You can run it solo, no refuelling. Just get your head down. Good, lots of nice clean laps. Well, good driving. Stanner's really good. Can't ask for more.
Good stuff. Well done, Liam. Congratulations on the class victory. There you go, Liam Crilly winning Class B. That's all we've got time for, because we're going to be straight into some more racing next, because we've got the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup to look forward to on the way next.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Matt. You can see the cars already forming up on the grid for this MX5 Race 5 Club MX5 Cup. And it's going to be a 15-minute race. No green flag lap for these cars. So we can see on pole position there the 778 car, 778 of Ali Bray of AB Motorsport. His seasonal debut in the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup, and alongside him he's got the number 71 car of the man that's already confirmed as champion, Ben Short. And then on the second row you've got another guesting driver, another guest AB Motorsport car, and that's 881 Jack Sycamore, another driver who's raced in this championship in the past and got off and done other things, and has come back for an appearance at the final round of the season. And alongside him is the 93 car of Ben Abbott, that's the all-purple car. And the third row on the inside you've got number 1 Ben Hansey, and alongside him number 54 Marcus Bailey, 4th row 777 Courtney Mills, and 97 Cian Donaldson. So a busy old grid, 34 cars in all. I don't think we'll have a chance to go through the entire field, although there is still the recovery work done on the Escort, which is hovering in mid-air across from our Coventry box window, that didn't take the start of the Roadsports race. But that will be recovered, and once that's done, the MX5 race will get underway. As I say, the championship has already been decided in MX5s in favour of Ben Short, but I think second place, that's still under a little bit of dispute. The system is that there's 19 rounds in the championship, and that there are 3 scores that drivers can drop at the end of the season. So coming into this weekend in 5 Club, Ben Short had an unassailable advantage, but on drop scores there was less than 50 points, covering about 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th, and in the context of 100 points for the win, that's not very much.
However, Mike Comber is not here, so
No.
he's out of that battle, therefore, because he didn't have anything to drop, did he?
No, he not done all of the rounds so far this season.
So it's really Hansey v Abbott, probably, isn't it, the most likely?
Yeah, and they're only separated by 3 points. Sorry, 1 point, he said, if he could read his own screen. After drops, Hansey on 12.43 and Abbott on 12... Sorry, Hansey 12.44, Abbott 12.43. So second place is most likely to be one of those 2 drivers, and Abbott it is that started on a slight march by qualifying 1 position ahead of Hansey on the grid.
Yeah, if we were watching at lunchtime, you heard that Ali Bray, he's out in Kevin Dengate's car. I think yesterday he was shocked how quick it was. He was really rapid in it, and he's on pole by half a second. He hasn't raced all season, so this is a great effort from Ali Bray to be on pole position. He said he's going to do everything to try and win today, to beat Ben Short. And then Jack Sycamore, I think this is his 30th birthday present gift, I think, to himself, that he's out there and qualifying really well, third on the grid in the AB Motorsport run car. Don't think it'll be too long, will it, before this race gets underway?
No, the circuit's now clear, the escort having been taken away, so we should be underway very shortly. The 32nd board is already being shown. It's a 15-minute race. There's no green flag lap for these Mazdas that run on treaded tyres, of course. So 5-second board is shown, and the race about to get underway. There you could see briefly Ben Abbott and Jack Sycamore next to him, but we're watching from the gantry here as the lights go out and away they go. And it's a pretty even start, but I think possibly Ben Short from the second position on the grid has made a slightly better getaway as they head up towards Riches for the first time. You see it is Ben Short, you can see just in front there as they head down to Riches Corner for the first time in this 15-minute race. The first of 3 this weekend for the MX5 Cup by 5 Club.
Ali Bray fighting back on the outside. I don't think Ben Hansey made a great start. As we turn our way into the hairpin, here comes up over the curbs Ali Bray, and he's got back ahead of him to take the lead. There's a car that's spun that's going to recover on board with Liam Cochrane in all of this. Just seeing cars disappearing on the left-hand side of the track. Not sure who that was who spun, but on board he's got a good run down towards Palmer, trying to gain positions. It's a frantic start to this race, though, and kind of as you would expect in the MX-5s. And for the lead, Short is still alongside Ali Bray on the inside line. Ben Abbott's got third. He's made a good start in all of this, but it's Short that lead. Not too sure where Ben Hansey is. He hasn't had a good start. There he is. He's side by side with Courtney Milne to a fifth, so Abbott has the advantage in their little battle.
Back on board with Cochrane, who started on the 7th row of the grid, so right in the middle of a very busy pack of 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup cars.
The car alongside him, which got right over tight, but just about avoided contact in all of that, and he's got the position back into Oggy. But the leader is Ben Short from Ali Bray. We saw these two battle really well, didn't we, in the championship a few seasons ago when Ali Bray lasted a full season of racing, but he's had some time out. I think he did one off race, didn't he, at Castle Combe last year where he was a race winner, but he's back on track this weekend in a different car to usual, but getting right involved at the front.
Yeah, it was second in the 2017 championship to Ben Short. The two of them are side by side. It looked like Bray had got the lead there as they turned their way into Brundle that time. He still is ahead. Ben Short in second, then Ben Abbott in third position as they go through the confession of the bomb hole. And Liam Cochrane's off the circuit, I'm afraid. He's had a spin in the number 94 car. The man that started in the middle of the grid is going to be rejoining at the back of the grid. You can see in his wing mirror cars flying past him. But here are the leaders as they come towards the end of the first lap. It's 778. That is Ali Bray then leading from Ben Short, number 71, in second place. And then as they all filter out of Murray's through to complete lap 1, it's the top 2 with a little bit of a gap over the rest of the field. Abbott third, Jack Sycamore fourth, and Ben Hansey fifth now. So he's got ahead of Marcus Bailey, but he could do with getting ahead of Ben Abbott here. He's got Jack Sycamore between him and his championship, or second place championship rival.
Off the road there's 91, which is Steve Quenby. So quite a few people have had an incident on this first lap of the race. But hopefully that's all going to calm down a little bit now. We've got 4 for the lead here as Ali Bray and Ben Short have Ben Abbott and Jack Sycamore for company. Now, massive moment there. Is that Matthew Short? Yeah,
yes,
it is. In the BS Motorsport car. Not sure what happened on the brakes there for him into Wilson.
That's Ben's father, of course, number 72. So he's lost a lot of positions, and he's someone that's usually there or thereabouts. He's 9th in the championship coming into this weekend.
A bit crazy the start of this race, particularly in the mid pack, but it's Ben Short behind Ali Bray, and now there's contact, and that's caused Courtney Milne to spin. There was a couple of cars that hit each other. She wasn't involved in it, but she's the one that's come worst off, being rotated. This is rather unusual, isn't it, for a 5 Club race and MX5 Cup race? It's very clean out there, but
it's a bit scrappy today. There's a bit more scrappiness as well as someone locked up into Agostini. So we're watching Jordan Johnson there, number 92. Who is in 11th position. And he's got behind him, I think, Hayden McDonald and Adrian Johnson now.
I thought it was 97.
It might be 90. We'll pick
sure.
up on that. It's the 55 car, George King. So Jordan Johnson's got ahead of George King, I think, by the looks of it. That's what's happened in the sort of first half of this second lap of the race.
97 was Keon Donaldson, so it's been a good start to the lap for Jordan Johnson, hasn't it? But for the lead, it is Ali Bray in front of Ben Short. Then as they turn their way through Brundle and Nelson, they've got a gap again to the car of Ben Abbott. I'm not convinced Ali Bray and Jack Sicken will be scoring points, will they? Because they're probably guest drivers in all of this.
We'll have to get confirmation of that overnight, I think, just to check what the situation is.
But it's not going to affect the overall championship, of course. So back to that battle of a second. Bray gets sideways through Coram there. You have to work at these MX5s. And Ali Bray really hasn't done as much racing as Ben Short, has he, over the years? But he shows how quick he is. Team boss, of course, of AB Motorsport. I think he's just running the car for Jack Sycamore this weekend, so not really too much pressure on as a team boss this weekend. It's all about enjoying the racing, battling with Ben Short. Both of these might be team bosses of different teams, but they get on very well as Ben Short tries to go around the outside into Ritchie's. Can't do it, so it's Bray that's still in front after 2 laps of what will probably be something like a 7-lap race.
Field streaming through at the end of this second lap. 5 minutes gone, so just 10 minutes of the race left to go now as the cars stream over the line, picking up battles down the order. You can see the number 7 car going through. That's William Pickard, the Huddersfield driver. He's going through. He's outside the top 20 at the moment, so we're getting down towards the back end of the field here. But here are the leaders. It's 778 Ali Bray, who was 0.2 of a second clear of Ben Short at the start of the lap. They're coming up to Agostini now, the left-handed hairpin. About getting on halfway around the lap, and they are still in the same order. Ben Abbott still there in 3rd, Jack Sycamore in 4th, and I think it was Hansi still there in 5th position. But these two nose to tail through that left-hander at Hamilton. Short uses a lot of the curb, possibly more than he intended to, but he's still right with the red car of race leader Ali Bray. That's the Kevin Dengate car, as Josh was saying earlier on. And through Williams now and back onto the Bentley straight they go. There's about 4 car lengths between them as they head down the straight, but Short probably still in a position where he could pick up the toe and challenge by the time they get to the left-hander at the end of the straight. That's Brundle, and then Nelson, which quickly follows on behind it, but I don't think he's showing the signs of doing that just yet, Josh.
No, Ali Bray in the lunchtime interviews was saying how he wasn't overly keen on the Snetterton circuit before this weekend, but how yesterday went when he was quick, he said, perhaps it's a bit more enjoyable, and now he got pole position, now he's leading a race, so I suspect every lap goes by in this car, he's enjoying the Snetterton circuit more and more. There's a car that's pulled off there, but that's out of harm's way, so the race can continue without any problems. And Ali Bray chucking the car through Coram curve. The corner get tighter and tighter. Then they turn their way through Murray and accelerate off down the straight. So Bray and Short here pulling away once again from the battle between Ben Abbott, who's having a great season, and Jack Sycamore then trying to go after them. That's Ben Hansi, isn't it? The champion from last year, who's in 5th place, and 6th is Marcus Bailey. But leaders turn their way through Ritchie's corner then, the first of 3 races this weekend for the MX5 Cup, and Short is quick through there, so can he challenge down into the hairpin? I think Bray's got that one covered, but he brakes late, which means it's a bit wide. But on the banked Wilson hairpin, I think he's able to deal with that okay. So that's a little bit spread out behind, but then the battle for 7th, that's a little bit closer. Keon Donaldson's pulling away, but then there's 3 behind him. Jordan Johnson, George King and Ian Tomlinson having a decent battle for 8th position. But the best battle really of all is up front. And Ben Short jinks to the inside. And is he going to challenge? I think he just sided against it. He did. He's very close though to the rear bumper of Bray. They turn their way through the hairpin, so it does look like Bray is close. Short is close enough to challenge Bray here in any moment.
Yeah, that's right. And last time through, Bray did the best lap of the race so far, 2:22.1 as someone locks up there.
Courtney Mills.
Courtney Mills. That's about 9/10 outside Ben Short's lap record, which is a 2:21.19. There they are then, coming up to Williams again on lap 4, so around about halfway through this race. 8.5 minutes have gone by of the 15 minutes allocated to it. So Yeah, Ali Bray's just not able to get away, is he? This is the thing. Ben Short sitting right in his wheel tracks. Ben Short, who during the course of this season has won on 11 occasions already. There's been only, I think, 3 other winners during the course of this year. You wouldn't rule him out winning another race. Is that Matthew Short?
There's a novice cross.
No, so it's not Matthew Short. It could be one of the other BS Motorsport cars that's come to a halt.
There's plenty of them here this weekend.
Yes, there are, as there always is.
I think the car that retired earlier, by the way, that we couldn't identify was Jake Mickelwright. Car number 30 was our first retirement. 34 starters in this race, so we'll work out who the other one was in a moment. That is parked up, I think, in a safe place between Palmer and Oggy. But the race leaders are about to complete 4 laps with Bray. And certain parts of the track looks like he's comfortable ahead of Short, and other parts of the track, particularly with a toe, Short is right there, and Bray's indicating to the right-hand side of the track as Ben Short tries to go around the outside of him. But Bray is able to hang on. It was nice of him there to let Ben Short know where he was going to defend as they turn their way out of Ritchie's down towards Wilson. Short's on the outside. Can he brake later? Don't think he's particularly interested in doing that. Perhaps a cutback on the exit of the corner is more what he'd like to do. But no, he's not really. Or has he? Has he got a better exit eventually? Is he drawing alongside? But again, it's the outside line for Palmer. And not sure if we're under yellow flags here. I presume we're not. We get it side by side for the lead.
You'd like to think not. Yes, a bit wheel on the grass there for Ben Short. He's going to be on the outside line though for Agostini, isn't he? And so it's going to be Bray on the inside and Short on the outside. Short brakes later, goes deeper into the corner. Is going to try and get the cut back here on the exit of Agostini, but no, I think Bray's managed to hold that, and they'll go up to Hamilton now.
Not sure.
They are getting alongside again. Left-hander, very fast corner, and Short goes back through. Great scrap between these two drivers. Very competitive. I think there's quite a bit of respect for each other as Bray throws one up the inside at Oggy's, and he gets back through 3 corners, 3 different leaders. Oh, and now Ben Short's had to readjust his driver's side wing mirror because I think Ali Bray just rearranged it for him on the way past.
Ben Abbott, that was 3 seconds behind them, has caught them after they've bent 4 corners going side by side. Ali Bray, off mic after the interview yesterday, said he was super keen to win this race today. You can kind of tell, can't you? Ben Short's weaving all over the place as he tries to decide which way to go. Ben Abbott could win this yet. He's there in 3rd place. He's got a great view of all of this, but it is Ali Bray in front. It is Ben Short in 2nd. In 3rd is Ben Abbott. Not too far behind him is Jack Sycamore, who's been caught by Ben Hansey. But through there, Bray's able to get a bit of a bigger gap over Ben Short as they turn towards the end of lap 5. And the last lap, Short did the fastest lap, 2:21.42. A bit closer to that lap record. This lap's certainly not going to be as fast as that one, but it is still 7.78. Ali Bray that leads after all of that, Ian.
Yeah, Short looks a little bit crossed up to me as he exited Nelson that time, but certainly the one that's got into this race now is Ben Abbott, and he was a winner in the first of the 3 races at Brands Hatch last time out. All 3 races were won by a Ben, but 3 different Bens. Ben Abbott, Ben Short, Ben Hansey won the triple header at Brands Hatch last time out. Ben Hansey in this race still back there in 5th position, and we've not seen too much of him here. He's 6 seconds behind the leaders, I think, and about 3 seconds behind Jack Sycamore. So Ben Hansey having a relatively quiet race, I would suggest, by his standards. I mean, well, it's been anything but a quiet race for the 2 leaders, and indeed now for Ben Abbott, who's coming into this equation once again. There'll be 2 more laps to go, including the one that they've just started, I think. And certainly it's the red car. Ali Bray leading the way then from Ben Short in 2nd place, but it was at this part of the circuit when it all started to kick off a lap ago, and we had cars side by side for about 4 corners. It slowed them right up. They were 4 seconds slower than they had been, and that brought Ben Abbott back into this race again. Further back, was that a change for position I saw between Jack Sycamore and Ben Hansey? Yes, Ben Hansey's got through there at Agostini, so that's could be important for him, because it means he can now set off in pursuit of Ben Abbott, who could do with finishing ahead of Ben Abbott here from a championship point of view.
Absolutely right. So the leaders a little bit more spread than they were a lap ago, up towards the Williams corner that takes the cars onto the back straight. An important corner this for momentum, particularly in these cars. Down the Bentley straight. Good battle of a 6th position. We just got a glimpse of there because Marcus Bailey had been caught by Cian Donaldson, Jordan Johnson and George King. So that's a 4-car battle just in the background for 6th place, but it's hard to take our eyes off the lead battle because Ben Short once again is closer to race leader Ali Bray as they turn their way down into Nelson. And every moment that when Ali Bray looks like he's pulling away, you kind of wonder if Ben Short's caught him again. But you know, there is a few car lengths between them here, isn't there? With Bray in front, perhaps using a bit more road than what Short behind him is. There's that battle for 4th, which changed on this lap. Ben Hansey ahead of Jack Sycamore, but through Coram, Ben Short trying to carry as much speed through the corner as possible and gets closer perhaps therefore to Ali Bray with 1 lap to go.
Yep, so up to the line they come. 14.25 minutes have gone, so they'll be going on to their final lap. There is Jack Sycamore trying to get 4th place back away from Ben Hansey. Meanwhile, for the lead, Ben Short pulls out of the slipstream. He now dives to the inside line as they go up to Rich's corner, but Bray covers the move off as they turn into the first right-hander of this final lap. So it's still Bray, number 778, ahead of 71 Ben Short. They've just eked out a little bit of a gap over Ben Abbott again, and Abbott in turn is about 3 seconds clear of that battle between Abbott and Hansey. There is Ben Abbott now in 3rd place, and there's Hansey with Sycamore right behind him, I should say, in the 881 car.
The reason they're pulled away in is because Ben Short's just on a new lap record, a 2 minutes 20.97.
Yeah, that's under his 221.19 mark. So that's quite something, as he sort of was trying to narrow the gap to Ali Bray. So into Agostini for the final time then. Short goes quite deep into the corner. He's going to try and get the cut back again on the exit. No, he sort of follows Bray around there. So what do we reckon? Is it going to be a move at the end of the Bentley straight, Josh?
We know that Bray's good on the brakes, don't we? We saw that how he got his lead back 2 or so laps ago. So Ben Short will be conscious of that, but certainly the slipstream is something to consider, isn't it, in these cars? He's over the grass, is Short on the inside of Oggy's there. Again, trying to carry as much speed through the corner. So he's really had his work cut out here by Ali Bray. A fantastic performance on his return for Bray. 14 months out of the car. In a race situation, I think he has driven cars since then on circuits, but in a race situation, a different type of thing. So can Ben Short grab the lead away on the last lap? Looks like something's happening in the background. The yellow flag's out, but the leaders don't need to worry about that. And into... there's the bumper of the car, and well, there's a different car that caused the yellow flag, which is the 90 car of Andrew Robinson. But for the lead, with 3 or so corners to go, it's Ali Bray in front, but this isn't over yet.
It's certainly not. So through the bomb hole they've gone towards Coram, and then they've got Murray. So this is a really difficult couple of corners now. It's quite difficult to execute a move at Murray's, but Ben Short's going to have a go, I think. Or is he? Which way is he going to go? Is he going to go into the left-hand side of Bray? No, he's not. He's not really going to make much of an attempt at all. I think he's too far back to get the run on him up to the line and win the drag race. So it looks like it's going to be Ali Bray then, who wanted to win this race very badly indeed. He's actually won it very well indeed, because up to the line he comes, and Ali Bray wins round 17 of the Switch MX5 Cup by 5 Club. 2nd goes to Ben Short, 3rd to Ben Abbott, 4th to Ben Hansey, and 5th to Jack Sycamore, and the rest are quite a long way back, Josh.
They are. Marcus Bailey was in front, and he's no longer. I don't know where it's gone, because Cian Donaldson and Jordan Johnson were through next. Marcus Bailey lost a couple of places then. He dropped to 8th. His lap time was quite a bit slower during the course of that race than the 2 around him. So he started well, perhaps didn't end quite so well. George King and Ian Tomlinson completed the top 10. But Ali Bray looked absolutely delighted with that victory. More live on-board cameras for you on Alpha Live. Great to have this coverage of Club Motorsport that Alpha Live provide, with not just external views, but on-board views as well.
And that's Liam Cochrane, who's 23rd position at the start of the lap. We'll see if that's where he brings it. Of course, he had that spin. I think it was the first lap of the race when he goes over the line there to take. Does he get 23rd? Yeah, I think he does. So 23rd position for Liam Cochrane in the end.
He did his personal best on the last lap, so getting quick all the time. And his pace would sort of slot him within the top 15, so that bodes well for tomorrow's race.
Well, he qualified 13th, didn't he?
Right,
so
okay.
That's sort of about right. But it was just that spin on the first lap, really, that caused him to drop down down the order. Well, that was a very exciting race, wasn't it? With Ali Bray and Ben Short, particularly that sort of lap halfway through the race when they spent half of it alongside one another. I thought it might end in tears. It didn't, which was a relief to all.
I guess that shows their experience, but perhaps there was some contact with maybe the less experienced drivers earlier in the race. We have two drivers that have been about round for a little while. They know not to get involved in any kind of silliness, but it was a move you don't really see in MX5 racing that often, quite as bold as it would from Ali Bray to dive back up the inside. Perhaps maybe help because Ben Short had gone past a corner you don't generally overtake, but let's take a look at the results here.
Yeah, treble 7, Ali Bray taking the win by just under 0.4 of a second in the end from Ben Short, who in second place, 71, broke his own lap record. Third to number 93, Ben Abbott. Crucial extra points for him in his battle for second place in the championship with number 1, Ben Hansey, who finished 4th. Jack Sycamore was 5th in 881. Bit of a gap back to Cian Donaldson, a very good 6th place for him in number 97, ahead of Jordan Johnson. Slightly troubled with Marcus Bailey towards the end. George King, 55, and Ian Tomlinson, number 9, rounded out the top 10. Courtney Milnes, she got caught up with an incident on the first couple of laps and finished in 11th place in the treble 7 car, ahead of Hayden McDonald and David Abbott. Then Lloyd Huggins and Matthew Short, he had a spin, didn't he, as well, before coming home in 15th position. Then Adrian Johnson, Peter Griffin, Matthew Pennefather Neal, James McCann and Stephen Robinson rounded out the top 20. For the back, Liam Cochrane, as we said, he finished in 23rd position, sort of in a bit of no man's land in the end, in between Daniel Watkins and Nico Favreau. William Pickard, 25th, you can see, and Steve Quember, he was another driver to have a spin on the opening lap, number 91, finished in 30th. And I think there was a handful more cars, yes, the last few over the line, Jeremy Rivers Fletcher and Andrew Robinson. We lost Billy King and Jake Micklewright during the course of that first of 3 races this weekend for the Switch MX5 Cup by 5 Club. So that's all the Mazdas for today. There's more action from them tomorrow with 2 more races. I think the first one is the first race of the day tomorrow at about 9:45, so bright and early, just after breakfast. And we are ready to go down in Parc Fermé. Matt Suckling is with Ali Bray.
Thanks, Ian. Yep, down here with our race winner from the MX5 Cup, and it's Ali Bray on his return to racing. Ali, that was fantastic. How did you find that race?
That was hard work. Ben Short is like phenomenal in these cars. And yeah, that was the longest 15 minutes of my life, to be fair. When we came round and there was still another lap to go, I was like, can't just get the flag out. But a great hard racing with Ben. It's great to be back. Got so many people to thank. Mike Coomer's given me his tyres for this weekend. Kevin Dengate's given me his car. My wife, here she is, does everything for me. And a couple of weeks ago, my grandma passed away. And I said to her that the next race I do, I will win. So, sorry, this is a big win for me.
You did a really proud, Ali. That was a fantastic drive indeed. She'll be looking down on you on what was a great defence, I have to say, because Ben was trying at every single corner, just like he does. He puts so much pressure on everyone, and you did a great job to hold him to the line. We thought there might be a charge to the line there, but you did well.
Yeah, I was hanging on for dear life, to be fair, towards the end. The last 2 laps, the car really started to break away on the exit of corners and stuff, but it's great to go toe-to-toe with Ben like that again, and I hope it was good to watch.
It was fantastic, and of course you've got to do it now another 2 times this weekend. You've got 2 more races to come tomorrow.
Yeah, I got that one for my grandma, so pressure's off now. It'll be easy for the rest of the weekend.
Good stuff. Well done, Ali. Many congratulations. Great to have you back as well.
Thank you very much. Cheers, guys.
There we go, Ali Bray, winner of that race. Let's grab in Ben Short as well. He's had multiple wins so far this year. Ben, you were looking for another one there, but Ali did a great job to hold you off.
Yeah, I mean, Ali was testing yesterday and was really quick, so I've nicknamed him Ballistic Bray. He was a second up the road, so to be fair, I'm pretty happy to have been able to hang on. But yeah, there's places where he's better, and there's places definitely where I'm stronger. So I will see what's in the book of tricks for tomorrow. But he pulled a mega move on me in the way to Augies. I thought I'd had it done, and then yeah, he got me back there. But we won't let that stop us have another go tomorrow.
Yeah, we all guns blazing for the 2 races tomorrow. Great year you've had, of course. You're going to try and round it off with a nice couple of wins tomorrow.
Yeah, it'd be nice to. I mean, championship's done and sorted. We got to focus on the customers as well, because we could be second or third with a customer. So we're still focused, but the pressure's off down to the championship win. So we're just having a nice weekend, and it's good to have Jacopus and Ali back out. So yeah, it's going to be a nice weekend.
Good stuff. Well done, Ben. We look forward to much of the same tomorrow as well. So well done to Ben Short in second place. And that's all we've got time for down here with the top 2. We'll have more from the Mazdas, of course, tomorrow. But for now, we're going to move on with the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. So back to Ian and Josh.
Thanks very much indeed, Matt. So we've got the cars, as you can see, forming up on the grid for the first of 3 races this weekend for the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship. This is another one to be decided. It's one of sort of putting the 2 close to call bracket. More on that in a moment, but first let's give you the grid. Front row is 36 Ryan Polly in the Honda Civic and 79 Jack Ashton in the Metro. Second row 63 Phil Wright and 45 Alistair Camp, very much one of those drivers going for the championship. Then 2 Jamie Martin and 82 Stuart Window on the third row of the grid in Civic and Integra respectively. The fourth row on the inside, you've got number 18, that's Chris Smith's Civic Type R, and the 177 car of Matthew Mendapira, as we thought, not there after it retired from the Roadsports race only about half an hour ago. Chris McCloy, 37, and 33 Sean Green on the fifth row, and it's 58 Paul Jarvis, and the 777 car of Michael Dwayne, Renault Clio 172 on the 6th row of the grid. 7th row, you've got number 74, that's the Class B Championship leader, Neil Stringfellow, alongside number 22, Tate Taverner. Then it's 51, Alan May, and 64, Stephen Harrison on the 8th row. The 9th row is 88, Tom Hall, and David Drinkwater, number 1, the reigning champion and Class C front runner. Row 10 is 15, Daniel Cogswell, and 97, Andrew Ashton, that's Jack's brother. 28, Olivia Martin, and 98, Paul Warren on the 11th row. Martin Paget, number 20, and Leon Shepherd, 146 on row 12. It's a big old grid, I'll warn you, by the way, so plenty more rows to go yet. On to the 13th row, it's 75, Paul Keynes, and 169, David Knight. David Measley, 55, and Adam Croft, 73 on the 14th row. Stuart Kennedy, 13, and Wayne Shackelford, 148 on the 15th row. 16th row, Emilio Lucchesa and Jerry Frost, that's 23 and 175. Matt McCarthy, 94, and Alex Martin, number 19, on row 17. Row 18 is 136, Julian Ellison, and 43, Chris Woods, as the green flag lap now getting underway. And then towards the back, you've got 31, William Murphy, 49, John Hobbs on row 19, 137, Zach Irvin, and Jared Coulson, 14 on row 20, and Jack Chapman, number 8, on the back of the grid. So, a big field for the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship, Josh, and the overall championship still to be decided as well. How is this one going to play out, do you think?
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because we've got Alistair Camp, who I think leads it on drop scores, has only qualified 4th here, so that's not an ideal start to his weekend. So he's on
147, isn't he? Yeah. After drop scores, which is 7 points clear of David Drinkwater. So Josh is now disputing my maths. And then we've got Phil Wright on 121. That's by my maths anyway, but we'll check that later on. Neil Stringfellow is leading Class B, and then Olivia Martin, Class C, and then Daniel Cogswell, sorry, she's second in Class C, I should say, and Daniel Cogswell second in Class B, 6th place overall coming into this weekend.
Where have you got the 1 from?
Okay, well, we'll dispute our maths later on, but yes,
anyway,
I think you might be right. Yes, I've got made an error in my spreadsheet there.
So I think David Drinkwater leads on drop scores by 4 points from Alistair Camp.
Yes, if I amend my spreadsheet accordingly, live on air, that sort of makes an 11-point swing, I think. There we go. So yeah, by 4 points, you think David Drinkwater ahead of Alistair Camp on drop scores.
Yes, and Drinkwater's on pole in his class by about 3 seconds. So I think if Drinkwater can survive lap 1, we heard him talking at lunch break about how he's right in the middle of the pack with lots of Class B cars around him. It's great to see how big Class B is this weekend. Something like 15 cars. We started the season with 10 less than that. So a new class this year, that, and it's worked really well, it seems. Anyway, David Drinkwater amongst them in his Class C leading car. So if he survives that, I think he should be good to go out front in Class C. He's already won that championship. But yeah, then Camp on 136 to Drinkwater 140. Then Phil Wright's not out of it on 121. The Class B championship should be sewn up in this race, by the way, for Neil Stringfellow in his Peugeot 205. But the overall championship should very much go to tomorrow. But for the race, it looks really interesting, doesn't it? Because Ryan Polly here is on pole position. Polly's just won the one race this season, which was last time out at Oulton Park. But alongside him is Jack Ashton in the Rover Metro, who did a bit of testing yesterday. Looks like that's not paid off too badly for him. And he's always very quick on the first lap of the race. He was saying, I think again in the lunch break, how that car really gets going quickly. So I wouldn't be shocked to see Jack Ashton lead this race, but then we shall see what happens afterwards. You've got all these Civics around him. You've got Phil Wright and Alistair Camp on row 2. And then Jamie Martin and Stuart Window are right with them on times as well. So good to see Stuart Window returning this season out in this Honda Integra. So Polly was on pole by a second, but then the next 5 are separated by 7 tenths. So that looks really interesting. We've got the classes to look forward to. Our Class B pole sitter not there, Matthew Mandapira. So that means you've got Paul Jarvis, Michael Dwayne, Neil Stringfellow, all separated by less than a second in Class A. And then we've mentioned about David Drinkwater's Class C advantage. You've got Olivia Martin and Paul Warren, all in BMW compacts, interestingly, on the top 3 in Class C. But lots to look forward to over this 15 minutes. I think it's the biggest grid of the weekend, so lots going to happen, I suspect.
Yeah, absolutely right. And just a reminder that class structure, again, is that the split on power to weight ratio, with the limit for Class A at 200 brake horsepower, but that's come down from last year's top class limit effectively, and Class B also down to 175, Class C now at 145, and all of that means that we've got more cars in total on the grid and more cars as well in the top class, which is important. So we've got a pretty good evenish split between all of the different classes really on the grid. So that is good to see.
It was good to see that Jack Chapman is there at the back in his MG ZR. I think the first time we've had a ZR in hot hatch, and he should be pretty quick. He was very quick here a month ago in the final rounds of the MG Trophy Championship. So good to see he's out there, starting from the back. Might be one to watch.
Okay, well, certainly we'll watch out for him. But there you can see on pole position number 36, Ryan Polly, Stock Hatch champion, Clio champion, and next to him, 79, Jack Ashton in the Metro there, which looks a little bit smaller than the rest of the cars around it on the grid. Lots of Hondas, of course. You can see the Integra there offering a little bit of a variety in the shapes. That's Stuart Window, the local driver, who I think we saw him out at Silverstone, didn't we, earlier in the year, but we've not seen too much of him apart from that. And further back, of course, there's that gap a little bit further back on the grid where Sean Green has got sort of a gap ahead of him where Matthew Mandapira's Clio would have been had it made it out there. Almost ready to go here then. Red lights go out. Away we go then. Good start by Jack Ashton in the Metro. He's got his nose in front of Ryan Polly's Honda as they go up towards the first corner. Jamie Martin, you can see jinking out in his more modern Civic as they head up towards the first corner, but it's certainly the Metro with Ashton's written in big letters on the side of it that's through in the first corner. So Ashton's leading the way at the moment from Ryan Polly in second place. But we need to sort out what's happening with our championship contenders as well. It looks like Camp's there in third.
Yeah, not a good start for Phil Wright. He's down to something like 6th. There's David Drinkwater. He's got through the hairpin, which was one of his concerns when we spoke to him. So he's done that okay. We'll catch up on him later. There's Jack Chapman. He hasn't really gained much time yet in the ZR. There's the Nissan Almera, another different shape out there, another great looking car in super touring livery. Here's Phil Wright trying to go around the outside of Stuart Window for 5th. They've both been passed by Chris Smith at the start of this race, who started well. The Class B leaders there were side by side. That was Paul Jarvis, former champion, ahead. Is David Drinkwater still leading Class C? He's got class rivals around him because there's a quick starting Saxo behind him. That must be Martin Paget, I reckon. Anyway, we'll catch up on them in a bit, but it's Jack Ashton that leads. Ryan Polly is going with him. Then Ali Camp, who's done most of winning this year with 7 victories, isn't able to go with them. He seems to be a bit off the pace in qualifying, and again, not quite so quick at the start of this race, but of course there's plenty of time to sort all of that out. And is that David, that's with second place in Class C. I think Paul Warren, having his first run out in that compact, was side by side with Martin Paget. But up front, it is the Metro that leads of Jack Ashton.
It is. So Ashton ahead at the moment with Ryan Polly in second place. Then you've got Ali Camp in third place. And just behind him is Chris Smith in the number 18 Honda Civic Type R in fourth position from Longfield down there near Brands Hatch. And then fifth and sixth, you've got Stuart Window, the local driver, number 82. From Brandon there in 5th position at the moment, just about to appear into the back of shot. There he is, and is that Phil Wright that he's got challenging him? Oh, Ali Camp is very sideways. He's off the circuit at Murray's. He gets back onto the circuit. Phil Wright's got ahead for 5th place of Stuart Window, by the way, on the way into Murray's, but has Camp managed to hold on to his 3rd position over the line? He just about has from Chris Smith, but those two cars are more or less alongside over the line. It's still Jack Ashton leading, Ryan Polly in 2nd, and then Camp and Smith quite a long way behind the leaders, now about 3 seconds off the Jack Ashton car at the moment, because that was a mistake there from Ali Camp, which has managed to catch, but he's going to lose a place here. Chris Smith up the inside of him in the number 18 car into the hairpin at Wilson, and Ali Camp, this is not what he needs at all, back down to 4th position.
looks like the race clock started slightly early, so I think what we're having on our screens is not quite accurate, I'm afraid. So the time of this race did start a little bit early. It probably won't make much difference how many laps we actually get in, but here are the leaders. Jack Ashton ahead of Ryan Polly into Agostini. There's lots of local drivers in this race. So when Paul Jarvis, I think, who was leading Class B, is stopping. Yeah, he was leading Class B in his Citroen Saxo, only just from Michael Dwayne. He's off the road. And he's back on again, so not sure if there was an incident at all there, but
a spin, yeah.
He's back in the race. In Class C, it is David Drinkwater that is leading, so getting the points that he needs out of this. But for the lead, Ryan Polly is all over the back of Jack Ashton's Metro. That's going much better, I think, we're fair to say, than we've seen it go so far this season. And Phil Wright's up to 4th and on the tail of Alistair Camp. So where was Chris Smith?
Well, that's the one. Oh, yeah, he's just there in 5th position, but it was the question I was asking myself as well, because he was in 3rd place, wasn't he? He's dropped back now, but here comes Ryan Polly. He jinks to the right-hand side of Jack Ashton. Round the outside, he tries to go at Brundle. Can he do it? No, he can't do it. He's still alongside though as they go through the right-hander at Nelson. Jack Ashton in the Metro, Ryan Polly in the Honda. The inside line for Ryan Polly through the right-hander at the bomb hole, but Jack Ashton in that Metro is pluckily still holding on towards Coram. They go, and I think here Ryan Polly might get it. They're still side by side through this long right-hander, and then up towards Murray's they go. And who's going to emerge? It's Polly that gets the lead away. A protracted move there that took about 1/3 of a lap, but Ryan Polly goes through.
Behind, Alistair Camp's gone way off the road this time, so Alistair Camp in the background. I don't know if he'll be able to hang on to 3rd this time, but Jack Ashton still trying to challenge back. He's right in the toe of Ryan Polly. The Metro's not slow in a straight line, is it? Camp has lost 3rd, by the way, to Phil Wright, but for the lead of the motor race, it is Ryan Polly that is in front just about of Jack Ashton. So, yeah, the Metro's not slow in a straight line. He was a little bit worried about that with a long straight around Snetterton. It hasn't really affected him. But Ryan Polly is in front then. I say another local driver, isn't he, to Snetterton, not far away. I think based at Cambridge, but it's Ashton there in 2nd place, and he's not giving up on this just yet, Ian.
He's certainly not. Just to very quickly explain for viewers, the red classes on your timing tower are Class A, the blue squares are Class B, and the green are Class C. And on the left-hand side, the positions, green and red, when they flash up colour, that indicates a change of position or down the order respectively. So it's still Ryan Polly holding on with this race onto its 3rd lap now from Jack Ashton in 2nd place, who it's, I mean, they're both in Class A cars, but it always feels like it's a giant killing app for Jack Ashton, because well, the cars are physically bigger, they're more modern, the cars around him. But Jack Ashton does a great job. The 73 car, by the way, of Adam Croft, his Peugeot 205 has been in the pits for reasons I know not why, but he's going back out again. 2
leaders being caught by Phil Wright at a rapid rate. I know they were battling, but Phil Wright is flying along here. He's qualified 3rd. He's back into 3rd after a slow start, and Phil Wright, yet another local driver to Snetterton. It was a bit like that in the Stockhatch days as well, wasn't it? So the cars turn their way up the Bentley straight, and Polly here perhaps is better out of Williams. That's where he managed to get the lead earlier. So he's just got a bit of a bigger margin now over Jack Ashton, that turns his way through the S's. The car bounces over the curb. They come out of Nelson. But behind, Ali Camp is falling to clutch his Stuart Window. I think we might have to look at the calculations to see if David Drinkwater actually can do it in this race, because Camp's race is absolutely not going to plan.
It's really not, is it? So here are the leaders then at Coram on lap 3. Ryan Polly, Jack Ashton and Phil Wright, the 3 of them around together now. And you've got Camp just in the background of shot. He was heading into Murray's as well. What we didn't see is if he went wide on the exit from Murray's, as he has done to a greater or lesser extent on the previous lap. He's still there, but he's being put under pressure by Stuart Window now. He doesn't need to lose another position here, as Stuart Window is getting ahead as they go into Riches by the looks of it. So I just wonder if all is well with Camp's car this weekend. He dropped back down to 5th position, and that's more crucial points lost.
The lead, Jack Ashton, has he got the lead here away from Ryan Polly?
Polly has vanished, hasn't he? Or has Polly gone further up the road?
Pulled off. No, he's pulled off. Ashton was challenging into Ritchie's, but yeah, he didn't get that done. But Ryan Polly's pulled off on the exit of Ritchie's, so the mighty Metro is back in front, and he used all the grass on the inside of Palmer. That was all rather BTCC, but he manages to keep ahead of Phil Wright. He's really got a chance here to win the race. He just got the fastest lap, I think, a new lap record, 2 minutes 10.2. By the way, I don't think the championship can be won in this race. I think that is impossible, but it's very much going the way of David Drinkwater. He's still lead Class C, but for the lead of the race, Ian.
Phil Wright was sort of tucked in behind. He's had to jink to the right-hand side through Hamilton because I think he was a bit quicker than Jack Ashton. He's going to have the inside line for Rockies now. This is number 63, Phil Wright. He's on the inside line. Jack Ashton on the outside line, but Phil Wright squeezes through on the inside and takes the lead of the race. So Phil Wright it is that is looking for his 4th race victory of the season. He squeezes through into the lead.
He has got damage though, and the bumper is rubbing on the tyre, so I think that happened a bit earlier on, and was that going to harm him as this race carries on? But how this is going, Phil Wright could buy himself into the Class A Championship lead battle against Ali Camp, really, couldn't he?
Absolutely.
And Stuart Window's having a great race. He's there in 3rd and going after the top 2. Ashton trying to fight back there into Brundle, right on the bumper of Phil Wright. Yeah, Stuart Window, Ali Camp, they're both now with the top 2, so it's really 4 for the lead in this. This is absolutely cracking stuff from the Hot Hatch Championship. And you know, there's more smoke, isn't there, coming off that tyre of Phil Wright, and it's got to last another few laps because we've still got about 5 minutes of it to go, so 2, maybe 3 laps left in this.
But I mean, Stuart Windows found 3 seconds on this lap to catch these 2. I mean, I think possibly, I just wonder if Ashton made a bit of a mistake coming out of Agostini, which is where sort of Phil Wright had to sort of jink to one side and eventually got the move done sort of as a result of all of that. But here we go, side by side now for 2nd place, and Stuart Window, that Integra's got a lot of pace in a straight line, hasn't it? He's gone through into 2nd place now, and he's done a 2:11.35, which is only just outside the Tony Perfect lap record, a 2:11.14, but the best lap of the race, a 2:10.22 for Phil Wright. That is the new lap record. But Stuart Window here, we don't see very much of him these days. He's done some stock catch racing in the past, but he's flying here, back under a bit of pressure again from Jack Ashton in the Metro. And of course, Ali Camp right there as well still.
Class B, that's being led by Michael Duane by just 3/10 of a second over Neil Stringfellow, who's I think about to take the championship for the class. Alistair Camp's trying to get positions back here. He's trying to get himself ahead of Jack Ashton. They've got that slow 205 that I think's been in the pits twice to lap. So another retro hatchback out there. But the top 6 cars separated by less than 5 seconds because Chris Smith and Jamie Martin are not far behind. The Class C runners come through, and it's David Drinkwater leading there by 6 seconds from Paul Warren, who's having a great debut performance in this compact that he only bought a few days ago. And then Wayne Shackelford is 3rd in his Citroen Saxo.
Stuart Window in 2nd place, Jack Ashton in 3rd, Alistair Camp in 4th. Chris Smith there you can see in 5th position as well, number 18, and Jamie Martin in 6th place. Not too far behind. It's actually top 6 covered by less than 5 seconds at the end of the first 4 laps. So about 12 miles of racing here. Really close stuff, and it's only Philip Wright now just starting to get away a little bit, but as you say, he has got that damage. Is that going to come back and bite him in the later stages of this race? Now Camp on the inside there of Ashton's Metro as they went into Brundle. That's 70.89 Ashton and 45 Camp, but I think it looked like it was Ashton that just about hung on. So right it is with 3 minutes of this race to go, so they'll get 2 more laps out of this one as they come up to the line this time. It's going to be Phil Wright, 63, leading by a much bigger margin at the end of this lap, because it was 4/10 at the start of the lap, and it's going to be a second or so, I think, as he goes on to lap 6.
Yeah, I think they are going to squeeze in 2 more laps in this race, so I don't think that early start's actually going to affect how many laps we get in. So it'll be another 7-lap race here in these 15-minute encounters. And it is Phil Wright that leads by over 2 seconds now. And it was more of a slow lap for Window more than anything, because it wasn't the greatest of laps we've seen from Phil Wright, but it was quick enough for him to extend his margin. The top 6, you could see there, way ahead of anybody else. About of a second into the hairpin. Stuart Window, now he's got past Jack Ashton, can't get away, and Ashton using the lighter Metro, only weighs just over 800 kilograms. So really nimble there through the hairpin, but wasn't really able to do much in the end. And if anything, it's Alistair Camp that's coming strong here, isn't it, and trying to get himself back onto the podium positions as they turn their way then up towards Agostini. There's Chris Smith, who's been having a good season, and then in 6th place Jamie Martin. The rest a long way behind. It's Sean Green ahead of Chris McCloy. Then the Class B leaders, which are still only separated by 0.2 of a second. Perhaps we'll catch up on them. Behind these 2, Michael Duane and Neil Stringfellow, the Class B leaders. Yeah, we're going to wait for them to see if it's Peugeot or Renault in front of the Peugeot's gone through, hasn't it? Neil Stringfellow's got ahead of Michael Duane, who's on his return to racing this weekend. Neil Stringfellow's going to win the Class B Championship here, but he'd like to win the race, and Dwayne locks up on the outside line in the Clio. So it's the retro Peugeot that goes to the front, but perhaps a bit wide, Ian.
Yep, looks like it says that, Clio's back through, isn't it, on the inside as they approach Hamilton. So a good battle going on for 9th and 10th overall in the Class B lead. I don't think it's going to make too much consequence as far as the Class B Championship is concerned. That looks like it's still going to go to Neil Stringfellow. He only needed to finish at least second in this race to guarantee that, come what may. But Dwayne is just pulling out a few car lengths now as they head through the right-hander at Williams onto the Bentley straight.
If we remember, Paul Jarvis went off while leading early. He has got the fastest lap in Class B, so he might be a factor in those races tomorrow. But of course, he's a bit further behind. Here come the Class B leaders again to the end of the lap. I think there's some changes up front overall, Ian.
Yeah, I can see that Alistair Camp's through into 3rd place now, so he's ahead of Jack Ashton. It's going to be last lap board out now for Phil Wright, so he goes on to start his last lap, and it's Stuart Windows 2nd, Ali Camp 3rd, so that could be important for the championship. Jack Ashton 4th, and 5th Chris Smith. But we're still watching this Class B lead battle, so Neil Stringfellow in this first of 3 races this weekend is going to probably finish 2nd in Class A, but that'll be enough to wrap up the Class B championship. He's only won the class on 4 occasions so far this season. Andrew Ashton, Dan Gibbs and Matt Creed have been the other winners within that class.
And they're side by side now, so Neil Stringfellow on the left-hand side of the racetrack, Michael Dwayne on the right-hand side of the track as they cross the line in the 172 Clio. 777 the number, just about nosing in front. A car that's, a decade and a half newer than the Peugeot as they turn their way through Ritchie's. Not far behind them is Tate Taverner, having his debut in Hot Hatch after racing in Type R Trophy this year, using that car, I think, here this weekend. But it's Dwayne back ahead, therefore, then, of Neil Stringfellow. This has been a good battle in Class B, so we had some great racing in Class A early on, some good racing in Class B, but in Class C, it's David Drinkwater that's dominating proceedings, but a change for 2nd there because Wayne Shackelford's got himself ahead of Paul Warren.
Now on screen, this is the fight for 4th position. Chris Smith it is that is attacking Jack Ashton there. They're heading up towards Williams, and I think he's gone through on the inside. Chris Smith in the red and blue Honda, the purple and white Rover Metro of Jack Ashton just tucks it back in behind Chris Smith now. So what at one point was looking good for a win for Jack Ashton. It has faded away. I think you said in the intro, Josh, that he starts the race well, but perhaps can't maintain that all the way through the race. There's a change for 2nd, and that could be crucial in the championship at Brundle. Through has gone Ali Camp, so a strange race for him. He sort of faded away to about 5th or 6th position. He's come back to 2nd place here. He's not going to catch Phil Wright because there's 4.9 seconds or so between them, but it's a good comeback this from Camp, and keeps him very much in the championship.
Yes, it's not quite as problematic as it might have been. But for Phil Wright, this has been a good race, hasn't he? He didn't make a good start. He was down in 6th at one point, but this is going to be a 4th win of the season. It's been a good second half of the year for him. He won at Brands Hatch, he won at Silverstone, he won at Alton Park, and now he wins at Snetterton. But for 2nd place, it's 4 cars together here, Ian.
And over the line first is going to come Ali Camp, but it's just going to be Chris Smith that gets 3rd place on the line. I think Stuart Window had a problem towards the end. He missed a gear. He did come across the line in 4th, but only 3/10 ahead of Jack Ashton.
There's a wheel.
Someone's lost a wheel. Now that's rolling off into the field. Now I don't know where it's rolled from.
It's gone a long way in the field, hasn't it?
Off into the ditch. Now where's the car? Well, that shows you the momentum. It's the Clio. And which one is that? It's the is that the 137 Zach Irving car, I think, that's now a 3-wheeled Clio.
And for the Class B win across the line in, it's side by side, and Michael Dwayne just takes it. That was out of sight, but 700th of a second, Michael Dwayne beat Neil Stringfellow. That wheel, I don't think it's in the part of property of Snetterton anymore, is it? It's so far off the out of the venue. But for Class C, that's soon going to come through. That's going to be David Drinkwater to win, and that's going to be a step closer, isn't it, for the overall championship, looking for 3 in a row. He turns his way through Coram Curve at the moment, and somebody that's raced at Nürburgring and Le Mans this year, David Drinkwater. He likes coming back to do 750 Motor Club Racing, perhaps because he wins a lot.
Yeah.
He comes out of Murray's then, and here he comes then into shot, and another win for David Drinkwater will put him that bit closer to the championship, because now that extends his lead out to 8 points heading into tomorrow from Alistair Camp. With Phil Wright chasing after Camp, just 11 points between those two in the Class A championship.
Yeah, so exciting times there. I think just behind David Drinkwater there was the the car that started at the back of the grid, which was the Jack Chapman Rover, sorry, the MG I should say, ZR, started at the back, came through to 21st position. There you can see the cars being flagged in at the end of the race into the into Parc Fermé.
I think Phil Wright's out of contention for the overall championship now, so that's Drinkwater versus Camp, but he's still in contention for the Class A title.
Let's have a look at the results. 6.1 seconds was the victory margin for number 63, Philip Wright. Second place, good comeback drive from number 45, Alistair Camp. Third place, number 18, Chris Smith, snatching it on the line from number 82, Stuart Window, who missed a gear. Fifth was 79, Jack Ashton in the Metro, first non-Honda. Sixth was number 2, Jamie Martin. Seventh, number 37, Chris McCloy. Eighth, number 33, Sean Green. Then over the line together, separated by 700ths, were 777, Michael Dwayne, and 74, Neil Stringfellow. That was for the Class B victory. Tate Taverner, third in Class B and 11th overall. Then Alan May, Tom Hall, and Andrew Ashton, 14th in the Rover. I think it was a Metro rather than a 216 as showed on screen. Leon Shepherd 15th, then Stephen Harrison, Paul Jarvis after a first or second lap spin, William Murphy, Daniel Cogswell, and Class C winner and champion David Drinkwater. Further back, the 501 as it's shown on screen, that was the car of Jack Chapman, I think, in 21st. Then Wayne Shackelford, Paul Warren, David Knight, Paul Keynes, Chris Woods, David Measday, Stuart Kennedy, Jerry Frost, and Alex Martin rounding out the top 30. Head of Emilio Lucchesa, John Hobbs, Matt McCarthy in the Fiesta, Olivia Martin a bit further back than she would normally be in the Compact. Then Julian Assen, Zach Irvin, he lost his wheel, didn't he? And we get into the retirements, Ryan Parley, Adam Croft, Jared Coulson, etc. So that's the results of the first of 3 races this weekend for the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship. Still more races to come here at Snetterton this afternoon for F1000s, Classic Stock Hatch, Clios, BMWs, and the RLM Racing Bikesports Championship. So lots still to come between now and around about 6 o'clock this evening. But we've got cars filtering into Parc Fermé, and I can see that getting ready to speak to us down there is Matt Suckling, and he's going to speak to our race winner Phil Wright. So Matt, it's down to you once again.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yep, down here with our race winner from that Hot Hatch Championship encounter is winner Phil Wright. Phil, that was good stuff there. Great fight, I think, amongst 5 cars, and you came out on top.
Yeah, we got a good start and then struggled finding 3rd and 4th for the first lap, dropped back down to 6th or 7th, then had to come back through. But, yeah, we needed that for the championship, so...
Yeah, I think it keeps you in contention for Class A, not quite the overall, but Class A is definitely on the tables for tomorrow. A little bit of damage to the left front as well. What happened there?
Yeah, poor Ryan Polly, who was leading at this point. I think he's broke down mid-turn 1, and obviously I was unsighted behind the Metro and found him in the front of the car, bless him, but I hope he's all right. I've been too serious anyway.
Yeah, a little bit of work for you to do this evening on that car, but 2 more races to come tomorrow. You need to win them, theoretically, to finish ahead of Ali, who's right behind you as always, but it should be a good couple of races.
Yeah, we could have done with the Metro and the Integra stand in between. I keep seeing him coming in the mirror, but we'll do what we can do. That's all I can do.
And it seems like the Honda does well here at Snetterton. Long straight, stretch the legs.
Yeah, it does perform well. I was surprised how quick that Metro was in a straight line. He's found some horsepower from somewhere.
You looking forward to tomorrow?
Yeah, can't wait for tomorrow. We've got sponsors coming down, Ransom Evans Property Management and Fairtex Architecture, so it'd be nice to have them with us here, and obviously the main sponsor, Dad, so it's good.
Keeps you going. Well done, Phil. Congratulations.
Cheers.
There we go then, Phil Wright, our winner. Let's try and grab a quick word if we can with Ali Camp, who's just round here. Ali, do you want to come and join us quickly? Second place in that race, you put as much pressure on as possible there. How do you enjoy that?
Yeah, it was good fun. Made a few mistakes, but we knew, like I said, I just need to finish behind Phil, so that was the mission. Once seeing Phil going through, I thought just got to follow as much as we can, but no, it was a good race. Really enjoyed it.
It was fun to watch. Lots going on around you, lots behind, lots in front. You were trying to play catch-up at certain points as well, but second place, solid points.
Yeah, definitely. Really happy with that.
And I think you're still in it with the overall championship as well. You're fighting Class C man David Drinkwater.
Yeah, that's it. So loads to look out for, but obviously ready to enjoy ourselves and have a good weekend. So
it's good stuff. Well done.
Thank you.
There we go, and let's have a quick chat if we can. David's here, actually. We'll have a quick chat with David, winner of Class C once again. David, that was a good race for you. What was happening throughout that one?
Yeah, it was a good race. Thankfully, we got through the start. You know, it's always a pinch point at the hairpin, so that was nice to get through there with no issues, no damage, no nothing. So, unlike last year. So, yeah, it was a bit of a gap then, spread out, and they were battling behind, which slowed them up, which gave me a bit of a gap, and I was away. That was it. Awesome.
And that's what you need this weekend. You need to be clean. You need to be kind of gain those points for the championship. Were you aware of what was happening up front with the Class A?
No, but I know they're all competitive, and Ali's going to be up there in the top 3 or 4, whatever. I think he finished second, I think he said. So, yeah, I needed 3 wins from the weekend. Fastest laps if I can get them. But, you know, I'll just take the wins, and I think that should be enough. But we'll still to play for tomorrow.
That's it. We're looking forward to that. 2 great races to look forward to. Well done today, David.
Cool. Thank you very much.
There we go. David Drinkwater, our Class C winner. I think that's all we've got time for down here. Very busy, as you said. Really, really big grid. One of the biggest of the weekend for the Hot Hatch Championship. On the way next, though, we're going to turn our attention to the Swallow Home Hills F1000 Championship. First of 3 races for them this weekend as well.
Yes, the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship coming up next. Another championship that's absolutely on a knife edge, this one. Lots to be decided still in this category for the Jedi single-seaters powered by 1000cc motorcycle engines. This is how the grid's going to line up. Pole position, the 65 car of Matthew Booth and 12 Tom Gadd beside him on the front row of the grid, a winner last time out at Alton Park. Second race, the reigning champion, not having such a good year this year, number 1 Dan Clues, and 5 Rob Wellham, who usually goes well here at his local circuit of Snetterton. Third row, number 56, one of the drivers in championship contention, Lee Morgan, and Ben Powney, number 37, who leads the clubman's class coming into this weekend. On the fourth row, it's 42 Paul Butcher and 41 Billy Styles. The fifth row, another of the championship contenders, Dan Gore, number 80, starting 9th. Won't be too happy with that. Alongside him is number 69, Eddie Falkingham. On the 6th row, 55 and 30. 55, Nikita Abramov, and 30, Alok Iyengar. The 7th row is 66, Max Windhauser, and 88 is Mark Betts, the ex-RGB racer. The 8th row, 14 and 73, 14 Adam Walker, and 73 Cales Cole. Daniel Levy, number 17, and Dax Ward, number 29, line up on the 9th row of the grid. And rounding out the field, we've got 67 Andrew Wheels and 95 David Tagg on row 10, 91 Peter Legge, 9 Peter Legge, and 33 Rob Bailey on the 11th and final row. So 22 cars we have then for this F1000 Championship race. First of 3 races this weekend for these cars, and not that I trust my own points at tables now. Josh has pointed out the flaws in it after the last one, but I reckon we've got the top 2, Morgan and Gore, level on points after drop scores coming into this weekend.
That's right.
Oh, good.
They're the 2 that are particularly in contention, but as far as I'm aware, that 6 mathematically can.
Yes.
Paul Butcher, very unlikely, but Matthew Booth, particularly being on pole, I don't think Elliot Mitchell's actually here, is he?
He's not.
And Rob Wellham. So Booth very much could fight his way into contention this weekend, because both Lee Morgan and Dan Gore didn't actually qualify particularly well, did they?
No, that's true. And Morgan had issues at Alton Park, which was last time out, and so too did Mitchell. He had big engine problems last time out, and that's the reason, I suspect, that he's not here this weekend. So it's really 4 probably in contention for the championship, but really it'd be something of a surprise, I would think, if it wasn't Morgan or Gore that left the circuit this weekend with the championship to the name.
The problem is, apart from Gore, no one can afford a DNF, can they? Because Gore's the only driver that's actually dropping points, a 16, which he might need where he's qualified. He had engine issues yesterday. So this is going to be pretty intriguing stuff. And Matthew Booth, he started the season with problems, didn't he? I think Brands Hatch was a bit of a disaster for him. But with pole position here, and there's quite a big swing, isn't there? If you win the race, you get 30 points compared to 25 for second.
That's right.
So what's he? So he's behind by 25 points. So it's difficult, but it is a margin that you can work at.
It's not impossible. And of course, he was the 2019 champion as well, Matthew Booth. He won the Sports Specials Championship with 750 Motorsport in 2016, and there he is. He's a very rapid racer, and one of the drivers that have switched across from all the 750 Motor Club disciplines since F1000 joined the 750 Motor Club roster a couple of seasons ago now. Another example of that is Tom Gadd, number 12 in the background. You can see he was the low-cost champion 2 years ago, and he, in the number 12 car, had his first win last time out at Alton Park. He's only 10th in the championship, hasn't done all the round, had about COVID as well that I think ruled him out of at least one meeting. But Tom Gadd, very rapid at Alton Park, so we'll see what he can do. What was the difference between their lap times in practice? It was not very much, was it?
It was 8 tenths.
8 tenths of a second.
But that was close behind. You had, what, 5 cars separated by 3 tenths. So Matthew Booth was quick there in qualifying this morning. Wasn't that far outside the lap record that's been held by some time by Richard Mitchell here at on the Snetterton 300 circuit. So Booth was really quick this morning in the qualifying session. But yeah, they got Gadd, Clues, Wellham, Morgan and Powney not separated by very much whatsoever.
Just looking at that lap time, 1:48.78 for Booth. That, for context, is about 2.7 seconds slower than Shaky Burns' best single lap time in the British Superbikes around here in the single lap qualifying session. So not far off 100 miles an hour, 98.26 miles an hour average.
I think running similar kind of engines as
yeah,
well.
exactly. So, number 1, Dan Clues, now the champion from last season. It's been a bit of an underwhelming year for him. His best result of 3rd, and he's had 3 5ths and a couple of 6th places as well. He's only 7th in the championship coming into this weekend, so his championship defence didn't exactly go to plan. It's a shame for him. Rob Wellham, he's had a sort of very Rob Wellham kind of season, hasn't he? A few DNFs along the way, some good results too. He's just had the 1 win so far this season. That was the middle of the races at Brands Hatch, as we are shortly to get the green flag lap underway. But Rob had his maiden F1000 win here at Snetterton a couple of years ago, so he always goes pretty well here. And we'll see if he can repeat that this weekend. There you can see the yellow flashing light on the back of the car of Matthew Booth until he moves away. That's the speed Marshal system, which Dan Gore was, not Dan Gore, Dax Ward even, the rhyme, and they both have a first name beginning with D that's 3 letters long.
And we did hear from Dan Gore.
And we did, but it was Dax Ward that was telling us about the speed Marshal system at lunchtime, and Dax, of course, I think lines from about row 10 of this particular grid. But you saw the yellow flashing light there, and that warned the drivers behind the car stationary or very slow, which is a useful piece of information to convey to following drivers. So they're off on the green flag lap. We also have the Club MX5 Cup to think about as well in F1000, and that's being led by Ben Powney. The Club MX5 Cup, basically, how that works is you just ignore the top 5 in every race and give the points for 6th downwards. And on that basis, it's Ben Powney that's leading by 16 points from Dan Clues coming into this weekend, and then Billy Stiles and Adam Walker level on 3rd place, about 9 points behind Clues.
That must be why Ben Powney qualified 6th then.
Rather than 5th, yes. Well, this is the thing. He's now in a quandary, isn't he? If he's sort of in a battle for 5th position, do you go for 5th and then not pick up points, or do you stay in 6th position and pick up maximum points for the Clubman class? And Ben's got 2 championships on the go this weekend. We'll see him out tomorrow in the Mazda 7s, where he'll be battling with Danny Andrew for that particular championship title. So he's got a busy weekend ahead of him with 5 races.
Yeah, that's right. And I think tomorrow there's a couple of races quite close to one another. He was telling me yesterday, so that should be quite exciting for him.
I was looking at the timetable. Yeah, the second, third F1000 race and the second Mazda 7 race are back to back. So that will be an interesting one for him.
Particularly as Park Ferme is a long way away from the assembly area.
It is. I hope he's got either a good set of spikes or a scooter or something to get him from Park Ferme to the assembly area for tomorrow's race. Anyway, back to this race, and he's only got 1 race today to worry about, so that's
easy.
Something. Yeah, well, exactly right. You can see the cars getting some heat into these slick tyres on the green flag lap, as you would expect. The Avon control tyres that we use in the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. A reminder then that it is Matthew Booth on pole position, 0.8 of a second faster in qualifying than Tom Gadd, then Dan Clues, Rob Wellham, Lee Morgan and Ben Powney. But, you know, there's lots of experience in F1000. Paul Butcher, as we say, still a mathematical contender for the championship. He's 7th. He's been racing in it for about 20 odd years now. He's very experienced. We've got Dan Gore, of course, to watch from 9th place, as he hopes to just get solid points out of this one. Mindful of the fact that Lee Morgan only 4 places ahead of him on the grid.
Good to see how big the grid is nowadays.
Oh, yeah.
With the 750 Motor Club consistently, we've had 20 cars in every race. So that's been absolutely fantastic, and they're dramatic races. The cars are so small but so quick as well. I think that really adds to the spectacle of the races. And you say some real speed at the front of the field as well. On such a long lap, the top 10 cars here separated by less than 3 seconds in qualifying. Actually, the top 6 separated by just a second, despite that big pole gap that Matthew Booth had. So this is going to be Absolutely intriguing, I think.
We should have Peter Legge on the back as well. Started racing in the 60s in minis. He's making his return to F1 fighting in the Jedi class, so not part of the main championship class this weekend, but racing in the Jedi class. He goes at the back. But all attention at the moment at the front of the field. It's the 65 car on pole position, Matthew Booth. Alongside him, number 12, Tom Gadd. Second row, number 1, Dan Clues. And number 5, Rob Wellham. The 5-second board is raised, so shortly the red lights will go on. And they do now. Revs are rising. Oh, no. And problem there for Matthew Booth. He does eventually get away, so hopefully that's not going to cause too big an issue. So Booth eventually gets away. I think, therefore, it's Tom Gadd that leads into the first corner then. And second place is number 1, Dan Clues, as they head through. And Lee Morgan up to third, I think, at the expense of Rob Wellham. So Wellham sort of holding station in 4th position, but he breaks very late for the Wilson hairpin. Goes quite deep into the corner, comes back out of it in 4th position as well, I think. But the big headline there was that very slow start for Matthew Booth. Had a problem getting off the line. Unfortunately, he did without anyone collecting him.
Indeed, after talking up how he can buy himself into the championship battle, that isn't quite how to do it. So he's got his work cut out. Here's the battle of third, I think. The championship contender, Lee Morgan, trying to go around the outside of Rob Wellham. Championship rival is almost with him because Dan Gore's made a great start to this. 67 is off there, and that's
Andrew Wheels.
Yeah, that's right.
Lee Morgan's teammate in the Perpetual Motorsport car.
So here should get back going. There is Morgan. Here comes Wellham on the inside of the champion from last year, Dan Clues. There's not much room there. They're wheel to wheel. The leader's pulled away massively. That's Tom Gadd, isn't it? He's gone. But about a second is strong, and Dan Clues stays in front. Ben Powney, he didn't make a good start, did he? He's dropped back. But Dan Gore, he's moving forward. He's not far behind Lee Morgan.
Ben Powney's just making sure he's not going to get in the top 5, I think, as Tom Gadd, then, the Alton Park race winner, heads down the Bentley straight into Brundle and Nelson for the first time. It's number 1 with the wing just wobbling a little bit in the breeze there. I thought Dan Clues in second, and then Rob Wellham in third, but he's got Lee Morgan climbing all over the back of him now, and you've got the 2 championship contenders together there. 56, Lee Morgan just behind Rob Wellham there, and there Dan Gore. So they're 4th and 5th right together, having started 5th and 9th respectively on the grid.
Going through Coram then on this first lap of the 15-minute motor race we've got here. So the cars turn their way out of Murray, down the straight, and Tom Gadd right in front of the rest. But Lee Morgan, he's challenging for third. He's alongside Rob Wellham. They're wheel to wheel as they head up towards Richie's corner. Morgan's on the outside, which generally isn't the place you really want to be. So he backs out of it, tries to get the cut back on the exit of the corner on the run down towards the Wilson hairpin. But Wellham is late on the brakes on lap 1. He's late on the brakes on lap 2 and hangs on to third place.
Absolutely right. So Matthew Booth 7th in car 65 at the end of the first lap of the race. There's Tom Gadd, though. 2.36 seconds was his advantage at the end of lap 1. Dan Clues, he may be the champion, but this is a bit of an unfamiliar position for him this year, up as high as second place. That front wing really is a problem. I think it is causing a handling problem into the slow corners as well, because Rob Wellham gets up on the inside of him there at Agostini. He's going to have the inside line for Hamilton as well, and he's gone through. So Rob Wellham now up into second place, and down to third place has gone Dan Clues. Lee Morgan will try and attack him into Oggies. But he won't be able to make it through there.
Where's Dan Gore?
Good question. Where is Dan Gore, the man that was
slowing?
He's slowing. Well, he wasn't going to be dropping any, or he was dealing with points, but he's now going to have a broken car. So he'll be joining them with nothing left to drop after this race by the looks of it. It looks like Dan Gore, engine problems have returned in the Mattel cars room machine. It looks like he's going to be out of the race, as we've got Morgan and Clues side by side. And it's Morgan now that's gone through to third place at Brundle and Nelson.
So it'll be 16 points that Dan Gore gets back in this race, so he's not out of contention. Outside, I'd say, was Lee Morgan. Matthew Booth's up next, isn't he? So he's back to 4th after that slow start. So he's fighting back as they turn their way then. Well, 5th position, isn't he, Booth, in fact. They turn their way through. Then Billy Stills and Ben Powney come through next. So 2 laps done now. And it's Tom Gadd's lead staying good. Yeah, it's up to over 3 seconds. 1 minute 50.4, the first flying lap of the motor race. So Rob Wellham second, third is Lee Morgan, 4th Dan Clues, 5th Matthew Booth, 6th Billy Stiles, 7th Ben Powney, 8th Paul Butcher, 9th Nikita Abramov, and completing the top 10 is Eddie Falkingham. But there's some more side-by-side racing going on, because Ben Powney goes through and he's back into 6th place. He gets himself ahead of Billy Stiles then in all of that, so he's back to where he started in there's a very rough sounding car that's just gone through. That's Dan Gore, isn't it? So he's trying to pick up a point here, isn't he? Which, yeah, so that kind of counts, but whether that's going to be problematic for the car, because it didn't sound good at all.
It didn't, did it? And don't forget, he will pick up effectively 16 points here, but he's perhaps got a mind on what might happen tomorrow as well here. Right, 3.4 seconds the lead for Tom Gadd over Rob Wellham at the end of lap number 2. We're watching Dan Clews and Matthew Booth in 4th and 5th place just head through shot, and they're heading on to the Bentley Straight now. Billy Stiles is, Ben Powney is next up in 6th position, which is kind of the optimal position for him. Eddie Falkingham there is going to lose a place. It was behind Abramov at the start of the lap. He's going to be behind Abramov again further round the lap, I think. They're doing battle for, I think, 9th and 10th positions. So, number 1, Dan Clews in 4th place. Matthew Booth, the pole position driver who didn't get off the line very well. Thought he was going to get up the inside into the bomb hole there and take 4th place away from Clews. We've had into the pits number 67, Andrew Wills, by the way. We saw him off on the first lap of the race. But there's Rob Wellham, and let's see what lap time he's able to do here to see if he's closing in on Tom Gadd. Gadd is a 1:49.94, and that time through Wellham's a 1:50.03, so Gadd pulls out another 1/10 of a second. It's more than 3.5 seconds now. And then it's Lee Morgan third. He's got about 2.7 seconds in hand over Dan Clews. In fact, the fastest man on the circuit now is Lee Morgan. He's just in the best lap of the race, a 1:49.91.
Where his teammate went out the pit lane, it didn't help his occasion because he had to go around the outside at Ritchie's, which looked a bit daunting. But for 4th place, Booth is alongside Clews, is on the inside line for Palmer Corner, and he goes through then, so that is 4th place back the way of Matthew Booth on his fight back through the field. Behind him, Ben Powney. That wing's still dangling, isn't it, on the Clews car? Whether it should quite be doing that, I'm not sure. But he has been dropping down the order. Yeah, look how far Lee Morgan dropped behind Rob Wellham there. He had to adjust his line through Ritchie's, passing what was his teammate, exiting the pit lane. So that didn't work out at all.
Dan Gore's car, it's sort of quite terrifying hearing it come past. It sounds like it's stuck in gear, possibly. I don't know.
It could be on the limiter, couldn't it?
It could be on the limiter, but
well, that's not going to do the engine much.
No, is it the right thing to do to bring the car home? That's the thing. I wonder if they've sort of game planned this situation. Oh, and that's a problem. And that is the number 95 car, David Tagg, I think, isn't it? That was in strife there.
Mookie. That car 19th position, but here is Falkingham, who has got 9th now away from Abramov, hasn't he?
Yeah.
Not far behind Paul Butcher. And of course, 8 cars get reversed for tomorrow's race, don't they? So if he can go after Paul Butcher and get 8th place, that'll be a good start to tomorrow. As blasting across the line goes Tom Gadd to get the fastest lap back, 1:49.73, and extends his lead out to 4 seconds to Rob Wellham. Matthew Booth then, he's 4th now, behind Lee Morgan by 3 seconds, so we'll see if he can catch him. There's still half of the race to go. We've done 4 laps. We potentially could squeeze 9 in then, couldn't we? We're just under half distance as they cross the line.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens.
Possibly so. We'll see how things pan out. As there we see Paul Butcher going through in 8th place, then 9th, 10th and 11th right together. The 11th place car is the Indian driver from Pune, Alok Yengar, in car number 30. He's been racing in the F1000 UK for quite a few seasons now, on and off. I imagine this season's been a bit disrupted with various issues, but he's good to have Alok back on the grid. And he's just in behind there, 55 Nikita Abramov, a Russian driver, so it's a truly international field in the Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship. Surely one of the most competitive single-seater categories in the UK these days, I would suggest.
One of the quickest.
Definitely. So that's ex-Clio racer Eddie Falkingham going through. He's trying to chase after Paul Butcher in 8th place. There is Rob Wellham in 2nd place, still 4 seconds behind Tom Gadd. But is he going to come under a bit more pressure from Lee Morgan? Last time through, the gap extended between them, but I wonder if it might come down again this time round.
Here's Ben Powney's problem. He's in 6th, but there's a 5th place car in front of him that he's catching here.
Yeah, well, and what does he do about it? On the last lap, he did a 1:51.08. He was 1.7 seconds quicker than Dan Clews, but given that Ben Powney, I guess his main aim is to win the Clubman's Cup Championship.
Who's second in the championship, did you say?
It is... Well, now you're asking.
Was it Dan Clue?
Dan Clues, yeah.
So there's a big swing in that championship, isn't there, depending on what happens between them.
Absolutely right. Clues is probably going to be desperately trying to lose fifth position, and Ben Powell is going to be desperately trying not to take it, because neither of them are in contention for the overall championship. And I wonder if they'll end up falling over each other in all of that, and they could bring Billy Styles into the equation as well, which might just solve everyone's problem.
Is Dan Gore being black flagged now?
There's a black and orange,
meatball
flag going out, which indicates a mechanical issue that the driver may not be aware of.
I suspect he might be.
Well, yes, we're aware of it, but
the fact that we nearly get deafened every lap, I don't know. Well, yeah, probably not great for the noise limit either, is it? Anyway, battle for fifth, or not to be fifth as it may be. Dan Clues v Ben Powney in the slightly bizarre Clubman Cup Championship situation as they turn their way up towards Hamilton. I think Ben Powney would quite like to gain a place. He was looking to go up the inside into Hamilton, decided against it. But it is Clues just in front.
Yeah, he's had 3 6 during the course of this season, which almost sounds like he's been sort of practicing this. Was it which driver was it a couple of years ago that was a specialist in finishing between 6th and 10th? Rob Bailey, I think, wasn't it? Which was good for him in the Clubman's Cup Championship. I think he finished every race, or nearly every race, between 6th and 10th position. So 4 minutes to go. Clues with that flexi wing with. Powney just behind him, but without necessarily making too much of an effort to get past at the moment. They're turning their way through the bomb hole. There goes the Gore car through again underneath our commentary box. It just sounds expensive to me. There's the 95 car of David Tang. Now that could be the one that's getting the black flag, I suppose.
Well,
yeah, because that's smoking. I wonder if that's putting fluid out.
Powney looked slow out of Murray's, so he's dropped away from Clues. Is that on purpose?
Avoiding temptation, maybe. Billy Styles comes through next. I mean, he's got quite a gap now to Dan Clues. He's got about 2 seconds to Clues and about 2.5 seconds back to Billy Styles behind him.
For second, Lee Morgan is catching Rob Wellham, so perhaps we'll pick up on that soon. And now this 5th place battle seems to have solved itself. With Clues pulling away from Powney. There's Peter Lake, just let him through the 2nd place battle on his return to racing. After just over 12 months out, I think. So Wellham and Morgan then, 2nd and 3rd, were separated by 3/4 of a second at the start of the lap, but it was Morgan that was the quicker. There's Abramov, so he's continuing the battle with Ian Gar, isn't he? So Nikita Abramov trying to stay within the top 10 here as they turn their way through the hairpin there. That's Agostini. They're not far behind Eddie Falkenham, at least at the start of the lap. So the race continues. It's all spreading out a little bit, but that battle of a second was tight at the start of the lap, but it's well and pulling away on this lap perhaps from Lee Morgan.
Yeah, looks like it, doesn't it? It's more than 3/4 of a second now, I'd suggest, between the two of them.
Yeah, it looks that way. So Rob Wellham's having a good race here, isn't he? Because he started 4th, he's up to 2nd. Lee Morgan started 5th, up to 3rd. They've both passed the slow starting Matthew Booth and Dan Clues. This is a problem though for Morgan. There's the engine letting go. There's lots and lots of fluid coming out the back of it. So Dan Gore, he's in problems. And now is Lee Morgan in trouble? Well, it's still going, but it's got 1, maybe 2 more laps to do, and the car is not looking great.
Yes, and it almost looked like he was losing on his own fluid as well, didn't it, through Murray? So I hope that's not going to cause a problem for anybody else. I can see
Booth's a long way behind now, so yeah, he lost a lot of time.
He lost about 5 seconds on that lap.
And Clues and Powney haven't come through, have they? Or is that not updated? Powney's...
Yes, Clues is there, but Powney's been delayed. He's had a long lap as well, so I wonder if he's been off on possibly Lee Morgan's fluid.
So Wellham and Booth could be back in this championship battle, couldn't they? And actually Dan Gore might have a bigger lead than he started this race off with, despite all his problems.
He could do, because he'll pick up 16 points from this, and Lee Morgan, if he retires, he won't pick up anything, and surely he's not going to get this back for another lap and a half. That's looking pretty terminal to me.
Indeed, and Dan Gore was pitted, so he's... And off, this car's going off, isn't there? That's Dax Ward. What actually Morgan would like the race to be stopped, wouldn't he? because then he'd be in the classification.
Oh, maybe he's even thinking that as well.
It's going to make a very oily track for Classic Stockhatch up next.
Oh, joy. Through the left-hander goes this little battle. It's the one that involves Alok Yengar, who's now in 10th position.
The leaders will not know, will they, the top two, about this slippery track, which seems to start at Coram. What a corner for it to start on for Tom Gadd and Rob Wellham, which are separated by 3.6 seconds. Because, of course, everybody else, they've found a bit of slippery track, so perhaps are expecting it. So that Gadd's getting a bit twitchy. Through Coram, he's going very, very wide. He stays on, though. Rob Wellham, this is out of the TV screen, gets through much better. So I suspect this lead gap's going to come down. There's Gadd. He had a big moment through Coram, but he caught it. But his lead possibly is a bit smaller than it was. Are we going to get an early checkered flag? Are we going to get one more lap?
No sign of a checkered flag yet. No sign of a last lap board either, for that matter. But they'll go on to their last lap then, and the gap, which was 3.6, is now 2.2 seconds.
Again, Gadd very sideways through Richie's there. So again, he's just clinging onto this car. He's raced in low cost. Surely he's been on an oily track before.
You would think.
So he turns his way then down into the Wilson Heaven. Again, the car's understeering, isn't it? It's not a great track surface, I don't think, to be raced on. Lee Morgan's still going in third, by the way, so he actually might pick up third place yet.
Well, that's amazing, isn't it? I mean, it was only 6 seconds off his best lap of the race there as well, despite the fact that it looked absolutely terminal to me. I do just wonder what damage it might be causing. I suspect he's probably got a spare engine or something that he's got ready to bolt in overnight, and he's just keeping his fingers firmly crossed.
Dan Clue slots back to 6th place there, letting Billy Styles go through.
Very politic indeed. Billy Styles up to 5th position then, which would be his best result of the year so far, because he's only had a couple of 7s. It's his best so far, the teenager.
Lead gap coming down then. Gadd to Wellham. This is the smallest. I think it's been all race, because Gadd had a big lead on lap 1, didn't he? How's Morgan getting on? Are we going to get a view of that? Is he still going? Yeah, I think he is in 3rd place. So, quite strange. This race, it has to be said, we thought there might be some twists in these championship battles over the course of these 2 days at Snetterton, and it's providing all the plots, isn't it? There's been plenty of them during the course of today. But a driver that's not worried about the championship is Tom Gadd. He's got 2 corners to go. This is where he had a moment a lap ago through Coram. Wellham going loads of speed on the outside line, but Gadd is in front here, Ian, with 1 corner to go.
Yeah, Wellham's been closing and he's been shucking the car around. This final lap is within about 6 car lengths now. He's carrying good speed out of the final corner. They're going to come up to the line. Wellham's in the toe. He's just not quite close enough to do it, and the gap, which was 3.6 seconds 2 laps ago, is down to less than 0.4 of a second at the end. So very well done to Rob Wellham to get so close to Tom Gadd, but Tom Gadd getting his 2nd win in F1000. It is going to be Lee Morgan coming home in 3rd place, almost as if nothing had happened, because now nothing coming out of the back of that car, maybe there's nothing left. But he's over the line there with a lap that took 2 minutes 1 second, but he's still there in 3rd position. Matthew Booth has taken 4th. In 5th place, Billy Styles. Dan Clues across the line in 6th place to pick up maximum points within the clubman's class. Ben Powley just 1 place behind him, his rival within that division, and Eddie Falkingham 8th, Nikita Abramov 9th, and Alok Yengar in 10th position. Have you worked out what that might do to the championship yet, Josh? Or?
So that puts Lee Morgan on 260, 6 points ahead of Dan Gore on 254, then Matthew Booth on 233, and Rob Wellham still in it on 221, 39 points between 4 drivers with 60 points on offer tomorrow.
That sounds like it might be a bit exciting, especially we know Morgan and Gore, their teams, the Perpetual Motorsport team and the Mattel Cars team, are both going to have a lot of work to do overnight, one would think.
Good battle right towards the back of the field here for 16th. So this is the last slot on the points, isn't it? I think Dan Levy just ahead of Kaylee Cole as they come up across the line. But yeah, I think a pretty tricky track there at the end. Wellham was the only one that was anywhere near his best lap time. Most of the drivers sort of 2, 3 in plus seconds off. So a very odd race in some ways. But it's all sold its way out for Tom Gadd, having a great time, isn't he? Won at Oulton Park, and now he's won here at Snetterton. And for tomorrow, Eddie Falkenham looks set for pole, doesn't he, with an 8th place finish there. So a really interesting race there from the F1000 Championship midway through our afternoon's action here at Snetterton. Plenty more though to come up here at the circuit and on the Alpha Live channel, because we've got classic stock action, Clios, more tin top action to come with BMWs as well, and then the Bikesports Championship decider at the end of the day. So lots to look forward to, but shortly we will hear from Matt Suckling, who will have our second race winner of the season, Tom Gadd.
And he took the win by 4/10 of a second in car number 12 from number 5, Rob Wellham, in second place. Number 56, Lee Morgan, was third. 65, Matthew Booth, in fourth position after that disastrous start. 41, Billy Starnes was fifth, ahead of Dan Clues, number 1, the reigning champion, in sixth place, ahead of Ben Powney. Eddie Folkingham, Nikita Abramov and Alok Yengar, who rounded out the top 10. Further back, Adam Walker was 11th in car 14, ahead of Paul Butcher. He dropped back, didn't he, towards the end. Mark Betts was 13th, then Rob Bailey, Max Windhauser, Daniel Levy and Kaylee Cole, with Dax Ward, the last finisher, to complete all of the laps, and Peter Legge, a lap down in 19th position. And then you see Dan Gore and David Tagg, 2 retirements from that Swallow Hill Homes F1000 Championship race. So dramatic developments in the championship there. And we will hear very shortly, I would think, from our race winner. And that will be Tom Gadd. I can see that he's down there ready, which is getting everyone together, ready to talk to our top 3. Tom Gadd, Rob Wellham and Lee Morgan. It'll be interesting to find out from Lee, if we get the chance, what the issues were with his car during the course of that F1000 race. Don't forget, 2 more races for the F1000s tomorrow. They go at around about 10:40 in the morning and 3:05 in the afternoon for their second and third races of the weekend, which will decide the championship. So shortly we'll have cars coming out onto the circuit for the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic stock catches. I can see that Marshal's already waiting there to greet them. So we will be getting those out onto the circuit very shortly. And just still waiting to get everything sorted down in Parc Fermé, ready to speak to our F1000 race winner. But it might have to be a very short conversation with our F1000 race winner at the race at the rate that we are going, with cars coming out onto the circuit for the next race of the day already.
No green flag lap for this, of course.
No, there's not. So Demon Tweaks. Okay, so let's go straight then into the next race, which is the Demon Tweaks Yokohama Classic Stock Catch Championship.
So we're about to go racing then for the Demon Tweaks and Yokohama Classic Stock Catch Championship. Cars already lining up on the grid ahead of this race, so let's talk you through the grid if we can. On pole position is Chris Deere in 46 and 67, Matt Stubbington alongside. Row 2, 89, Rich Kelter, good quality from him. 12, James Hasselhurst alongside. Then 6, Andy Philpotts, and 87, Stuart Place. On the 4th row, 4, Ed Cooper and 41, Jason Wood. 88, Martin Kaiser and 39, Martin Rogers. 73, Jason Watkinson and 18, Darren Battingthwaite. Then 93, Ben Bateman and 92, Rick Groom. 33, Ryan Clark and 26, Paul Brock. 24, James Hancock and 91, Steve Groom. 58, Peter Ogsby. 62, Alan Julie and 47, Robert Campbell make up 21 cars then for the Classic Stock Hatch Championship. And we can welcome for the first time into Alpha Live broadcast Paul Thorpe. A few words before this race gets underway, Paul.
Yeah, hello, thanks for letting me in here. I have to put a shout out to Richard Kessel, who's managed to qualify third. He's been mid-pack and he's absolutely pulled the stops out. This is technically his local track, and it's fantastic to see him in position 3.
Right, so the countdown is starting, and this is a championship that's already been won by Ryan Morgan. He's not here, though, this weekend, so could have some new winners perhaps on the ball for this year, with Stubbington there, Kelsall and Hasselhurst all qualifying well with this race. About to get underway then, so the red lights turn on now and the lights go out and the race gets underway, and it's a pretty even start, maybe a better one for Stubbington on Chris Deere, who's been a race winner this year, and it's all very busy as they head down towards Ritchie's with Stubbington and Deere, the 2 Peugeot 205 side by side. A good start from Andy Philpotts, who's looking on the inside line down towards Ritchie's corner. This is a 15-minute race again as they come out of Ritchie's. Has Deere got the lead back? I think he has. So Stubbington second, then Kelsall is third, side by side between Philpotts and Place, but it's Philpotts that's late on the brakes on the inside of Kelsall. A tap there perhaps with Stuart Place, who tried to get up the inside of both of them, Paul, so I think they might be 3 abreast as they head up towards Palmer.
Yeah, I also saw Martin Rogers have a bit of twitch there. We've got some cold tyres, of course. We don't get a green flag lap So they had no chance whatsoever to warm these tyres up. They're incredibly slippy out there. These are very tentative first for a couple of laps until... And we've got Stephen Grooms had a bit of a spin there. Caught out on the cold tyres and looking further back. I'm looking at Stuart Place now. Stuart Place is very keen to get up with Chris Deere. There's still a fight for second, third and fourth in the championship. And Stuart Place is currently in third at the moment, and he's looking to get in front of Chris Deere. But Chris Deere is going superbly well this weekend. I'm expecting him to take the lap record, which I think is 2:23 at the moment. And he did a 2:22 in qualifying. I am expecting that to go. So looking at Stuart Place there, he's on the back of Andy Philpotts, trying to get, he's got the cut back, he's got onto the inside. Now they're going side by side as they come round. Has he got the place? Yes. And Stuart Place is one more place closer to Chris Deere.
Absolutely right, Paul. There's a bit of a question mark, of course, what the track conditions are like. After the previous race, we had that Jedi that appeared to be leaking some kind of fluid. But anyway, everybody's got through pretty much okay on this first lap of the race. But something like 7 laps. Place is under pressure now, though, from Philpotts, who jinks out the toe, but it's not really going to work out for him. So Stuart Place, who's been in this category for a little while now, is there in third position. But, as you've been saying, Chris Deere, who I think was on pole by about a second and a half, is pulling away up front and battled a bit further back. Jason Hasselhurst hasn't had a great start to this race, has he? Because he started on row 2. He's dropped a couple of places. I guess it's a similar sort of thing really for Rich Kelsall, but they're much less experienced than some of the drivers they're against here, Paul.
That's right, yes, these are technically competition tyres now, and we have the same tyre whether it's wet or dry, but even in these dry conditions, it does take 1 or 2 laps for the tyres to come up to temperature, and that's why you see them quite skiddy in the beginning, because they're trying not to lose places. And as they come across, Chris Deere has got a good 5-6 car lengths on Matt Stubbington. I'm expecting Matt Stubbington, he is actually a winner here before. This is also his local track. I'm expecting him to try and he's very keen on getting past Chris Deere. He wasn't sure where he got that extra second and a half either, but yes, I was looking back to Hazelhurst there. He's not had the best start, but he's qualifying quite well. He has actually won a race in the past, and he is actually getting back into the groove again. Yeah,
he won at Silverstone, didn't he, a couple of years ago in sort of shock fashion. Out wide there, one of the PDC noobs, and that's Jason Wood, who had a huge amount of money. Look how well Rick Groom's doing. He's right up there with Ted Cooper, who's been a winner, I think, in the past, and Jason Wood. So Rick Groom must be enjoying himself not far outside the top 10 here, Paul.
Well, I'm also looking at Jason Wilkinson. He must have had a cracking first couple of laps. That's the highest I think I've seen him all season.
Okay, so this is lap 2. Chris Deere led by a second from Stubbington in place. It's 3 Peugeots out front, isn't it, at the moment. Then you've got some Fiesta XR2Is in there as well. The Nova's not going too well either. I thought Ted Cooper might be a challenger here, but his was 11th after 1 lap of racing, so he'll be looking to move forward. Rich Kelsall's now going past Andy Philpotts, and he's the best of the XR2Is as Hasselhurst has gone off, hasn't he? So Jason Hasselhurst, car number 12, has gone very wide at Hamilton. He will get back on, but he's lost a number of positions because of that.
Yes, that's quite a tight corner there, and it's so easy to go a little wide. It looks like he just got the back end onto the grass, which span him round. So he's undone some work, so he's got it into the clutches now of Jason Watkinson. And I was just looking further back to see how they're doing, and here we have a newcomer there, just gone in through the picture. That's Rob Campbell. He's actually the mechanic of Chris Deere, so it should be going a lot better than it is at the moment, I think.
Okay, so this is the second lap of the race here. Then is Rich Kelsall having a good time, isn't he? Back up into 4th place after maybe a bit of a slower start, but I think higher than we've really seen him in the past. Yeah, best result of 6th this season for Kelsall. There's Andy Philpotts, who's running now in 5th, and Martin Kayser is up into 6th. He didn't qualify so well in 9th, so he's coming through the field. But there are the 3 Peugeots out front: Deere, Stubbington and Place, and then the rest come through. So Chris Deere's only won the once this year. Stuart Place is actually a driver that's won the most races with 3. There's been so many different winners. Ryan Morgan, Lee Scott, Pete Morgan, Ben Bateman and Pip Hammond all winners. So many different drivers that have been successful this year, Paul.
Yes, and also looking at Stuart Place, he's had a cracking lap. They've managed to shake up the trio, the double act of Kelsall and Philpotts, and now Stuart is all over the back of Matt Stubbington. He's so desperate to get quite close enough to Chris Deere to challenge for the second place spot. What a part! And as you know, I've raced 3 different types of vehicles in this championship, and it's only the 205 I haven't raced. Oh, and look at that! There was a late lunge there, as it made pay. Now Stuart Place has got side by side with Matt Stubbington, but Matt Stubbington's going to have the inside line for the left-hander coming up. Can he make it stick? Now this is a very tricky corner if you get wrong. And it's got it, and they are still side by side, fantastic. But Stuart Place is going round the outside. What a fantastic move!
So Stuart Place up to second. He and Chris Deere did identical lap times on the last lap, 2 minutes 25.16. So at the moment, nothing can be choose in their pace, but Chris Deere is a couple of seconds ahead. Then the Fiestas, Kelsall and Philpotts and Kaiser. So 3 by 3, isn't it, with the Peugeots ahead of the Fords at the moment?
Oh, just saw as a Bateman just locked up going on the inside there. He's still getting the hang of this car. He's got a new car build for next year. And he's just coming out to see how he can go around here, and just a little bit of a lock-up, just catching him out there. But no, Stuart Place is getting away from Matt Stubbington. Now that's impressive. Matt Stubbington, he's very quick round here, and I don't know what Stuart Place. He made a few changes to his setup, and it's really paid off. He could be in touch with getting past Chris Deere. This will be a fantastic race. Looking further back, Jason Watkinson's got Ted Cooper all over the back end of it. Like you say, I'm surprised to see Ted back there, but it'll be interesting how he does. Looking there now, Chris Deere has got he's got a good 8 car lengths. Now, can Stuart Place catch him up?
This is much better, though, for Stuart Place, because he had a great start to the season where he won those races at Silverstone and at Donington Park. But I don't think he's been on the podium since Donington. I don't think. So he had that great start to the year with 3 wins and 2 second places. But hasn't been on the podium since, but he's up into second. So this is a better end to the season if it can carry on in this form, Paul.
Well, yes, obviously, but what happens is when you do actually start winning races, you get ballast weight, and that does really affect these cars. I think at one point there, he was carrying 50 kilograms of ballast, and that makes a huge difference in these cars. As they come back to the start-finish straight, Chris Deere, yeah, he's got a safe, I reckon, at about 2 or 3 seconds there, Josh. Yeah,
so it looks good, doesn't it, at this point for Chris Deere? He's just done the fastest lap at 2 minutes 23.63.
Oh, that's got to be close.
It's half a second out of Matt Rosier's lap record. So, yeah, it's getting closer. So the track conditions obviously not that bad, are they? Here are the Novas, not doing as well as much we expect. Ted Cooper's 10th, Jason Wood's 11th, and then Ben Bateman's 14th. Rick Groom, this is one of his best races, isn't it? Simon the top 12, when you said about Jason Watkinson as well up in 9th.
Yes, fantastic to see Rick Groom there. That he's really changed a lot this season. He's been doing a lot of simulator training. He's been telling me, and it seems to have changed his racecraft. He's not usually in front of his brother Steve, but he's definitely showing some a show of pace this weekend.
Yeah, he's ahead of Ben Bateman, who of course was a race winner in kind of surprise fashion at his first ever race meeting at Donington Park. Here's about a third, so Rich Kelsall here is trying to get on terms with Matt Stubbington, get his first ever podium in the category. So it's good to have these new names, isn't it, Paul, towards the front of the field?
It is, yeah, and of course Matt Stubbington and Titch Kessel, they're actually good mates, so let's see how much good mates they are as we get towards the end. But no, Stuart Place is getting a little bit away from Matt Stubbington, but he's not really making much impression. But it is damage limitation on keeping hold of his chances of getting second place.
Yeah, I don't know if Chris Deere can wrap it up, can he, in this race? You talk, Paul, and I'll have a look at the championship points.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, yes, it's fun. I've actually raced 3 of these vehicles in this championship. I've raced an XR2, the older shape Fiesta, the newer shape Fiesta, the XR2i, and also the Nova. And I've never driven a 205, but I'm told that they're incredibly good around the nippy sections, like in the centre of this circuit. It's very tight, and they're really good round there. I like the XR2 round here because that seems to outhandle and outbrake anything. Now, looking further back, now it looks like Matt has got the better of Titch there. He's managed to get a few lengths and catching back up with Stuart Place. I think everyone's starting to get in the groove. I think we've got 5.5 minutes left in this race, and it'd be interesting to see if those 3 can get together.
Yeah, I think if Chris Deere wins this, he will wrap up second place in the championship today, I believe. So that's not going to plan for Stuart Place, although it's been a good race for him because he only qualified 6th. He's up into 2nd. So in that form, it's been a good race for him. But if this second place that he wants in the championship, not perhaps so much. That lap, Chris Deere was 100th of a 10th slower than he was on the previous lap. So he's very consistent out front, and he leads by more than 3 seconds now from Stuart Place, who has been recaught by Matt Stubbington. So about a second is back on, and Rich Kelsall's fallen away again. So at the beginning of the lap, Stubbington would look like he might lose 3rd, but now he's challenging for 2nd again.
Excellent. I think if the fastest lap was going to go by now, the tyres are getting towards the end of their usefulness. The last couple of laps will be a bit slippy. They'll be over the edge now, so I was expecting the lap record to go, but it's not going to quite make it.
Got a third of the race to go then. There's Chris Deere, our race leader, pulling away from Stuart Place, and Matt Stubbington third. We could have three same cars on the podium here, three Peugeot 205, which is quite unusual, isn't it?
I don't think that's ever happened this year, actually. I'm trying to think if there ever been a one-make knockout of the podium places. I can't recall one, but that would be incredibly impressive. Like you say, it looks like it's going to be Peugeot 205s 1, 2 and 3 at this rate, unless Titch can just pull out that little extra edge on his friend Matt.
Quite a good battle, I think, for fifth place we just got a glimpse of there. Andy Philpotts and Martin Cater, two experienced drivers in the category, ahead of Martin Rogers. Jason Hasselhurst was in there as well. But here's the battle for second through the Williams corner, with Matt Stubbington still there in third position, chasing after Stuart Place, who's looking for his first podium since May, so what's that, 5 months ago. So they make their way down the Bentley Straight. This is lap 5, what should be a 7-lap race. We should squeeze in 2 more laps, and Stubbington's in the tow. He pulls out to the right-hand side of the racetrack, trying to come around the outside of Stuart Place, which he's trying with quite ambition, but I don't think he's quite managed it.
That was
close. It's not really a place you want to be doing that too much, and Stubbington thought better of it, so he might have lost, actually, if anything, in all of that, Paul, although he's not too far away.
He lost a couple of lengths there, but yeah, it's incredibly tight under that bridge, and you're braking quite heavily for the tight right-hander. And yeah, he just lost out. I think it just caught him a bit unaware, but now he's coming back on again. There's just over a car length between them. This could be getting incredibly tight. Of course, Matt, this being his local track, I've seen his family in there. They'll be rooting for him to get higher up on the podium, but Stuart Place, he's a fighter. He's definitely going to want to stay there. Looks like Chris Davies just seems to be going away, and now Matt Stubbington's pulled out from the slipstream as they go side by side, heading towards the first corner. But Stuart Place is going to have the inside line, but no, Matt Stubbington's gone round the outside. What a fantastic move!
And I think he's going to hang on to it. He is. So Stubbington's got second. Stuart Place has dropped to third. Chris Deere's just done the fastest lap, a 2 minutes 23.22. That's still a 10th, though, out of Matt Rosier's lap record. So that's something he was after. He's not quite achieved it yet. This is that battle behind, which was headed by Andy Philpotts, car number 18 there.
Oh, that's Darren Bassingthwaite. Oh, dear. Something's happened there. It looks like an electrical failure, but perhaps I'll have to go and see him and report back tomorrow, but that's very unfortunate. He's been incredibly consistent and really been getting in the groove. I've been giving him some tuition watching his videos, but unfortunately we couldn't allow for the car to conk out.
I think he was inside the top 15 as well, but yeah, it looks like he's not going to finish this one.
Whoa.
Alan Julie's grass tracking, but gets back on the track again, so he'll be able to continue for these last two laps. These last 2 laps of the race then, with Chris Deere now 6 seconds up on new second place man, Matt Stubbington, after going around the outside of Stuart Place. So he turns his way out of Oggies. And now Stubbington second. He's pulling away from place. And Jason Hasselhurst has had another offer at Hamilton. And this car's going everywhere here.
Oh, is there something down on the track there? I can't quite see. Is that Jason Wood?
Yeah.
Nearly got caught out, but that does mean that Ben Bateman has gone round the pair of them.
Yes, he went through the middle, didn't he? And he's going much, much quicker than the other two.
Much the relief for Jason, because Jason actually owns that car as well. I'm sure he's relieved that they didn't touch.
Absolutely. So that's all mixed things up a little bit further behind. So there's second, Stubbington. Third is Place. Fourth is Kelso. Then the background, Philpotts was fifth, but it's all changed behind him. But we'll continue to watch the battle for second. It's Stubbington getting away. We didn't start of the lap, but now Stuart Place is coming back after him. So the battle for second continues here between Stubbington and between Place as they turn their way up towards Coram Curve. And Richard Kelso, although he's off the podium here, Paul, I'm sure 4th place. He'll be absolutely delighted with it if he can hold on with one more lap to go.
That would be a fantastic. He was really chuffed to qualify 3rd. And he'll be really pleased with his 4th place finish. Just looking back, I think the two got quite closer together, the 2 second place. But looking further back, Andy Philpotts has got Martin Rogers all over him, followed by Martin Kaiser, Jason Watkinson, Ted Cooper trying desperately to get around Jason Watkinson. And now we've got Stuart Place has now got the tow for 2nd place behind Matt, but he's not going to quite make that stick. So he's still in the same order as they go around the first corner.
Side by side to be the best Nova in this race. The 3 Novas are together, and it is Ted Cooper trying to get past Ben Bateman. Could not quite make it though as they start this last lap of the race. Yeah, so you've got the 2 PDC cars either side. But anyway, the battle of a second's much closer because Stuart Place is right with Matt Stubbington here. The lap times went out a bit on the last lap for whatever reason. Perhaps the tyres go off a little bit. Here's the battle behind. Bateman sideways, but he manages to keep ahead of Ted Cooper. But Cooper's got a better run. So we wonder if there is a bit of something on the track.
Something on there, yeah. He had an incredible understeer there, but he did well. I don't think he lost the place, but well held indeed. But no, we got now Stuart Place. He's right back behind Matt Stubbington again. He's almost pushing him round. This is going to be the last straight. Who's going to get the benefit? But they're going to get into the tight middle section here, and they see who's going to bet. Just seeing what's going on, see who's going to get the best. But oh, they are still. There's a little bit of space in between them now, but looking further back.
Yeah, so we'll see. It should be Phil Potts. Yeah, there he's in 5th. 6th is Martin Rogers. Then there's a gap. Then Martin Kayser's got back ahead of Jason Watkinson. Then Ben Bateman still the best over, ahead of Ted Cooper. Ben Bateman only in his 3rd ever car circuit race meeting, doing a great job there, ahead of Ted Cooper, who's been in the category for a while now. And then Jason Wood is up next. So half a lap of this race to go. Bateman's out wide, out over the curbs on the grass. Back on, he's side by side with Ted Cooper. We could have 3 Novas together now because Jason Wood could make it 3 abreast because he's the one that's got the best exit. A bit further up the road, Martin Rogers is trying to get 5th. So we've got 4 Peugeots in the top 6 positions, haven't we, with Martin Rogers there, trying to make it 4 Peugeots in the top 5 if he can get past Andy Philpotts, but he can't make it work there, although Philpotts has a moment over the curve, and Ted Cooper gets ahead of Ben Bateman, so he's up tonight. But with a couple of corners to go, Chris Deer's going to win this race, the 2nd victory of the season after Brands Hatch, so he turns his way down the centre straight for the final time, and he will get the checkered flag, and I think this is enough for 2nd in the championship as well for Chris Deer, so he takes the flag. A pretty easy win for him, but for 2nd it's going to be Matt Stubbington who beats Stuart Place to that position. Then Titch Kelsall, he's the best non-Peugeot, he takes 4th place.
Well done, Titch. And
then for 5th it's Phil Potts and Rogers and Kayser and Watkinson, and then Ted Cooper, the rest of the Novas. From Jason Wood, James Hasselhurst and Ben Bateman dropped to 12th there at the end. Rick Groom, who was in that pack earlier, has dropped a long way behind them, and there's James Hancock who's off the circuit, isn't he? But Rick Groom does take 13th, just ahead of Paul Brook and Ryan Clark. So a good race there, not quite as lively as perhaps some of the races we've seen at Snetterton for Classic Stock Catch, but Chris Deer very much in a class of his own this weekend.
He has. I don't know what he's done there. He's definitely, he must have done a lot of practicing and setting up the car. He actually does run a four-wheel alignment business, so that's obviously paid off in this particular, but he's definitely away, and we can see there, you've got Darren Bassentwaite there just assessing. I should go and see on what's going on there. It looks like it possibly could be electrical as opposed to mechanical. So we'll let you know and keep you posted on what's going there. But yeah, it's good close racing, good clean racing. What a fantastic meeting, and we look forward to our final race tomorrow. Like you say, sadly the championship was decided before this. But that means we can all relax and just have a good weekend's racing.
Absolutely right, Paul. Let's see if we are able to have a look at the results then of that race, which was won by Chris Deer in car number 46 after 7 laps of racing. He also got the fastest lap, a 2 minutes 23.22. 2nd was Matt Stubbington. In 3rd place was Stuart Place. 4th was Rich Kelsall. 5th was Andy Philpotts. 6th was Martin Rogers. 7th was Martin Kayser. 8th was Jason Watkinson. 9th was Edward Cooper. And 10th was Jason Wood. So just to remind you, we've got 3 more races today. We start with tin top action with the Clio 182 Championship up next. Then the final rounds of the BMW Car Club Racing Championship and the RLM Racing Bikesports Championship. So if you're watching online on the Alpha Live channels, do make sure you like and subscribe so keep on top, because there's lots more 750 Road Club Racing coming here, because tomorrow we have a full day of racing with 13 races to look forward to, include a number of championship finals. And then next weekend we have the 6-hour Burkitt Relay, the biggest motor race in the UK, and we shall look forward to that. But hopefully in a moment we should be able to grab a word with our race winner, Chris Deer. Already cars for the next race are coming onto the grid, but they do get a green flag lap, so we have got a little bit more time this time to grab a word if that is possible. There's some post-race checks already going on, I can see, in Parc Fermé though. But we are ready, so let's go down to Matt Suckling, who's there in Parc Fermé.
Thanks very much, Josh. Yeah, down here with our race winner from that classic stock hatch race, which is Chris Deere. Chris, well done, second winner of the year for you. That was a comfortable lead by the looks of it.
Yeah, it was managing the gap to the guys behind. We got some very fast 205s on the tail. Stuart flying and catching up there, I needed to beat, obviously, so he did awesome. And obviously Matt was going well as well, so yeah, just kept it clean. Couldn't quite get the lap record. I think the track was a bit dirty from the previous guys on the single-seaters, but hey, it's a nice win. That's what we came here to do. I'm happy.
Yeah, and you're looking for second in the championship, of course, so another race to go tomorrow to try and wrap that up.
Yeah, even myself or Stuart, whoever else get it, we've all been beaten by Ryan. He's made us all look silly, so fair play to him for winning it. If myself or Stuart get it, I think we both deserve second or third. You know, it's first place loser, so whichever of us get it, I think we're just going to say well done to the other one and happy days, and just keep it nice and clean and keep the cars going.
Good stuff. Well done to you, Chris. Congratulations. Let's have a quick chat as well with Matt Stubbington. If you can jump in here really quickly, Matt. Well done for second place. That was a great move around the outside of Ritchie's.
Yeah, obviously had second place at the start. Stuart had a good lap, made a good move past me in the hairpin, and then I managed to put a few good laps back together and find out I was a bit quicker than him up into Ritchie's, so got back past him. And yeah, we sort of had a good scrap then until the end.
Good stuff. Well, Matt, good luck for tomorrow as well. Matt Stubbington there in second place. Right then, let's move on with our next race, the K-Tech Racing Clio 182 Championship. Back to Josh and Ian.
K-Tech Racing Clio 182 Championship, first of two races this weekend for these cars. They qualified with the classic stock hatches, but they raced separately. This is how the grid lines up. Pole position, one of the championship contenders, number 11, Jack Dwayne, and alongside him is number 22, Christopher Keir. The second row, the other of the main championship contenders, that's number 3, Jack Kingsbury, and alongside him is 56, Chris Lawrence. On the third row, it's 21, Scott Edgar, and 7, Stephen Richardson. On the fourth row, 30, Darren Ransom, and 66, Ross Borman. Row 5 has Andrew Harding in 77 and Ben Swift, 47. Justin Griffiths and Ollie Wayne are on row 6, 55 and 86. The seventh row, Neil Heath in 99 and Jason Powell, 23. Gareth Tansey, 26, and Jamie Flynn, 46 on the 8th row. 48, Charles Shelbourne and James Hayden in 83 on the 9th. And on the 10th row, it's going to be number 27, Scott Smith, who will start with a 10-second delay. So that's how the grid is going to line up for this one. On board there you can see with the number 83 car of James Hayden, who starts this race in 18th position, a relative newcomer to Clio Racing, and congratulations Lord, because he got engaged just a short time ago. But we'll be on board with James Hayden during the course of this race, and he starts at the back, so it'll be interesting to see if he can pick his way through the order, Josh.
Yeah, James Hayden's returning, isn't he? Because he raced in stock catch a decade or so ago.
Yeah.
There's a few drivers, but not many of them actually did they, now in Clios nowadays? Yeah. There's not so many old stock catchers left out there who were in the Hot Hatch Championship. But anyway, he's one of them, James Hayden. But this is another close championship battle. We've been saying that quite a bit over the course of this weekend. I think Jack Kingsbury's 2 points ahead of Jack Dwayne on drop scores coming here. And Jack Dwayne is on pole and Jack Kingsbury is third. But Jack Kingsbury, who started the season well, he had 5 wins on the trot, 3 at Donington, 2 at Silverstone, hasn't done so much winning recently, well, no winning since. Jack Dwayne won twice at Anglesey and twice at Brands Hatch, so he's the one that's got the recent form, and he's the one on pole position here, so that kind of bodes well for him, doesn't it? But 2 races to go here, it's very competitive. Dwayne, then Chris Keir, great qualifying from him in second, then Jack Kingsbury third. The 3 of them separated by less than a third of a second in qualifying. And we've got 15 of the cars were separated by 3 seconds in qualifying over a 3-mile circuit. So it's a very competitive championship, this, isn't it? The K-Tech Racing Clio 182 Championship.
Yeah. And the cars, in spite of the fact that it was being a very busy qualifying session, were underneath the lap record in qualifying, weren't they? 2:17.02 for Patrick Fletcher, the lap record, 2:16.92 for Jack Dwayne, and also Christopher Keir was underneath the old lap record as well. But we'll see if they can replicate that during the race.
Chris Keir's 7th in the championship with a best result of 5th, so this could well be his best race of the season.
Well, don't speak too soon, poor chap. Because there's a long way to go yet.
Good quality though.
It certainly was. And Jack Dwayne and Jack Kingsbury, it's been pretty much all about them during the course of this year so far. 4 wins for Dwayne, 5 for Kingsbury. They've sort of won them in chunks as well, haven't they? Largely.
Yeah, to say, yeah.
Dwayne won 4 of the last 5, and I think Kingsbury won 5 in a row, didn't he, at one point as well?
Absolutely. So it's interesting how that's happened. So James Hayden here, lining up towards the back of the grid. I think Charles Shelbourne alongside him, their newcomer to racing. So having his start here. So I guess good way to get into it, isn't it? Do the last round of the season, ready for some winter testing and racing full season next year.
That's what you can see from row 9 of the grid then. The red lights are about to go on because the 5-second board has been shown. There they go, red lights go out and away we go, and it's a good start from the man from the outside of the front row then, Christopher Keir. He gets away well. As the 10-second delay man gets away as well, so it's Christopher Keir that's going to have the lead, I think, into the first corner then.
I think Scott Edgar is second from 5th on the grid.
It looked like he'd made a pretty good start as well. There you can see James Hayden, the black and white car. There he is. He's got Charles Shelbourne, I think that is, ahead of him. He's going to try and go down the inside. A bit later on the brakes, maybe into the Wilson hairpin that time. It looks like James Hayden has made up a position as one car has gone off, and that is the 55 car, isn't it? Which is Justin Griffiths.
Yeah, not quite sure what happened there. Looked like Jack Dwayne made a poor start, poor reaction to the lights, if anything, and but then Jack Kingsbury had nowhere to go, so they both made poor starts. They're 3rd and 4th behind Chris Keir and behind Scott Edgar, but round the outside of Edgar goes Dwayne, which I guess isn't an ideal place to be, coming out the Agostini hairpin. It hasn't worked. He's off the road, out of shot. He's gone off then. He's run out wide. He's losing positions, and Jack Kingsbury passed both of them. I think Edgar and Dwayne both went wide, and Jack Kingsbury must be loving that. He's passed both of them. He's up to second, and now got a position between himself and Jack Dwayne. Not sure how long that's going to last for.
Not very long.
Dwayne tries around the outside again. Outside, perhaps not the ideal way of doing this. Yeah, the inside line, that might be better. And yeah, he goes past Scott Edgar. He doesn't make that too difficult in the end.
And everyone else is falling over themselves a bit further back. Darren Ransom, that is, in the number 30 car, relative newcomer to the K-Tech Racing Clio 182 Championship. He's got about 7 cars all behind him. Here's James Hayden heading along the Benton Straight. Great that we're able to go on board with these cars now in the K-Tech Racing Clio 182 Championship. Along the straight he goes up to the vehicle bridge. There you can see the 77 car of Andrew Harding turning his way through Brundtland Nelson. He's just ahead of Ross Borman in 66.99. Is Neil Heath as well, as they head through the bomb hole and on towards Coram Curve to complete lap number 1 of this race.
Kingsbury's caught the leader, hasn't he? Chris Keir, as they make their way down into Murray, and Dwayne is with them. He's bounced over the curve though, run out wide, looked like he might have pushed the pressure pads there for track limits. The delayed starter, Scott Smith, hasn't got very far. He's parked up, but for the lead, it's nose to tail, as Jack Kingsbury, now with a bigger gap to Jack Dwayne, can challenge for the lead up towards Ritchie's. He's right on the tail of 22, Chris Keir, whose best result before today has been a 5th. They turn their way through Ritchie's, a tighter line for Kingsbury, and he's going to challenge on the inside line down towards the hairpin. That's blocked, so he can't do that. So go to the outside. Then you've got Jack Dwayne late on the brakes. On their flyways, Chris Keir's lost it, I think, all by himself there, but he's caught it, and that's held up Jack Kingsbury, who's got championship rival alongside him, Jack Dwayne.
Yeah, so Dwayne's going to be on the outside line for Palmer, the left-hander then. It's Keir, despite that little mistake up at Wilson, that's still leading the way. It really affected the next 2 more than it affected him, and the 2 championship contenders are side by side there. They've got Scott Edgar tucked in behind them as well, waiting to pick up the pieces. You've got Kingsbury on the inside, Dwayne on the outside line, and they're still alongside one another. It's going to be Kingsbury, you would think, that prevails on the exit of Agostini. He does so. So it's Kingsbury number 3 and Dwayne number 11, second and third, as it was at the start of the lap. They're closing that gap again to Christopher Keir. So it's 4 cars for the lead of the race, and a gap back, I think, to Stephen Richardson in 5th.
That's right, and then novice driver Darren Ransom doing great in 6th.
As Kingsbury's up the inside of the race leader, and he takes the lead at Williams. So it's Christopher Keir that loses out, Jack Kingsbury that goes through into the lead of the race in the number 3 car. And the man that's won 5 races so far this season to Jack Dwayne's 4 Is he on course to make it 6? There's still a long way to go. 11 minutes of racing, and Jack Dwayne here can pick up a double toe. He goes to the inside of Chris Kia, but there's still a car between himself and his championship rival.
Kia was sideways there. He managed to get the car stopped, which I'm sure is pleasing for Jack Kingsbury. And now Dwayne's got the exit, and he slots through into second place. So our 2 championship contenders are in the top 2, although, saying that, trying to fight back. Kia on the inside of Dwayne. Dwayne doesn't really want to be fighting for too long, because Kingsbury might be able to get away, but committed through Coram. Jack Dwayne hangs on to P2 there, then Kia third. 4th is Edgar as they turn their way through Murray's at the end of 2 laps of what should be another 7-lap race.
I think Kingsbury sensed there that there was a brief opportunity for himself to put daylight between himself and Jack Dwayne, but Dwayne now has got ahead of Chris Kia, who's gone back down to 3rd position. He'll be getting his head down now to stay on terms with Kingsbury. There you can see the positions updating on the screen as we go. It's Stephen Richardson, number 7 in 5th. Darren Ransom heads the next group in the number 30 car. In fact, he's caught Stephen Richardson now, and he's dropped Andrew Harding in 7th, who's in 7th place. But this is the battle for the lead. Jack Kingsbury goes quite deep into the corner, not so much for Jack Dwayne. That's reduced the gap, it seems to me, between 1st and 2nd at Welton Hairpin.
So on to the 3rd lap then of the race, down towards Palmer Corner, up on 3 wheels as they turn their way through the corner there, and then they head off down the straight past Tyrrell's restaurant and into Agostini. Jack Dwayne, who was the quickest driver in qualifying, challenging for the lead. A big bold move up the inside there. Can he get the car stopped? He can. Can he get the car through the corner successfully? He can, but how much speed has he got on the exit of the corner? I think it's okay. That was a strong move to take the lead of the motor race for Jack Dwayne. So he's the leader from number 3, Jack Kingsbury.
Well, I think, to be fair, Kingsbury gave him a bit of racing room there. It's the kind of thing that in a...
Oh, he's been hit.
He has been hit now, but from behind. That's by Chris Kia, who's made contact with the back of Jack Kingsbury's car. That's not really delayed Kingsbury. It has broken, though, Christopher Kia's car, possibly the radiator.
Absolutely.
And that is causing him to, well, drop down the field, surely, eventually. He's not going to get much further in this race. We're on board now with number 83, James Hayden, who's had a good race so far. He started on row 9. He's up to 12th place.
Into the fluid section. The car in front had a bit of a moment, didn't they? Is that Gareth Tansey?
Yeah, I think it is, in the 26 car. And it looks like James Hayden's going to try and attack him down the Bentley Straight.
Oh dear.
And that's the 46 car of Jamie Flynn, isn't it?
Oh dear, and Chris Kia is carrying on, so there's going to be fluid all over the track. Now he pulls off, but the Brundle and Nelson sequence isn't really a place you want fluid to be down, so let's see how James Hayden deals with this. A quick check in the mirror before he turns into Brundle, and then into Nelson, and actually through there, not too bad.
No problem whatsoever for James Hayden.
But, so we've seen how hard of a hit it must have been to the back of Jack Kingsbury's car for Christopher Kia.
It's slightly deranged the bumper, I think, hasn't it, on Kingsbury's car, but no, I don't think it's really caused any damage as far as I can see. It's obviously caused a lot more damage to Kia, as you can see there. So
the back of Clio's are strong by the looks of things.
Certainly Kingsbury's is. Anyway, he's gone on to start another lap. He's just behind Jack Dwayne now. And what we're saying before that occurred was that Kingsbury, I think, did leave a little bit of room for Jack Dwayne, didn't he, as he made that move. Whereas sometimes in these championship flashpoint situations, you might see a bit of hard defence from that. So that was good driving, actually, from both of them to keep it nice and clean.
Is the exhaust on Kingsbury's car hanging off the back?
It might be
a bit loose, so let's hope that that doesn't cause a problem for him, because that would be a real disaster, wouldn't it? We've still half this race to go, on to lap 4 of what should be 7. We're trying to get a shot for you of that damage to see how it's going. Well, it hasn't affected the pace of the car yet, and of course they're now going to get to the fluid for the first time. They won't really know it's there. Yeah, there you can see it's taken a bit of a hit, but seems the rear of the cars are a bit stronger than the front of them as they turn their way then up towards the potentially slippery bit of the track is now for the leaders as they go down towards Oggie's first for Dwayne and Kingsbury, and Jack Dwayne's running very, very wide. He's managed to hold on to the lead, I think, but it's closer than it was. There, the slippery surface tracks. The Marshal showing the drives. It's going to be tricky here, and they're both going very wide, and they're both saved. I thought they were both going off there. Scott Edgar does the sensible thing, kicks to the inside of the fluid.
Well, he saw what was going on ahead of him and thought, well, I'm not going to use that line. Darren Ransom's not necessarily have the same thought occur to him. But slippery surface flag is out, so the drivers do have fair warning of this.
Of course, Edgar did see it all on the previous lap, didn't he? Anyway, Jack Kingsbury for the lead round the outside. No, it didn't quite work.
Not quite there, was it? It was a bit deceptive on the head-on shot there, as it sometimes is. So it is still number 11, Jack Dwayne leading. There's 6 minutes of this race left to go. And Jack Kingsbury in second place in number 3, the driver from Hoddesdon. Jack Dwayne is from Lincoln. They're both getting away a little bit now from Scott Edgar. It was about 3 seconds at the start of the lap, and well, so it's probably still about 3 seconds now as we just saw a glimpse of Scott Edgar's car in the background, a bit of freewheeling going on. They clip the clip. Oh, Scott Edgar's made a mistake there. I'm not quite sure how he managed that, and he just about keeps it out of the barrier. He's going to power through because he's got a decent advantage over Stephen Richardson, so he shouldn't lose a pace as a result of all of that. Meanwhile, the 2 leaders are about to get alongside one another again, I think, as they go down to Richardson. No, not quite. It's still Dwayne hanging on from Kingsbury.
Absolutely right. 5 seconds ahead of Edgar. He lost a couple of seconds in all of that moment at Murray's. I think he would have probably avoided the track limit sensors, so I guess that's one bonus for him. So the 2 leaders turn their way out of the Wilson hairpin. This is lap 5. We know there's a couple of tricky corners to come up, and well, they know where it is now because they very much caught it on the previous lap. But we shall see how it goes. Up over the curves on the inside of the Palmer corner. Now we've had 10 minutes of this race. That means there's 5 minutes to go. And it's 11 from 3. That's Dwayne from Kingsbury. These are the 2 championship contenders. It's Kingsbury who's got 2 points in favour coming into this race. At the moment, there'll be a swing of 4 points because Dwayne's leading and got fastest lap, so that means there'll still be 2 points in it tomorrow, but in the opposite order. But there's still, 2.5 laps to go with this tricky part of the racetrack coming up next year.
Effectively, it will make tomorrow winner takes all, pretty much, won't it? Oh, and that's going to be wing mirror swapping, isn't it? There's going to be a bit more than that, I'm afraid. That's Darren Ransom and I think the Neil Heath number 99 car. That's the dispute for 6th position. But a little bit feisty there as Kingsbury. Well, he knew the fluid was there, but he's managed to get caught out on it again, and he's lost quite a bit of time to Jack Dwayne now as a result of that. So that's maybe not the smartest, but I guess he's not really lost any positions as this battle for 6th now heads on to the Bentley Straight. That's number 30, Darren Ransom, the white car with the checkerboard roof, and number 99, Neil Heath in the silver car, the ex-Mark Barmer car.
Yeah, indeed. So they're turning their way now up towards the S's, Brundle and Nelson. So this is the battle for 6th place. Darren Ransom, a new driver to race, and he hasn't done many meetings, has he? He's been since the 3rd meeting of the year. So he's done. This is his 4th event, I think, something like that.
He's had a 5th and a 6th as we go on board with James Hayden again.
That's Ben Swift, I think, who got up to the inside.
So that'll be for 11th place. Ben Swift making up a place there, the novice driver. There he is, the number 47 car. You can see he's got ahead of James Hayden now in number 83.
I think this is Ben Swift's first race, or certainly in this category.
Board with Hayden again as he goes around this long right-hander at Coram. And then you've got the very difficult braking and down changing, a quick down change there into the tight left-hander. It's a difficult part of the circuit, especially if you're alongside another car. But he wasn't on that occasion, and he's just trying to get back on terms with Ben Swift. He seems to be pulling away a little bit for 11th place.
So the grid for tomorrow looks like it'll be Dwayne and Kingsbury on the front row, which is set by the best laps, isn't it, in this category?
Yeah.
And I presume with the slightly tricky track, we won't get any better laps. So absolutely all to play for in tomorrow's K-Tech Racing Clio 182 Championship race. However, they've still got 2 more laps to get through, haven't they, the leaders? So we shall see how that progresses with Jack Dwayne ahead of Jack Kingsbury now by a much larger margin, a couple of seconds. But there's Ransom. He's a bit further ahead of Neil Heath, so hopefully they won't be rubbing against one another quite so much on this particular lap. So Neil Heath in the Barmer car. Ooh, and there's a bit of smoke there coming off the car, not sure.
I didn't really notice anything, but
just a bit of dust on the track.
So Jack Dwayne, here he is. There's about a minute and a half left to go on the official clock for this one. He is going to head down Bentley Straight now, so I think it's going to be one more lap to go at the end of this one, come what may. And he leads now by about 2 seconds or so over Jack Kingsbury. So I think Kingsbury at this point probably is just thinking, well, let's make sure I pick up the points for second. Now that's Gareth Tanzi, number 26. He was in 9th place, but you can see several cars have gone past him, including James Hayden. So he's dropped back down to 12th position now with a spin.
It's a shame because he hasn't finished in the top 10 this year. Been consistent, so he was 13th in the championship, but that top 10 that's been eluded him looks like he won't get that again. Battle continued from what is now 10th place, isn't it? Ben Swift versus James Hayden. Swift to the left-hand side of the track. Hayden Hayden on the outside, brakes a little bit later, but don't really want to go around the outside. Brundle gets a bit of oversteer, and turns right over the curbs at Nelson, and then accelerate out of the corner. Great to have these Alpha live onboard cameras on this 750 Motor Club race weekend at Snetterton.
Leaders have gone on to their final lap now, so that's Jack Dwayne and Jack Kingsbury, separated now by 2.35 seconds.
And Kingsbury just done his best lap of the race, so there is time in the track yet, it would seem.
Okay, but it's still not gone faster than Jack Dwayne, so that's not going to affect pole position for tomorrow.
However, his fear is Stephen Richardson within 100th of his best now for Kingsbury, so he could lose the front row if he's not careful. There's a car that's pulling off. That's Ross Borman that's pulling off.
He's for 8th place.
Yeah, that's right. So he's not going to get to the end. So that means the Swift Hayden battle is now for 9th place as they turn their way through Ritchie. It's a great choice of onboard camera to have here with James Hayden. He started 18th and is now inside the top 10. He's right with Ben Swift. He's looking to the inside. He brakes later. And is Ben Swift going to give him room here? Just about. And James Hayden muscles his way through up into 9th place, but he runs a bit wide. So Ben Swift is alongside both actually drivers with novice crosses on, because I guess because James Hayden was out of the sport for so long, had to go through that process again. And they turn their way through Palmer and back through then into 9th place is Ben Swift. In the end, that attempt of a pass didn't work out. So here's Swift and Hayden heading down towards the Agostini hairpin. They've had a great battle in over the last few laps.
Well, they certainly have. It's been great to see, and great to have the onboard insight as well from James Hayden's car. Now, still circulating, heading up towards Hamilton for the fun home. There's the 7 car of Stephen Richardson in 4th place. And
like he might have had a moment there.
Yeah, he seems to have dropped back a bit into the clutches of Andrew Harding, number 77 in 5th, back on board with Hayden. As we watch them make their way on towards the Bentley straight again, just going through the Williams, right down the slippery surface plate still being shown, so I suspect there'll be some oil to be dressed or fluid to be dressed or something after that race, because it is still catching drivers out all the way through this race. Meanwhile, Jack Dwayne, I can see, heading through Coram for the final time. Here he is on screen now at Murray's, the left-hander. He's built up a 2.35 second lead over Jack Kingsbury, so it is going to be a 5th victory of the season. He goes level on wins now with Jack Kingsbury, and he goes just ahead on points as well. So it's Jack Dwayne that wins the penultimate round of the K-Tech Racing Clio 182 Championship. The gap in the end, 1.83 seconds, and Jack Kingsbury, importantly, does the fastest lap of the race on the final lap of 2:18.44, and that will put him on pole position for tomorrow, unless Stephen Richardson, who goes across the line, can go any faster, which he can't because he's not yet come through, because he did drop back.
That also means instead of a 2-point margin, they're going to be equal on points heading into tomorrow's race.
Yes, because that 1 point swaps around, isn't it, from Dwayne to Kingsbury? So it could not be a better setup for tomorrow. You can have Kingsbury and Dwayne on the front row, level on points, and basically it's winner takes all in the K-Tech Racing Clio 182 Championship. You could not ask for a better conclusion to the season than that. Scott Edgar in the end took 3rd place, number 21, Andrew Harding 4th, Darren Ransom 5th, and in 6th position. There's some very excited and enthusiastic supporters there on our live stream. Darren Ransom it was that took 5th in number 30. Neil Heath rounded out the top 6 in number 99. But there, Jack Dwayne, you can see, heading into Parc Fermé, flanked by Jack Kingsbury and Scott Edgar at the end of that race.
We saw what we thought was a moment for Stephen Richardson, and so he was 4th and dropped to 7th on that last lap. So obviously something went a bit awry for him.
He was 15 seconds slower than his best time. So yeah, and perhaps another mistake further around the lap that we didn't pick up.
Unless it was a car issue that
it could have been. It could have been. I guess last car just coming across the line. I think that's the last car. Anyway, no, not quite. There's another one to come. Jamie Flynn and Charles Sherborne. I can just see going past the finish line now at the end of the race. So we lost actually 4 cars during the course of that. Jason Pound, Chris Keir, Chris Lawrence and Ross Borman. So just 13 drivers made it to the finish in the end. Jack Dwayne taking the victory by 1.83 seconds in car number 11 from Jack Kingsbury. Number 3, Scott Edgar, number 21 in 3rd place, and 77 Andrew Harding in 4th position. And the deciding round is indeed tomorrow after... No, tomorrow morning, isn't it? About 10 past 11 in the morning, the championship decider.
So that'll probably be our first champion of the day crowned.
It could well be, couldn't it, in the K-Tech Racing Clio 182 Championship. So much excitement tomorrow, as there was today. Very good race for the K-Tech Racing Clio 182s. There's still a couple of races to go here this afternoon at Snetterton as well. We've got the BMW Car Club Racing Championship coming up next, and then it's the Bikesports Championship, the RLM Racing Bikesports Championship, that will round out the day. Down in the pit lane, I can see Jack Twain is getting on the MSV winner's cap. He's got a garland around his neck as well, so he's absolutely delighted with all of this. He's going to speak now to Matt Suckling.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yep, down here with our race winner, Jack Twain, from that Clio 182 race. Jack, that was fantastic between you and Jack. It's a championship on the line. It's all going to go down to tomorrow, but how was that one for you?
Really good, hard work, as you can tell. Yeah, I messed my start up massively, lost 3 or 4 places, and just thought to myself, if you really want this championship, you've got to get back to the front. I did my move down into the hairpin. Probably braked a little later than I wanted to, but it come off. And get my head down and get gone. That's all I wanted to do. That's all the plan was today. It was just to win this race and look at tomorrow.
Yeah, you managed to push on. You got a little bit of a gap towards the end there, so fairly comfortable at the checker flag.
Yeah, I wasn't coming around Coram as fast as I was doing this morning, which was nice, not having to do that. A bit more controlled, and then, yeah, just managed the gap. But really pleased with that. It's exactly what we needed today.
And of course, if you thought it was close before the weekend, we're now down to equal points apparently, so you're level into the final race.
Times are, because there's an extra point for fastest lap, isn't they? But I knew it'd either be dead equal or we'd have 1 point advantage, so it'll be good tomorrow. I'm looking forward to it.
And as the boys said in the box, it's pretty much winner takes all from tomorrow's race.
It is, yeah. I don't think it matters where me and Jack finish. It's whoever's in front, so it could come 9th and 10th and one of us will win, so.
Good stuff. Good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Cheers.
There we go. Jack Twain, your winner of that race. Let's grab a quick word, if we can, with Jack Kingsbury as well, who's just in the garage. Let's try and grab Jack. Can we have a quick word? Sorry about that. Just having a quick chat with the guys down here in the scrutineer area. Jack, second place in that race. Little bit of contact from the rear end there. What happened in that one?
I honestly haven't a clue. I was so focused on what I was racing with Jack that I was braking into the corner behind him and then just got completely wiped out. Which lost me some time, and then he had put gearbox oil, fluids all over the track, and it messed us both up, and I lost out heavy towards it because he managed to pull that gap after that and I couldn't close it. It was very quick.
Your car held up fairly well. You're in the action for tomorrow, of course. Race 2, it's all to play for in the championship. It's going to go down to the wire, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's brilliant. As much as I'd like to, like he would have both liked to have won it by now, it's going to be a brilliant action tomorrow. It's either way it can work, so I'm looking forward to it. We've got to straighten the car out.
Yeah, get that sorted and good luck for tomorrow, Jack.
Thank you, thank you.
There we go, our top 2 in that race and the top 2 in the championship, Jack Kingsbury and Jack Twain. We look forward to more action from the Clios tomorrow. For now, though, the penultimate race of the day is the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. So back to Ian and Josh.
Second race of the day for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Final round of the championship as well, and the live stream brought to you today in association with SmartFi, which is a crypto company specialising in the loan and borrow space. And they're sponsoring David Kempton, who starts on the 4th row of the grid in this race. Earlier on, it was a win for Niall Bradley from Brad Sheehan and Rick Kerry. That was your top 3. Paul Cook, Jazz Sapra and Mike Eustace rounded out the top 6. Dave Kempton won the invitation class. Class 6 was won by Ben Pearson. M2 by Gary Burstow, and the Cup class by Paul Laramie. The grid for this one has Niall Bradley on pole position and Brad Sheehan alongside him on the front row of the grid. So that's 47 and 28. The second row is number 2, Rick Kerry, and 26, Paul Cook. Third row, Jazz Sapra in 41 and Mike Eustace, number 80. On the 4th row, it's number 11, David Kempton, and it should be 33, Robert Davidson, but he's not down there on the grid. 78, Ronan Bradley, and number 25, Ben Pearson on the 5th row. And then on the 6th row, it's 77, Paul Travers, and 83, Gary Burstow. Dan Harborough, another of the 6-cylinder cars, number 30. He lines up on the inside of row 7 alongside Stephen Schweikart, number 43. Then it's Bill Redrop, number 8, and Clive Watson, number 10 on row 8. Row 9 is Stuart Pywell in 76 in the 1 Series, and Mark Havers, number 63. as the green flag lap getting underway here at Snetterton. 12 Justin Middleton and 40 Sean Jackson on the 10th row. Catherine Granger in 37 and Saranga Sottish-Rahari 82 on the 11th. Row 12 is 31 Paul Laramie and 60 Carl McMillan. On row 13 of the grid, it's number 16 Andy Wynn and 17 Warren Skiberis. 48 Mike Nash and Sergei Meneve, number 79 on the 14th row. The 15th row is 6 Sam Walton and 126 should be Brian Bransom if he is there. He is there. The 19 car is Rob Lyons on the inside of row 16. Then it's number 4 William Lake. Then it's number 66 Mark Coulmer starting at the back. But yes, Brian Bransom, after he lost the wheel in the first race, has to go from towards the back in this one, which should make for an exciting race, Josh.
Yeah, because we know he's quick, don't we? So he'll be screaming through the pack, I'm sure. I think pretty much everything in the championship is settled heading into this final round, which might be one of the only times we can say that over the course of this weekend. So in M1, Niall Bradley, he's won it on 154 to Brad Sheehan's 142 and Rick Kerry's 122. In M2, Gary Burstow's won that, he's 130 to Adrian Williams, who's not here, and Rahim Baloo, who is third. And then in the 6 Indy class and the overall champion, that's Ben Pearson.
A spin on the green flag lap, I'm afraid, for the number 83 car of Gary Burstow, the M2 class driver, and he's the bumper has become detached from the car, so I'm not quite sure how that happened.
I wonder if it's too fierce weaving going on, though we do know there's a bit of fluid on the track, although not there, we didn't think.
No.
Anyway, that didn't go well, did it, for our champion of M2?
Hopefully he gets going again and the bumper can be moved out of the way by the marshals, and it's not going to... It's actually on the grass anyway, I think, isn't it, the bumper? So hopefully it won't cause a problem.
The car's okay and not leaking anything.
I've got a feeling it might be. Just looking at our CCTV, which is there's the bumper. You see on the grass or the edge of the circuit.
trail of fluid behind the car.
Yeah, is it going to pull off here? Yes, it is. So Gary Burstow, I think, realising that's quite a lot of damage, isn't it?
Yeah, so he's obviously put it into the Omco walk barriers. Class 6, let's go back to that. Hopefully no one else will interrupt by crashing on the green flag lap. Yeah, so Ben Pearson, our overall champion, he's on 164 points. So Bill Redrop is second in Class 6 on 123, and Paul Travers on 108. And then in the Cup class, Cole McMillan has won that now. He's on 142 points. So Paul Laramie's 125. And Sam Walton on 101. But as I say, pretty much all those positions I think are settled. So this race we don't have to worry about the spreadsheets. So we can just focus on the motor race, which hopefully can get underway after this green flag lap.
I can see a Marshal has just left his post there, and I think he's going to just try and clear the debris, but I'm not sure if they are aware of the fluid that's down and how much of an issue that might be. Another Marshal just going out just to see how slippery that is. The old trick of scrubbing it with your boot and seeing if that's going to be enough. I can see that we may have a delay to the start though, because I can see a board. I can see two boards being held by two different marshals on the gantry. One says 5 seconds to go, and the other says start delay. So it's a question of which one they get when they get here. Yes. I think the start delayed board is going to win.
This is somewhat problematic for the remainder of the day of racing.
Yes, because it's going later on into the afternoon. It's mid-October, and we've got a Bikesports race still to come to cars without headlamps. So hopefully, whatever needs to be done down there can be done fairly quickly.
And a whole thing for it to go wrong on the green flag.
Yes, absolutely. Well, it's not a good way to make yourself popular, is it, I don't think? So we're going to have the cars brought onto the grid. The start delayed board hasn't actually been displayed yet, but I think it's about to be. So I think we're probably just still negotiating in race control exactly what's going to happen.
Car for the pit lane, I think.
There is, and it is Ben Pearson, who's already been confirmed as champion. So whether it's just that he's going to start this race from the pit lane, or just to keep out of trouble, is he going to pull in?
There are slightly different thinking of what the championship situation is here as well, isn't there?
Well, our view, unofficially, between the commentators was that Ben's wrapped it up, but I know that one thing that might be causing a little bit of confusion is that the rule around drop scores has changed since last season, and that could potentially cause a little bit of confusion. See the Marshal on the grid, see doors open on Brad Sheehan's car. What you can't see is the start delayed board being shown to the drivers, which we can see here in the commentary box. but alas, you can't. But you have to take our word for it. The start being delayed then, just having a look to see what's been done. Yeah, there is some cement just being put down on the fluid on the stretch from Palmer's to Agassi. I don't think it's actually got a name, has it, that straight? It probably ought to. It's a long enough straight.
Till straight would, I think, make the most sense, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would. For the restaurant that's alongside it. And especially not completely straight. You look at it on the CCTV images that we've got in our commentary box, and you realise it's actually got a bit of a kink on it. It's kinked to the right. There's just Sapra's car, number 41. He's got his door open just to let a bit of air in. A few of the drivers are taking that opportunity. It's been a fairly mild day as it's turned out. It's a cold start here at Snetterton. It's a mild day in the end. We've had some sunshine as well, so it will be quite warm in the cars, and drivers will be grateful for a bit of fresh air.
Nice to have a season finale day without any rain as well at Snetterton.
Well, we've got tomorrow yet to come.
That's why I said day.
I think the forecast is actually quite good for tomorrow, so fingers crossed.
Though it did keep changing, so
well,
forecasts tend to nowadays.
Yeah, and it's supposed to be wet in the week, so you can see the marshals there hard at work. Many thanks to all of the marshals here at Snetterton. Do such a great job here every weekend. There's David Kempton's car, the Smart Fi car.
Not so much sunshine on the forecast tomorrow, but no rain as far as I can see, so that's positive, I think.
Yeah, that's good.
Maybe we're waiting for a week's time.
Yeah, Burkitt 6-hour relay, of course, next Saturday at Silverstone on the Grand Prix circuit there. It has a reputation, that race, as often being a bit wet, but we'll see. We might get away with it this year. We'll have to see what the forecast for next Saturday says. And there you can see, yes, we've now got the paper towels being employed to soak up the worst of the fluid that's gone down from Gary Burstow's car.
Of course, there is a BMW award, isn't there, at the Burkitt?
There is, yeah. And it's worth mentioning that that's live streamed as well on Alpha Live, and you can find it on 750mc.co.uk/live. Race gets underway at around about 11 o'clock. We'll be on air from just before that, I think, next Saturday. Myself and Josh will be joined by Marcus Pye and Lewis Beals for the great event, one of the showpiece events of the British motorsport calendar, really, the Burkitt 6-hour relay race. It's been going on for decades and decades and decades now, and for the last 15 years, it's been run on the Grand Prix circuit at Silverstone. We're going to take 70 teams. That's going to equate to about 300 cars and drivers taking part in that race. And just a reminder, if you head on to 750 Motor Club's social media feeds, Twitter or Facebook, for example, you will see a link that was shared yesterday to an explainer video that Alpha have put together ahead of the Burkitt 6-hour relay race next week. So it is something that's completely different to any other motor race in the country. So it's well worth having a watch of that just beforehand, just to get your head around how all of that works before the big event next weekend.
There's a few teams that are in this race that will be racing in a week's time. That's not as many as previously, but yeah, there's a few car club teams and a few drivers in other teams. I see Brian Branson's on that list. So he's having lots of 750 Motor Club outings right at the end of the season, because I don't think he's raced for the club before, and then he's going to do, 3 events within the space of about 7 days?
I think he's done a few events sort of just here at Snetterton. Usually his local circuit is dipped into the odd race here and there. But in terms of the Burkitt, obviously it's more of a handicap race than a scratch race. There's awards for both, but the handicap prize is the big one, and it's the 3 amigos that are looking to defend their championship title, isn't it, really, in the Burkitt handicap race. That's David Drinkwater, who we've already talked about this weekend, Paul Hinson, and also Adam Reed as well, that have gone great guns to win the last 2 years. Surely the handicap, though, is going to wise up to how good they are, and it will be difficult for them to do it 3 years on the trot.
Yeah, I was talking to David Drinkwater about that yesterday here, and he was, I think, pleading his case to Charles Grimbrich yesterday to say, well, if this happened and this happened, we wouldn't have won over these last 2 years, so you shouldn't change our handicap.
The racing driver book of excuses being got out a week in advance of the race taking place. Well, it looks like the marshals have vacated the scene, and the circuit staff as well, so many thanks to them for dealing with that so speedily. They've gone away with their brooms and their spades, and that's what you use a spade for at a race meeting for you, Marshall. I now realise that. And we've got waiting for the race to get underway. If you weren't watching the Alpha race on last week's Alpha Live footage, that will make no sense to you whatsoever. Right, I've got another 1 minute board. I think we're going to get another green flag lap because of that. I suspect we'll be starting to count down the minutes in this race already because we are tight on time.
That's right.
So it'll probably be a slightly shorter race for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship race than they originally scheduled. 20 minutes. It was due to start at 5:05. It's now 11 minutes past 5 by my watch, and we've got another green flag lap to do, so that's going to be at least 4 minutes around here. So I suspect it's going to be a slightly shorter race, and hopefully Niall Bradley will lead it round at a fairly reasonable lick to maximise the amount of racing time we get, although he's gone straight into weaving around tyre warming mode.
Well, hopefully no one ditches it into the barriers this time as well. That would be helpful.
It would. So last few cars just leaving the line. We saw the number 6 car, Sam Walton, go through in his E46 325 Ti. That's one of the Cup class cars. The Cup class, an excellent way into racing with the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. We've seen drivers go into the Cup class first of all, and then move up through the ranks. But it's a very cost-effective and affordable way to go racing. That's an atmospheric shot, isn't it? With the sun not quite setting yet, but peeking through the cloudy sky here and casting an eerie pall over this Snetterton circuit. That's the view of the Wilson hairpin that viewers on the live stream can see.
Probably drivers are quite pleased it's not super sunny at this point, because it's Snetterton at this time of year. The sun's very low, isn't it, going up towards Ritchie,
It's
for
just as
example.
you just say that, I'll just look out at the control window to the right and I realise that's in my eyes if I go that way.
Yeah, so if we had sort of bright sunshine at this point, that could be problematic, but it shouldn't be too disastrous. The cars at the moment going through where that cement dust has been put down, and there's a bit of a cloud of dust at the moment.
Well, but it is as well to go through that just to see how much grip there is now rather than on the first racing lap.
Good thing is it's mainly in the straight, isn't it, rather than...
Yes, well, the driver concerned, Gary Burstow, did pull off before we got to Agostini, and the incident happened on the exit pond, so it's real on a straight. So I suppose if you're going to put fluid down, it's better to do it somewhere like that. And it's not going to be a problem for, I wouldn't think, for anyone, and that's taking a very strange line into Agostini.
Let's hope not, anyway. So there's Brian Branson in his E36 M3. He seems to have gained pace recently. I think he's joined up with Jazz Sapra and Lucky Kira and that clan, hasn't he? Which I think has helped with the car and his driving as well, and he's got quicker and quicker. So shame the day hasn't quite gone to plan for him. But got a new lap record in Roadsports. What was I saying about the sun not so bright? It's brightening up now.
It is. It might be a bit of a problem for the drivers as they head, in particular, down the centre straight. Still finish straight here. This is not the quickest green flag lap in the world by O'Neill Bradley, who is making his way through Brundle and Nelson. So I suspect this might start to be eating into the amount of racing time that's allowed for the BMW Car Club Racing Challenge, because we do have the Bikesports race still to go before we close for today. Great to see all of these BMWs out there. They sound great, they look great, they always put on really exciting racing, and it's a testament to the BMW Car Club Racing organisation. Neil McDonald, one of the coordinators of the championship, and he does sterling work to get grids that are regularly of this order of magnitude, sort of up around 30 and beyond, which is great to see, and it's especially good to see a multi-class championship like this. So we see a lot of one-make racing, but one model racing, don't we? But where you've got different classes like this, it adds something to the racing, doesn't it, Josh?
That's right. There's quite a good speed differential, especially on the shorter track. The lap traffic comes into it, which is always quite exciting to deal with. And you've got different types of cars in each of the classes, don't you? Because in the top class you've got 3 different types of cars: the E46 M3, the E36 M3, and the M1, the 4-litre 1 Series. And interesting to see perhaps who might come out for next season, because I know there's been at the end of the year there's been a few people running the invitational class, haven't they, trying out the BMW Car Club Championship, with perhaps a view of joining on a bit more of a permanent basis come next season. As you were saying earlier, this is a new championship, but maybe you wouldn't know it with such a big grid. BMW's all the way down the centre straight.
Yeah, it's a green flag lap that's taken about 5 minutes then in all.
So this could be a 15-minute race.
Yeah, well, at best. We'll see how we go, because the officials downstairs from us will be keen to make sure we get the Bikesports race started in good time. But especially if the sun's coming out, that helps a little bit, maybe, in some ways. So I think everyone's there. Just last couple of cars slotting into position. We know there's a couple of gaps. Obviously, no Gary Burstow, and also we lost the Robert Davidson car as well. That didn't take the original grid. Anyway, 5-second board is shown. So any second now the race will get underway. There's the 2 front row men. Brad Sheehan furthest away from us, and Niall Bradley on pole position. As the race gets underway then, and it's Sheehan that makes the best of the starts actually. Niall Bradley's going to tuck in behind him, I think, as they head up towards Rich's for the first time. There's an incident though at the back of the field. I can see out of a commentary box window, but the leaders making their way up towards Rich's for the first time. They're all streaming through there. There's one car that didn't get away, but I think is going to leave the scene, which is the 12 car of Justin Middleton, I think, that was caught up in that incident just off the start line. But the race is well underway, and the leaders already negotiating Wilson hairpin for the first time.
Yeah, that's right. It got all a little bit busy off the start line. That's the first time there's been a start line incident here at Snetterton. I don't think it was too bad. There's the dust down the straight down towards Agostini. The leader locks up, Brad Sheehan, but he turns through. Not too bad, I don't think. So the rest of the field stream down towards Agostini's. Paul Travers, there you can see, leading Class 6 with Ben Pearson. I think was starting from the pit lane, was he still? Leaders having a moment there. That was both Bradley and Kerry, wasn't it? Out over the curve. We know in the previous race, parts of this part of the track is a bit slippery. So the leader, Sheehan, turns in. Yeah, Kerry's sideways. Branson's off. Where is that?
It's hard to tell with all the dust in
halfway down the straight, isn't it?
The Tyrrell Straight, as you decided to call it, I think. The straight between Palmer's and Agostini is pulling in into the pit. So Brian Branson's race is run, which is a shame because we'd have enjoyed seeing him come through from the back of the field. So it's Brad Sheehan leading. Niall Bradley is second. It's the car of Rick Kerry in third place. Fourth is Paul Cook, but Sheehan in the pink and white car leads. But there's the 12 car. That was the car that was involved just off the start line, just in Middleton. He pulls off as well into the paddock.
Saw that car. It was another road registered car. Not sure if that's a car that's been driven to the track or not. He gets home okay. So leaders turn their way down towards Murray's. Not much between the two of them, between Niall Bradley and Brad Sheehan. With it's Sheehan in front, isn't it? There's one over from the outside of the front row. To third, it's close. Rick Kerry and Paul Cook nose to tail as they blast their way up towards Richie for the first time. Yeah, it looks like we've already had 14 minutes of this race, doesn't it? So there's only 6 minutes of it to go. So probably another 3, maybe 4 laps of the race distance, and it's Kerry versus Cook then on the outside line. Paul Cook trying to go right round the outside at the Wilson hairpin. That didn't really work out for him, so they stay in the same order. Then it was Mike Eustace and David Kempton that completed the top 6. Paul Travers led Class 6. Obviously only one M2 runner now, which is Sean Jackson, and Cole McMillan leads the Cup class.
As Brad Sheehan and Niall Bradley arrive at Agostini for the second time in this slightly shortened race for the BMW Car Club Racing Championship. Rick Kerry has Paul Cook right behind him there. It's Mike Eustace, number 80, in 5th position, and David Kempton in 6th in the invitation class car. But here's the fight for third. Then Rick Kerry, local driver from Suffolk, with Paul Cook right behind him. He was saying he's only really got the car on song towards the end of this season. When we heard from him earlier on today, that was after his victory in the Roadsports race. And a little bit further back there, that's, you can see Jazz Sapra with David Kempton behind him. So those two have swapped around on this lap already. Jazz Sapra in the number 41 grey car getting ahead.
Race leaders turn into Brundle and then Nelson with Sheehan and Bradley. Not much separating them. The gap was 8 tenths at the start of the lap. Rick Kerry is sideways, trying to put the V8 power down on the racetrack. And Paul Cook looks pretty racy to get past him. He in turn is pretty sideways. So not terribly sure how much grip there is out there at the moment, but they stay in the same order. The leader's close, the battle for third is close, but nobody trying too much of a move into Murray's. Paul Cook leading in the car. You could see as he turned his way through Murray, but he can't find a way past him. Maybe the more powerful 1 Series. The leaders go through. There is a 2:05 on that first line lap, which is not far off actually the earlier race, despite perhaps there not being huge amounts of grip from our viewpoint on the circuit, but obviously there is plenty. And the lead gap was less than 0.4 of a second.
Okay, so they're on to lap 3, 2:05.08, should say, for Bradley, so a bit slower than the fastest lap from the earlier race so far. Here is Brad Sheehan then, making his way through the right-hander, but look how close it is for 3rd and 4th. Paul Cook is really giving, Rick Kerry a very hard time. Kerry kicking up the dust there as he goes over the cement dust laid down after that incident involving Gary Purstow on the green flag lap. And then Paul Cook right behind Kerry as they turn their way through Agostini, the 1 Series, the 800 1 Series, and the BMW M3 just behind. There's that battle turning its way through Hamilton now into the right-hander at Oggies. It looks like there's a little bit more daylight between Kerry now in the number 2 car and Paul Cook in number 26 as they turn their way through Williams again and onto the Bentley straight once more. But they are about, these two, 4 seconds behind the leading pair of Sheehan and Bradley.
Good battle for the 6-cylinder class we might be able to pick up on soon, because Paul Travers in 77 just ahead of 30 Dan Harborough and 43 Stephen Schleichart. So the class 6 leaders on track pretty close together. You just see through shot there the champion coming from the back, Ben Pearson. He's 18th overall. He is 20 seconds behind the 6-cylinder leader, so I don't think he'll catch them, will he? But there'll be a new Class 6 winner for this year. It could be any 3 of them because they're all together. Oh, and somebody's not together on the track.
And heading into the direction of the barriers, but avoiding it, and hopefully back onto the circuit without too much in the way of damage. That is the 60 car then going through, which is Carl McMillan in the Cup class, and just behind him at the moment is, that's number 16, Andy Wynn, isn't it, in the car from the invitation class, the E46 330 CI, one of several invitation class winners that we have here this weekend.
And Clive Watson there, the Cup class leader by some way, I think, by 4 or so seconds.
Although Clive Watson showing us in class 6 this weekend.
Cole McMillan, I should say, shouldn't I? That's
yes.
the Cup class leader.
Yeah.
Anyway, there's Mark Coleman, who didn't do the earlier race, so he's coming through from the back. So he's gaining positions.
And a change there. Paul Cook has gone through to 3rd place ahead of Rick Kerry. We didn't see how that started, but it's happened at Palmer there. Kerry took right back in behind him, though, as they head down to Agostini on lap 4 of this race. So new 3rd place by Paul Cook, but they are now about 6 seconds behind Brad Sheehan and Niall Bradley, and Sheehan in turn has over a second in hand over Bradley.
That 6-cylinder class has spread out a bit on that lap. Paul Travers getting away from Dan Harborough. So Travers looking for his first win of the season, and that looks like it could be a possibility. But they're 3rd, 4th and 5th. Mike Eustace not far away, is he, from Rick Kerry?
He's not.
So here's our Cup class leader going through again. That's Cole McMillan, isn't it?
I wonder if Kerry and Cook just fell over each other a little bit, because Eustace was 2.3 seconds behind them at the start of the lap.
Right. I noticed McMillan actually now only just ahead of Paul Laramie, so obviously all those faster cars have got past him, and that's allowed the 2 Cup class leaders to get together. Here's Ben Pearson. Is he up to now? He's still in 18th, but that lap was quicker, and he's catching a load of cars now with Sean Jackson, the M2 runner, in front, and then Kevin Granger there as well. Meanwhile, there's a good battle out there for 6th place, because Jazz Sapper and David Kempton have got themselves together. The 2 E46 M3s.
Brad Sheehan and Niall Bradley are coming up to the line, and we'll see when this race finishes, because we're almost at the 20-minute mark as things stand, so they may be going to the last lap, or we may get a little bit more. We'll have to wait and see what the officials decide, but there is Brad Sheehan. The gap has come down this time to 0.69 seconds, because Niall Bradley has now done the fastest lap of the race at 2:05.06. So he's taken quite a little bit of time out of Brad Sheehan, of course, the race 1 winner, and it's the champion within that class as well. Waiting for them to come down towards Palmer, and there's very little to choose between them. Some exciting action you can see in the background as well, with 2 cars side by side on the way up to Wilson, but we'll just stick with the overall leaders for the moment.
I think that was Sapper and Kempton. It was quite exciting out the window into Ritchie's for them as well. Yeah, but this lead gap coming down again, hasn't it, between Sheehan and Bradley. These have been the two form men of the BMW Car Club racing season. She said earlier the only driver otherwise to win has been Lee Pearcey, and that was in the wet. So these two have won every dry race we've had this year, and they're 8 seconds ahead of Paul Cook, who's rapidly pulled away from Rick Kerry. So we think this is the last lap of the race, so we'll see how that goes. So through the Williams corner and onto the Bentley straight they go. Bradley, the faster driver on the previous lap, but being caught by, chasing after Brad Sheehan, so he is, as they turn then into Brundle. Is there a bit of a lock up there for the leader, Brad Sheehan? He's up over the curbs, but then Bradley's sideways behind him. So all exciting stuff. And there you said earlier, big hairy cars to drive. They're on treaded tyres here as well, so it's great to watch them as they turn their way through Coram Curve. They've got a slower car not far in front, which perhaps they'll have to deal with, but through Murray's it is Brad Sheehan in front, Ian.
As the checker flag is being prepared, I can see down below our commentary box, and I think it is going to be shown. Yes, it is, because the 20 minutes has elapsed to Brad Sheehan then, who wins the final round of the 2021 BMW Car Club Racing Championship. He holds on to beat Niall Bradley by only 0.51 seconds in the end. Third place is going to go the way of number 26, Paul Cook. Fourth place, number 2, Rick Kerry. Mike Eustace, who was close behind him not so long ago, he is a little bit further back in the end in 5th position in the number 80 car. Here's Jazz Sapra and David Kempton battling over the final position inside the top 6. It's going to be Jazz Sapra, number 41, that holds on. David Kempton, though, wins the invitation class in number 11, 7th place overall, much to the delight of his sponsors, Smart Fire, watching on from the States, no doubt. And then it should be Ronan Bradley that comes through next, but there's Dan Harborough coming through, Josh.
Yeah, and he's trying to grab the 6-cylinder lead away from Paul Travers. So both of these drivers looking for their first win of the season, but it looks like it's going to be the BMW Compact, isn't it? Which got the 6-cylinder engine in of Paul Travers. But he's had a good battle here with Dan Harborough. He's trying everything to get alongside, but he's not quite close enough. And then Stephen Schleichart not far behind, and he will get a podium. I think this is his first weekend of the season in the championship already. The leaders are being urged into Parc Fermé, and Ben Pearson comes up across the line. He definitely is the champion of the BMW Car Club Racing season. The former Ginetta race, I think the BMW Compact Cup thereafter, but now in this BMW C30. And he's been very successful this year.
I'll let you get your breath, Josh. Yeah, but Sheehan it was that took the win by half a second. Car still coming through, of course, at the end of what was a shortened race, just 5 laps in the end because of the delays to the start. The one driver in the top number 7 didn't really enter was Ronan Bradley, number 78, who came across the line in 8th position. This car's coming extremely across the line now, including, I think that was the 16 car of Andy Wynn. He's not finished inside the top 20, but nevertheless he's enjoyed a good day today. What happened within the Cup class in the end?
That would be Cole McMillan that won that, so he did hang on, the driver that won the championship, and he only beat Paul Laramie by just over a second, so that was a pretty close race. But a nice way there to end the season after a bit of a delay early on, but once we got the race underway, everything seemed to run pretty smoothly. So that was good stuff, and a win for Brad Sheehan. So I'm sure he'll be pleased to take a victory, although he wasn't able to win the M1 Championship. Did win the race.
He did. It was his 6th victory of the season. Niall Bradley had 7. And it was 28 Brad Sheehan taking the win from 47 Niall Bradley in 2nd place. Paul Cook, number 26, it was in 3rd, ahead of number 2 Rick Kerry. Mike Eustace, 80, and Jazz Sapra, 41, completed the top 6. Those all Class M1 cars. The 2 invitation class cars next, David Kempton, number 11, and Ronan Bradley, number 78. Then Paul Travers and Dan Harborough, the first 2 6-cylinder cars, and Travers it was getting his first class win of the season. 43, Stephen Schweikart completed the Class 6 podium, ahead of Bill Redrop. Mark Havers was 13th, Stuart Pinewell 14th, Clive Watson 15th, then Ben Pearson up from the back of the grid, the champion for this year though. Sean Jackson, the only M2 class car, he was 17th overall, ahead of Kevin Granger, Saranga Sotishihari, and Mark Coulmer, number 66. And further back, Andy Wynn was 21st, then Carl McMillan winning the Cup class. Second in the Cup class was number 31, Paul Laramie, and William Lake took 3rd in the Cup class and that was number 4. So that's all the BMW Car Club Racing that we're going to have for this season. One more race to come in the twilight here at Snetterton, and that's for the Bikesports Championship, which is to be decided. We'll be bringing you that in a few minutes. The car's already assembling on the grid ahead of their green flag lap. As you can see, it's a rolling start, of course, for the Bikesports. So hopefully we'll get down to the we won't in fact be able to go down, I'm afraid, to Matt Suckling. We've got a few problems with the technology, so we will go straight on to the RLM Racing Bikesports Championship. So the cars forming up for the RLM Racing Bikesports Championship now, and it's the championship decider for these. Pole position goes the way of number 27, Scott Mittell, and alongside him number 95, Joe Stables. The second row, 20, Matt Moore, and 35, Leon Morel. The Class B front runner, another championship contender alongside Mittell and Stables. Third row, 85, Dave Watson, and 7, Julian Griffiths. On the fourth row, it's number 73, Alistair Smart, and 5, Doug Carter. The fifth row, 12, Andy Fido, and 18, Miles Drew. And on row 6, it's 86, Steve Bell, and 30, Mark Grayson. And then on row 7, 60, Andrew Gordon, 24, Ian Charles, Robert Gilman, 6, and Dominic Langdon down, 23. Round out the field, Josh, but championship to be decided here. How does it all stand?
Well, on total scores at this point, it's Liam Morel on 144, Joe Stables on 142, and Scott Mittell on 141. It's not much different, is it, on drop scores? Liam Morel dropped 1 extra, so he's on 131. Joe Stables on 130 and Scott Mittell on 129. So if Leon Morel wins with fastest lap in Class B, that will be the championship his, which obviously Joe Stables and Scott Mittell can't alter. So therefore the Class A championship, for sure, that'll be whoever comes out best, won't it, between Stables and Mittell, and then they'll kind of have to just see what happens to Leon Morel. So all very exciting stuff, I'm sure. The earlier race, Joe Stables looked the quicker, but he's the one that made a couple of mistakes. At the Wilson hairpin twice. He had moments, one of them much more dramatic than the other, where he went off the track, and that's what lost him the race win. And that means Scott Mittell absolutely involved in this championship battle. And I'm sure the Mittell team would have made some setup changes, because they would have learnt something in that race, wouldn't they, and thought how they can go better, because as Scott was saying, in the middle of the race, the car just was not as quick, or nowhere near as quick as Joe Stables was able to go.
Well, that's right, and it'll be interesting to see how things pan out here. I mean, a real interesting aspect of this is that you've got the Class B driver as well, Leon Morel, who he's not got things all his own way in Class B today. He's got to get past his teammate, effectively, or he's got to get past, the car of Matt Moore ahead alongside him.
I think he's 2 rivals here, are both his teammates, I think, from what he was saying earlier.
Yeah, that's right. And he's got to get past him. And of course the fastest lap bonus point, that I guess could come into the equation as well, and he lost out, didn't he? He did in the end.
He got it at the end, I think, of the previous race. Let's check that.
Oh yes, you're right. He did in the end get it, but
that was important. That could be the important bonus point that he needed.
Yeah, and there's not a lot to choose between Leon Morel in number 35 and the car next to him on the grid.
Yeah, Matt Moore's come on well this weekend, hasn't he? Because he's been on the podium quite often, but I don't think we've seen him this close to Leon Morel, and he's beaten him in qualifying for this particular race.
Yeah.
So all very interesting stuff. So
it is, and it's a great way to end this first day of racing here at Snetterton on the 300 circuit 750 Motor Club Championship Finals weekend. We're going to have a champion crowned in the next 20 minutes or so here in this RLM Racing Bikesports Championship. Scott Mittell on pole position in the Mittell MC41RR, the latest iteration of the Mittell chassis design that Scott's father Ian and Scott put together themselves down there on the south coast, up against a phalanx of radicals, the mass-produced sports cars from from Peterborough. And the only other non-radical on the grid is the Sabre Scala of Stephen Bell, who finished the first race in 7th position. And the rest of them are all radicals, of which hundreds and hundreds have been built over the years. Got different guises of them: the SR3, PR6, the SR3 RSX as well, and the RS. So a few different variations on the radical theme. And it's a PR6 of Joe Stables. You can see the car with the centre seat driving position like the Mattel, alongside the number 27 Mattel of Scott Mattel on pole position. Of course, he won in low cost, and RGB as well. And looking to get a Bikesports Championship title as well in a self-built car. Cars coming up the line, the red lights are already on the gantry, shining brightly now as we get towards the end of the day. The sun just dipping behind a cloud, which saves it from dazzling the drivers on the run up the start and finish straight. There you can see the red light on. When it goes out, the race is underway for 20 minutes. It goes out and we're off and running. It's not a particularly good start by Joe Stables. Leon Morel tried to go to the left-hand side of him. Matt Moore is, I think, possibly still just about ahead of him. Alistair Smart's made a reasonable getaway as well, but as we head through the right-hander at Rich's corner for the first time, it's Scott Mittel leading then. Joe Stables in second, and Leon Morel is third. He's going up the inside of Joe Stables as they go into Wilson Hairpin. Didn't quite see if he got that move done. Problems for number 12, which is Andrew Fido in the SR3. He's going to pull off. That shouldn't cause a particular problem, I don't think. But yeah, what happened between Leon Morel and Joe Stables? Well, it's Stables still there in second position, isn't it, Josh, as they head down to Agostini?
That's right. Leon Morel still trying to get between the two Class A drivers there. So he's having a great start, and importantly for him, getting away from class competition. We know if he wins with fastest lap, he'll be able to take the championship. And his main rival there, Matt Moore's off the road. He and Dave Watson are battling with Jules Griffiths in the Class A PR6. And Watson's gone round the outside of both of them. Has he made it stick? I think he might have done. So that was a pretty bold move there from Dave Watson. But they're a long way now behind the car of Leon Morel here. So that's all interesting stuff. And of course, Morel only leads the championship by 1 point. So the fastest lap bonus point still pretty important, because otherwise then we'll probably have a equal score situation. Anyway, that's not to worry about at the moment. It's Mattel with a decent lead. A good start this from Scott Mattel. He's ahead of Joe Stables.
So we saw him leading in race 1, didn't we? And then Joe Stables got ahead of him, but then the situation reversed itself again on the final lap, when Joe Stables overcooked it by his own admission, not looking to do with fluid down, going into Wilson Hairpin for the final lap after the racing resumed following a safety car period. So Leon Morel where he needs to be, in the lead of Class B, and actually reasonably comfortably ahead in Class B as well, in third position overall. There's the next car in Class B, which is Dave Watson, and then Matt Moore is behind Julian Griffiths, who's the fifth place number 7 car as things stand. So 2 minutes gone, 18 minutes to go in this RLM Racing Bikesports Championship race.
Yep, that's right. Gap of a second between the top two, so that's something to monitor over the next lap or so to see if Joe Stables can catch it all. To Scott Mattel, the dust being kicked up, and Liam Morel keen to keep away from that by the looks of things. There's Dave Watson behind. What's the gap there? That was 3.5 seconds between the Class B runners. And Matt Moore yet to get past Jules Griffiths, so he hasn't been able to progress past him at all. Griffiths breaks late, probably later than he was aiming for, but I think he stayed ahead of Matt Moore, who's raced sling cars in the past, moved over to Bikesports, I think at this meeting a year ago. And he's running here in 6th position behind Griffith, right behind him underneath his rear wing as they turn their way through the Oggies corner. Just behind them is Alistair Smart, who's another of those drivers racing the Burkitt Relay in 7 days' time. Griffith's much slower, I think, through Williams than the Moore SR3, but I don't think he's able to do much about it. There's class leader, that's Leon Morel. Don't think that 3.5 second lead is coming down at this point, Ian.
Doesn't look like it, does it? So there is Griffiths in 5th position, Moore in 6th, then just in the back of shot you could briefly see the number 73 car of Alistair Smart, the driver from East Molesey. He's in 7th place, and then I think it was the Sabre Scala of Steve Bell, number 86, in 8th position. There's the Escala, and then it's Miles Drew in ninth, and he was off in the opening race, wasn't he? The leaders have just gone through meanwhile, and the gap is 0.8 of a second now. It's come down. Stables then has done the best lap of the race on the first flying lap, a 1:52.06. And Morel is being caught by Dave Watson. Last time through, Morel did a 1:56.04. Watson a 1:55.16. So we're going to have to keep an eye out on that situation for third position, I reckon, Josh.
Yeah, so the gap's under 3 seconds. So was that all done at the end of the lap? Because it didn't look like it was particularly coming down. But anyway, here are the leaders. This gap had come down, but at the beginning of the lap, Mattel looks decent. Don't think it's much less than 8/10 here, but different parts of the track. Stable perhaps is quicker. We saw it was like through Oggies up towards Williams, where he passed him on the previous lap. So perhaps through this infield, the PR6's battery brakes so much later. You can see that on the brake lights there. Mattel had a long brake, presumably not a full brake on, but sort of a longer run on the brakes than Stables. It just touched the brakes and turned the car into Hamilton. So he was fully committed to that. There's Steve Bell in that Sabre, and he's ahead of Doug Carter for that battle for ninth position, with Andrew Gordon, Mark Grayson behind. Yeah, so he's lost out to Miles Drew, hasn't he, compared to where he was on the previous lap, I think. So that's been a change. As there's the two leaders then, 0.8 of a second the gap between Scott Mattel and Joe Stables at the beginning of the lap, and yep, probably still around about 0.8 of a second now. And what we saw in the first race though is that Joe Stables was able to catch and pass Scott Mattel. He's not showing signs of doing that yet. There's still 14.5 minutes of this race to go, but that would be a decisive move, wouldn't it, in this championship battle? A slight mistake there from Scott Mattel, I think. Yeah, but then Stables was a bit sideways as well, so just keen to get the power on, and perhaps sideways is the way to do it. Looks dramatic, but it might be more successful. Again, the lap time's pretty similar to one another, but slower than the earlier race by a couple of seconds. 1:51s for the two of them, a tenth better for Stables, so the gap's down to 7/10. But for third, that gap's down, isn't it, to 1.5 seconds. So Dave Watson's pulled another second back on Liam Morel. So we are going to have a battle for Class B. Liam Morel said at lunchtime when we heard from him that partially the reason Dave Watson's here is to make sure there's 6 cars in his class. Not quite sure how this is going to work out between them. We'll have to keep an eye there as well to this Class A lead battle. Over the cement. Dust Stables is late on the brakes. He's right with Mattel now, Ian. Yep, he is. So are we going to see a change of leads in the next few corners? I think there's a good possibility that we might do. So through Hamilton, now down towards the right-hander at opposites. Number 27, Scott Mattel, the white and red car leading. Stables tries to go around the outside of him, the number 95, black and red Radical PR6, but that doesn't work, so he's back in behind now as they head through Williams and down the Bentley Straight on lap number 4 of this race. Still a long way to go. It's going to be, what did we get in the first race? We got 10 laps out of it, but we have the safety car, of course. If we go the distance, we might even get 12 out of it, potentially. We'll just have to wait and see. Oh, and a spin, that's 85. Dave Watson. That's Watson, so that's crucial. That is crucial. That's happened at Williams. There's a lot of steam, and I think it's steam, pouring out of that. It's looking much like the SR3 that went off earlier. But that's good news in some ways for Liam Morel. But the battle for the lead of the race turned its way through Coram, close together. We're able to carry on racing with whatever's happened down there at Williams. Well, it's Mattel in front of Stables, but by a much reduced margin at the end of the lap compared to what we've seen before. Yes, so Watson then spinning at Williams, and not seeing if he's been able to get going. Oh, and there's a car off and through. That's Doug Carter's car as well, and another one spinning as well. And there's now cars completely blocking the circuit, I'm afraid, at Williams. Doug Carter is going to get away. Red flags out, race being stopped, and 12 minutes to go. Josh, you can do some spreadsheet work. Dave Watson climbing out of his car, trying to work out who that car is that spun. But red flags waving, hopefully, and that, yes, that car now moving away. But I think the problem is there's fluid down. The car that spun was number 6, Robert Gilman. So, presumably we don't restart here, Liam Morel will win the championship and Scott Mattel will win the Class A championship, I reckon. I'll let you confirm that with your spreadsheet. Well, I'll work that in a minute. I mean, we just need to see what's going on here because there's still 12 minutes to go. So we've got more than half the race to go. Yeah, we've still got daylight. We still just about have daylight. So one would
think if they can, they would try and restart it, but we'll have to wait and see if we get a red and checker situation.
Cars are coming into the pits.
Well,
what happened? We don't get half points or anything with only a few laps done, do we, in British motor racing?
We don't.
Thank goodness for that.
So cars have been signalled down the pit lane, or they've at least gone down the pit lane.
Yeah, it looked like they were making dramatic lines to the pit lane like that. They were ushered in that direction. There's no marshals on the start line, is there, to get them?
No, and we've not got a checkered flag yet, though. So pit lane marshals just stopping them down. Doug Carter's carried on onto the grid, and he's sort of saying, "Is this where I'm supposed to be?" But we'll await for clarification on what's gone on now. Doug Carter is moving forward. Other cars are coming into the pits. So you talk for a minute, Josh.
Okay, so another red flag in the final round of the 750 Cup round this year. We're all shamed that we had a lot of fluid going down today for whatever reason, and again at Williams, which we saw in the earlier races as well. But Scott Mattel crucially was keeping ahead of Joe Stables there. Discussions going on the start line with Doug Carter.
So as things stand, I get after drops Morel and Mattel both on 132.
Hey.
And Stables on 131.
If you put right. One results in?
Yes.
How many drops?
Hold on, we need Morel to get the fastest lap in the end, which I didn't update for. So there we go. That would give him 1 point advantage, wouldn't it? Over.
They're 3 drop scores.
Yeah, 3 drop scores in Bikesports this season.
Okay, I've not read the reg properly again, have I?
But he did get the fastest lap in race 1, didn't he, Morel? In the end, in the class, yes, he did.
So actually, those 3 drop scores don't matter.
So I don't think they do. So I think you'll have Morel on 133, Mattel 132, and Stables 131. If it stays that way, Joe Stables is driving onto the grid again. So too is Scott Mattel. There's cars waiting in the pit lane. They've not been sent back into Parc Fermé. So I think we're just waiting for guidance from race control as to what's going to go on here.
Not very good at reading these regs, that one. Well, I got one right, didn't I?
Yes, that's true.
That's
so
the second one I got wrong.
Start line marshals are stopping the cars on the grid. So I reckon in the first race we've got Morel on 16, and this race I think Stanley's on 15, isn't he? Mattel got 15 and heading for 15 again, and Stables 13 and 13. Because I think Stanley's second with fastest lap in both races. So I think I've got today's points right amongst those 3. Morel is sort of trying to work out whether he's supposed to go to the pit lane or to the grid. And he's opted for the grid option, but not many others have. There's the Dave Watson car with the engine cover off the back of it now. And the car will need to be recovered, but it's a question of what fluid's down as well, and whether that will need to be addressed. We've got Joe Stables and Scott Mattel just sort of having a conversation as best they can with each other in their cars there. So the 3 that are going for the championship are the only 3 that are on. Oh no, there's a couple more coming. The only 3 that are on the grid, as things stand, if we were to have no more racing, we think Leon Morel's won the championship and Scott Mattel's won Class A, but that's all to be confirmed. And now the checkered flag is shown. Checkered flag is shown. The race is completed, and that will mean then that I think we agreed, Josh, Leon Morel is the RLM Racing Bikesports champion for 2021, and Scott Mattel is the Class A champion.
Yeah, I'll go with that. I haven't looked at the third drop scores, but that makes sense. So yeah, absolutely interesting way to end the way. Yeah, because I don't think anything will change on the whenever the results are put back to, will it?
No, nothing that will affect, I don't think, fastest lap. So Dave Watson already got the Class A fastest lap, and I think Joe Stables the Class B fastest lap. So that is a rather, I don't know, disappointing way to end the RLM Racing Bikesports Championship season. They're going to be led around behind the safety car, I think, back to the paddock. Those cars that were out there on the grid, or no, they're not. They're just going to turn right into into Parc Fermé. Matt Suckling's down there. I don't know if we'll be able to grab a word with the drivers after this, but I'm sure Matt's listening to us, and if he is, we think it's Leon Morel, the overall champion, Scott Mattel winning Class A, and Joe Stables third overall and second in Class A in the championship standings. But an anticlimactic way to end the RLM Racing Bikesports Championship season, with that off for Dave Watson, fluid going down, and with darkness gathering, the decision being taken that not to restart the race. So Scott Mattel, can see, is in the garages now, in the scrutineering bay. He's just clambered out of his car, So he'll be the recipient of the winner's garland for the second time today, and I think he'll also have got the Class A Championship. But really, there's nothing you could do about Leon Morel in Class B, of course. Completely different set of points that they're operating for, so Scott's done well, not quite everything he can do today, because if he'd got the fastest laps as well, then he would have been champion.
Indeed. But Leon Morel hasn't been beaten in any of the races he's finished in Class B, so I think that, and he's had to deal with not having full points in some races where they haven't had 6 cars, and so I think he's a deserving champion there, and somebody that's very new to car racing as well, so he's done great stuff in that Radical SR3. In some ways he's sort of been a little bit overlooked, because so many times this year there's been a great battle for the overall win that we've been focusing on, but Leon Morel usually has been beating most of the other Class A cars, as well as his class competition.
And if you were Mattel, would you have wanted that race to restart or not? Because you could always risk losing out on the Class A Championship. We're ready in the pit lane, so we can find out the answer to that question with Matt Suckling.
Thanks very much, Ian. Yep, down here with our race winner from the final race of the day and the final Bikesports Championship action of the year as well. Scott, well done. Not probably the way you wanted to end with the red flag, but it's a win and Class A Championship as well, we understand.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that was obviously the plan this weekend, try and win both. A bit lucky in the first race, but yeah, it was good fun race with Joe in the second one.
Up to that point, now you were keeping Joe at bay. He was getting closer and closer as the race wore on.
Yeah, I had him at bay, and then I made a little mistake. I got him closer, and then it was sort of to and fro in, but yeah, it's been a great year racing this Joe this year. We've been so tight and we've had such close battles, but we've not touched paint once. So it's been really good.
And the Mattel's stood up really well as well as a car.
Absolutely, the car's been brilliant all year. I'll take this opportunity just to thank my dad, who put so much time and effort into it as well, and my mum and my wife and my kids, who put up with a lot. And a big thanks to everyone over the team, Chippy, James, Max, Gareth. I can't even think of everyone else, but yeah, they've been working so hard this weekend, and we're trying to get Dan Gore's car sorted so he can come try and do the same tomorrow.
Good stuff. Well done, Scott, and congratulations on Class A.
Cheers, thanks very much.
There we go, Scott Mattel, your winner of that race and, of course, Class A. Let's have a quick chat as well with Joe Stables, who finishes in second place. Joe, not how you wanted to end, really, and, of course, with the red flag, it brought it to a close a little bit earlier than expected, but still second place.
Yeah, I'm not bothered. It's what it is, isn't it? I mean, I'd like to go a bit further, but I can't argue with them, can you?
You've had a couple of championships in Bikesports. I'm sure you'll be back to try and do it all over again.
No, my dad's going to do it next year.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, he's going to jump in the seat and have a go.
What are you going to be up to?
Maybe GB4 we're looking at, maybe. Or just Fun Cup or anything, really. Just going to have a look, see what's about.
Yeah, something a bit different. But this year, overall, it's been good. You've had some really good results as well.
Yeah, it's been a good race between me and Scott. You know, he's a good driver. And it's always clean, fair racing. So, yeah, it's been really good.
Well done, John. Second unlucky, but good luck for next year.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Here we go. Joe Stables, second place. And let's have a quick chat with our Class B champion, overall champion and winner, of course, Leon. Well done. Congratulations. You did it. How does that feel?
Oh, mate, I'm absolutely blown away, to be honest. Something I never anticipated doing. So, yeah, mega chuffed.
It was a hard race, of course. There was lots going on. You knew what you had to do. You knew where you needed to finish. And, of course, Class A was all in their hand. You couldn't really do anything about that.
No, when I was just sort of watching the race unfold in front of me. I got the job done at the start. My teammate Matt, who's pushed me hard all weekend, and just watched sort of Joe and Scott drive away. And I was just happy to see Scott was in front. Obviously, that was helping my championship standings. Yeah, so yeah, really blown away. Don't really know what to say. First year of competitive motorsport, so to achieve my goal at the last meeting of the overall, of the class championship was mega, but to win the overall is just ridiculous.
Well, you've done well. It's been a hard season. You can now go and celebrate, relax, and enjoy the off season.
Thank you very much, and big thank you to all the North Motorsport guys and my family who've helped me this year.
Leon, many congratulations. Well done. Well deserved as well. There you go then. Our champion this year in the RLM Racing Bikesports Championship is Leon Morel. And what a great day's action it's been here at Snetterton. We're going to do it all over again. Lots more to look forward to on day 2. For now, though, back to Ian and Josh.
Thank you, Matt. You're going to have to stop making grown men cry, I think. That's 2 today now, and I suspect it might not be the last this weekend either. Right, let's have a look ahead to what's coming up tomorrow here at Snetterton on the 300 circuit, second day of this championship finals weekend. Bright and early start, so make sure you set your alarm and get up, get your breakfast and get ready for the first race of the day. That's going to be for the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup at 9:45 in the morning. So we've got 2 qualifying sessions which we're not streaming, but then the first race at 9:45 is the 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup. Then we've got the PBS Brakes Hot Hats Championship And those are the second of 3 races for those categories, and the Swallow Hill Homes F1000s likewise. Then the K-Tech Racing Clio 182 Championship, that will be decided. Jack Kingsbury or Jack Twain, winner takes all tomorrow. And then the first of the Yokohama Master 7 Championship races, around about 20 to 12. And then after that, one more. Then it is, in fact, the qualifying session for the Gas Shocks 116 Trophy. Then we go into the lunch break before we get underway after lunch at about 1:20 with the first of 2 races for the Protect Shock Sport Specials. Then we've got the second of the Classic Stock Hatch races, Demon Tweaks and Yokohama sponsoring that one. The 5 Club Racing MX5 Cup rounds off at 2:10, followed by the third parts of the triple headers for the PBS Brakes Hot Hatch Championship and the Swallow Hill Homes F1000s. Second races for the Yokohama Master 7s and the Protect Shock Sport Specials, and then we round out the season with the Gas Shocks 116 Trophy race. So lots to look forward to tomorrow, Josh.
Absolutely, and all the championships we thought would go into tomorrow, I think, aren't they? So we've got 4 championship deciders. Perhaps the Hot Hatch Championship maybe not quite as close now as we thought it might be. David Drinkwater in the box seat there, but of course anything can happen, as everybody keeps saying. And then the Clio you mentioned, that's super close. That's going to be absolutely exciting. The F1000 Championship, that's had many twists and turns, and actually all the championship battle is currently going on in the paddock, getting 2 championship contenders' cars fixed. And then what we haven't seen today, the Master 7 Championship, I think there's just 3 points in it there, so that's going to be great. And then the Sports Specials Championship, that's to be solved, although Andy Heidi looks the most likely. But again, as I say, anything can happen in motor racing, and it generally does, and it has done already this weekend.
It's certainly been a very entertaining and dramatic day here at Snetterton. Join us again tomorrow for some more. Many thanks once again to all of the marshals. Fantastic work by them all day here at Snetterton, and thanks also to all of the other volunteers and officials of the 750 Motor Club. Don't forget, first race tomorrow morning at 9:45. We'll be on air shortly before then, but for now, from me, Ian Saban, from Josh Barrett, we heard from Paul Thorpe and Matt Suckling as well, and everyone at the 750 Motor Club, Alpha Life and Motorsport Vision, we wish you a very good night.